near the ash, fear the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Water start to rise. Is it true for us? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite.
I'm unbreakable. Can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable. I feel it now. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop
matter, son. When the people mind that you are not aligned, and the only excuse for trying another time, you wanna give it all, give it your best. Round 3, player, raise your fists.
Hello everyone, round 2 of the LCK regular season 2026 is well underway as we welcome you to week number 6. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid to break down the week that is to come, and more importantly, Pandemonium. It is the brand new patch, a lot of news to get through. Very excited for it, guys. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think it's one of our big patches, right, that we hit right basically in the middle of the season, or the middle of the first half of the season. We just ended round 1 last week, and now we're moving into a completely new world with some massive changes, so we'll see how quickly the teams can adapt.
I'm not feeling good, Degon, because I'm a range abuser on the top lane. I got literally one-shot by GP, who has the Deathfire touch, so I'm not feeling good.
All right, well, new champs in the meta might feel good, maybe not so much for Wadid, but for our viewing experience, as last week brought the brakes to the KT roller coaster. They dropped down to second. Hanwha Life Esports, an 8-game winning streak in first. Gen.G, T1, and D+ round out the western side of the standings, but the eastern side did some winning. The Pros 2-0, BNK3X found a win, and Kiwoom DRX find a win as they move towards their home front in Vietnam later on this week.
And our palm standings here, Chovy pulling ahead as he has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for Gen.G, but Zeka also up in second place, and he's on the team with Kanavi. Okay, this is a pretty impressive stats for this guy right now. He's having an incredibly consistent season.
Yeah, we all said AD carry is gonna rule the POM standings, but again, mid laners with the playmaking, they're on the top.
Yeah, surprised not seeing Showmaker on here as well, because he's been doing a lot of play making. As we take a look last week's Pred results, and it was Atlas and Valdez getting an 8 out of 10. And who was the caboose?
I mean, Ox didn't.
It was Ox.
Ox's choices. I mean, the DN Super's choice was one that you could have gone with because you weren't sure like what was going to happen with BNK's bottom lane.
Yeah, the trade.
But like everything else was completely reasonable. Like I think he just kind of got pretty unlucky.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons why he got unlucky was KT, who went 0-2. So it's time for this week's edition of What Do or What Don't Do You Still Trust KT? We're running out of words to emphasize.
I mean, for me, I was trusting KT 100%, but now I can't really say I don't trust them, but it's like 50-50, you know? So how can I say?
I'm going to say it for you. I don't trust KT. Don't trust KT. I'm with Laura on this one. It's over. It's done. We're going down.
Y'all, it was one bad week. One bad week, it's fine. They ran into the Bros. Everyone's losing to the Bros.
On the other side,
know?
a truster over here.
As we take a look at how it all shook up. Wait, that's correct. We have more What Do or Don't. It is, will Gen.G qualify for MSI this year?
I do trust Gen.G.
2 slots.
Chovy's too good.
Wow.
I am going to have to say I also would trust Gen.G is going to qualify for MSI. I think they're starting to fix their issues right now, starting to get a little bit more consistent.
Crying Genrangi for me. I don't think that Gen.G will qualify because we have one more.
Oh,
I think they are going to qualify for MSI this year. The T1 Magic from the home ground I think it's too strong.
I'm gonna have to say, but I have to go with don't on T1 right now. I think that there's too many. Keria can't do everything. All right, like he can't do everything, and the rest of the team is just too inconsistent still. So I'm on the what don't on this one. Sorry, sad Auti.
Well, don't trust T1 as well, because I don't think T1 are trusting themselves as well. So like they're just full of circus.
I mean, it's tough. There's only 2 spots, right? And Honda Life Esports, I think everyone unanimously believes is going to go.
All right, well, let's see how we got to all of this contention from last week's action. It started with the Bros picking up 2 wins, once again the DN Supers, and then later on against KT, this win against DNS looks so clean with it.
Yeah, not because they just 2-0'd them both. I think in terms of how they play in-game, I think it literally got changed. So I think I was criticizing a lot of their mid-game. Even though they were really ahead in the early game, they couldn't really manage to finish the game because their decision-making was not on point. So like every time they have the lead, they always throw out. But now, it looks like they are more clear about what they want to do around the tempo. And now, Casting, surprisingly, he's doing such a great job on the top lane as well. So it's kind of like mixing up really well with Teddy on the bot lane.
To me, I think there's definitely an air of confidence for the Bros that we haven't seen all year long. Like, it's hard to quantify that. I mean, look at this draft here where Gideon pulls out the Lee Sin. It's one of his best picks. Namgung pulls out the Elise, and they had a comfort draft, but the performance here was absolutely stellar. And look at this play from Roamer. He's actually so clean with it here, is able to actually escape, get shields as well. And when you watch moments like this and how well they're playing through Teddy and even Roamer doing his job here when he's low on gold, it's the kind of game that's going to make you jump out of your seat and lose your mind.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think all Bro fans were Coach Song there and Coach Duke. Then it wasn't just the Bros finding success in the eastern side of the standings. Kiwum DRX and Yukal had himself a great day.
Yeah, Kiwum, I think we only focused about reach when it comes to their win condition, but now Yukal performing so much better on the mid lane, especially, again, the playmaking mid laners with Annie. He was just dominating with his playmaking.
Look at this over the wall here. Had the setup, of course, from Andil. But one of the big stories, of course, of last week was the Andil Diablo trade. And, of course, Diablo was featured in the loss just moments ago. But, man, Taeyun stole the show. Not only popping off here in this incredible moment when he was fed on Ezreal, destroyed Duck Dom in lane, but then also had a great performance in the EWC qualifier and defeated KT Rolster as well, 2-0. This guy might be the talk of all future trades. Like, people might be like, we should be trading. You know, we need to get this opportunity to work out for us. As the guy just had a pop-off performance all across the week.
So for now, after the Diablo Taeyun trade, it feels like BNK they are bouncing back with the momentum now. Nongshim kind of struggling compared to that. So now it's kind of interesting to see the dramas in LCK.
All right. Well, speaking of trading, it's time to test our stock trading goat of Degon's Fact of the Week. Let's get into it.
Economic fact?
Yesterday was Children's Day, which means we had a very busy father there. The busiest dad on May 5th.
I had a great picnic. I was very busy, though.
I'm glad you had a busy picnic.
Wow.
And his opponent, as he is here many a times,
I was not busy.
the biggest trader in the LCK, LC Cosby. There we go.
Yeah.
It is Wadid.
I was just playing TFT all day.
You didn't want to go in the bouncy castle?
No bouncy castles for you guys. Focus up. Focus up. It's fact. Fact time. With those clean victories, yet again, we had no 6-game days. So it has been 35 weeks since we've had a 6-game day. A 2-1-2-1 day.
It's only one team?
One of these teams was involved in the last 6-game day 35 weeks ago. Which team was it?
35 weeks ago?
5 seconds.
I'm going to go with D+.
Same, actually.
Three,
I was
okay.
going to go for DK too.
Okay, both D+ers. It was actually...
I knew it was a trick question. I was like, this is such a trick question. You're going to be like, oh, but DNF wasn't winning, so... you would think they wouldn't be in the 6th game.
They were close to winning. It was good losses. Just like we just saw some good wins, it was good losses, and that's what's required when you have a 6-game week. We'll see if it'll be 36 weeks in a row without a 6-game day this upcoming week as we move towards the new patch. It's patch 26.9. Pandemonium is here. There are role quest changes where now it's less punishing when you're roaming around the lane. The quest rewards have changed just a bit. The big one that's changed in the mid lane, no more empowered recall. You just get some bonus ADAP. Yeah, there you go, mid laners. That's what you get. But more importantly here, we did the minion waves have changed, especially later on in the game.
So yeah, basically minion waves got a lot tankier in the mid late game, so it's gonna stack more on the side wave. So you don't need to go for the side wave to clear it. So you can group more in the mid lane. So that means you can look for more team fights in the mid.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate as a mid laner myself that we lost the empowered recall and we just got the 6% bonus ADAP. A little bit less fun, but still a relatively useful bonus. And of course, we do have those top XP changes. These are the big ones, though. The runes here, this is what everyone's talking about right now. Phase Rush is gone, and Arcane Comet, of course, got its cooldown refund removed. It's going to do a little bit of extra damage from a distance, but the Deathfire Touch rune has kind of been the new replacement for Phase Rush for a lot of champions right now.
Yeah, Stormraider Surge is back again, but I think it's kind of worse version of Phase Rush, so I don't think it can be good. But yeah, of course, Deathfire Touch is the biggest thing in this patch right now.
Yeah, BDD just feeling the pain. Why did they remove Phase Rush?
Why?
They brought back Deathfire Touch from before too. Why are the old runes coming back? And why did they suddenly add Storm Rager's Surge? This all came
BDD
from his stream.
is a Rise enjoyer and also, a known Phase Rush enjoyer. I feel bad for mid laners who lose Phase Rush because I really enjoyed the rune. It allows you to play more aggressively and run away. But now you got to learn a new skill set. Now you're going to learn how to maximize the damage of
No. Phase Rush was too OP. You basically have the Ghost every single time you proc 3 spells. That was kind of OP.
Allowed more playmaking and more pressure in the lane,
but
and then run away.
You're standing mage. You gotta have some risk. But with the Phase Rush, it was kind of like they didn't have any risk. So I kind of agree with Riot on this one. But I feel bad because I'm a Phase Rush enjoyer with Alista. So.
But can't play both sides.
But
of
the thing is, it might change because whenever you play against Braum, you take the Phase Rush. You have the good matchup into it, so it might change as well in the bottom.
All right. Well, we'll see if it changes as we take a look at some of the champs that are enjoyers of Deathfire Touch here, guys.
Aurelion Sol gets the Deathfire Touch extended when he locks his Q down. And so whenever he's proccing his passive with his Q, he actually does a ton of damage. Once you have Rylai's as well, you're just constantly attached to somebody you're chasing down in flight. They can't get away from you. I've been enjoying playing a little bit of Aurelion Sol with Deathfire Touch myself.
Yeah, on the bot lane, we have Azrael building it, and also Jhin. So you have the single target skill shot, so you get the maximize of the Deathfire Touch, so it can't be good. But also on the Victor, I think it also changed the meta on the mid lane because it's been there already, and it has a better laning phase.
New items, also specifically Doran's Bow and Doran's Helm. Doran's been hard at work, and the Gluttonous Greaves. What are your thoughts here, guys?
I mean, Doran's Bow has definitely been the one we've seen already taking over early games. A lot of matchups, you want to have that extra attack speed, and it's going to be at the cost of having the health that you normally had on Doran's Blade. But champs like Vayne in the top lane have already made great use of this. Doran's Helm is kind of Cassante exclusive because it gives you the armor and magic resist, which is really useful for his ultimate. But it's otherwise just way too situational to see a lot of play.
And now we have the static sieve got changed. So you literally have the on hit on the wave, and Dusk and Dawn is more for the tankier champions. So if you want to build for the damage, so you definitely got to go for a Leech Bane. And now Vortanic, Cyclo Sword now works with the skill shots. So like Varus or Nafiri, those kind of champions builds it first. But yeah, again, Static Shift. We might have Teemo in the meta because I tried it with the Emax. You literally one-shot the wave, every single wave, and you can be effective in the team fight as well. And Varus, I think he's gonna be still really OP with this new build.
Why do they keep making Varus too strong?
I don't know. But on top of that, we have Kai'Sa and Zeri back here.
Check, can you believe that what did is a Teemo top players? We take a look at some of those buffs and nerfs. Gragas, Talia, and
making
Ambessa.
a return. You know, we might see a little bit more Talia these days as well. Base damage getting increased on the Q, and then public execution cast time increased there for Ambessa. And Ezreal getting some AP stuff here. We might see double tier coming back, but
Hybrid?
so far it has been a little bit the same so far in pro play that we've seen in EWC qualifiers.
Yeah.
Zeri with some big changes, though.
Oh yeah, it's hypercarry now. It's not more like assassin with ultimate, but still it works. It's gonna work good. It feels great on this patch. So we're gonna have more Zeri in the bot lane for sure.
All right. Here was the road to EWC, which started on Monday. Monday and Tuesday, we had 5 matches played. Here's some of the chants that popped up from the newest patch. They were able to get it first.
I really think that the Tristana top pick here is something we're going to see a little bit more of. We saw it played by Shiu yesterday. He piloted it incredibly well. Saw the Camille support. Misfortune and Jin really struggling in EWC qualifiers so far. I think a lot of people using Misfortune as a lane crutch, and it is not working out. I think that pick is definitely on the decline.
And Rise was 0-3, by the way. I think it's probably
Bye-bye,
gone.
Phase Rush.
Bye-bye, Rise.
Yeah, you know what? They'll figure out how they want to play with Rise because he's always in the meta. As we take a look at the week 6 schedule and the predictions coming on up from everyone. But we'll go to the schedule again. There we go. All right, it all kicks off with Gen G versus Nongshim in just a bit. Then Hanwha Life Esports versus DNS, who just played in the EWC qualifier. So, interesting wrinkle that we got the cup matchups here. We did.
Do you trust bro? Because I do trust bro.
I'm a bro lever. I voted bro twice. Double bro.
Oh, we all
Actually, only Valdez didn't
Only
vote bro.
That's not very Giga Chat of you, Valdez.
Crazy that he would vote against B&K with their Rise right now, but not against Nongshim. That's an interesting matchup thing he'll have to explain. I actually, just before this show, flip-flopped after watching KT versus B&K at EWC, where KT got clocked. I don't have KT winning either matchup this week between D+ or B&K. I'm off the hype train.
I'm just surprised that we have people that are getting off KT's like whole season of like success and then just moving on from it that
Egon,
fast.
I heard fact of the week.
Wait,
That actually we were right.
we were right as well?
Oh, hell yeah!
You're wrong!
I think it's the first time ever I've lost in my fact of the week.
He's 0-1 in
Zero
fact
and
of the
one.
week. 0-1,
I think-
0% win rate.
You can never win again!
I think every week now that we introduce D-God's fact of the week, I'm going to have a 0% win rate. That's frustrating. Is this what it's like losing?
Yes, it's what it's like. Except
Of course!
But he doesn't gloat when we're wrong, so we should probably stop that. He's a little bit more polite.
All right.
All right. Well, while I pick up my pieces of my confidence, we'll send you to game number 1, and we'll see you after that match. Bye-bye.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. We are here for week 6, and I am Atlas, part of the AA broadcast, alongside Orcs, getting ready to dive into some pandemonium, my friend.
I'm very excited. I always love the days when we have a new patch upon us, especially when it's a big patch, which this one is, and a lot of changes, some of them a bit more subtle around like the quests, the role quests and things there that we'll see the impact of that gradually seep its way into the league. And some more immediate, like the removal of phase rush, which was obviously a big crutch for a lot of champions, and the introduction of some extremely broken things like Deathfire Touch.
Yeah, good old Deathfire Touch making its way back. I'm hoping that that's followed up by Deathfire Torch also making its way back.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't abusable or ridiculous at all.
With how Deathfire Touch is, it makes it sound like it's a light touch. It's more like Deathfire Slap when you're playing against it.
Deathfire Chokeslam.
Yeah.
Not great. Well, let's get into our first matchup, which is going to be Gen.G taking on Nongshim, Ruler to recover his form versus Diablo to build his chemistry. Exactly, obviously, Nongshim came out with their new AD carry and proceeded to lose pretty immediately, and haven't necessarily looked all that hot. And weirdly enough, BNK Furex actually kind of looked great with Taeun there. Having a look here, though, we have got a lot of assist milestones coming up, Orcs.
Yeah, and when you look at the numbers, good chance we get, honestly, multiple of these today. Lahen's 13 assists to 6,000 first support to do it will be crazy, and only 13 needed. Seems very likely he'll get that.
He's actually quite close to where Faker's at as well. If you remember, it was only a few weeks ago that Faker hit that 6,000 assist milestone. So Lahen's hot on his heels, and is probably one of the only people that's hot on any of his stats.
Catching
heels.
Faker in a metric is insane.
Yeah, so if that ever does happen for Lahen's, hats off. That is extraordinary, as players are going to make their way out here into Jijiklo Park for their first game of the day. I think a lot of people have the smart money on Gen.G here today, but Nongshim, maybe with a bit of extra time to build up that synergy with Diablo and, you know, try and figure it out, maybe they are going to come onto the Rift looking a little bit different and a little bit better.
It was a sudden change, and ultimately Nongshim was struggling before, and it hasn't righted the ship. I think it's obviously an adjustment period, and Gen.G are a team that you don't really want to be facing up against when you're in an adjustment period, because they don't tend to pull any punches.
They do tend to help you adjust, though. They do they go in and they adjust you quite quickly, and then you leave
and
with
a little
a
bit
loss.
painfully.
A little bit painful. But, you know, you go in for a massage, you pay a lot of money for that, and it hurts like hell, okay? And then in a few days, you're like, wow, I feel a bit better now. At least that's what people tell me. I hate massages. Always have. I just think it's only pain, and there's no good side of it. But that's just me. I have heard that in theory, it does work for others. And so maybe that is what Nongshim are going to get out of today. Or maybe they are going to stand up and fight and manage to take down Gen.G. Much like has been done far more often this season than it has in the past couple of years.
That's the thing. It's a Gen.G who haven't been at 100% form in the regular season. They have looked like they are starting to ramp up and get it together. In terms of their recent matchups, you know, they did have the series against QMDRX dropping a game, which, you know, they still won the series, but it was a little bit like, this doesn't feel super convincing, but they are on a win streak at the moment, you know, 2-0 against DN Supers, 2-0 against Nongshim in round 1, 2-1 against QMDRX, then 2-1 against D+. They are starting to find their form, find their footing.
Yeah.
But they don't feel at that sort of infallible level we've seen them at before.
No, I think, like, I'm very scared about having to predict another Gen.G versus Humble Life Esports, for example, because last time around, Humble were able to get the better end of that trade, but with the way that Gen.G are ramping and with the way that they perform against who they have decided is their big competition, that's what scares me.
And honestly, even when Gen.G has had big undefeated streaks, we've sometimes seen them fall vulnerable to a new patch.
True.
We saw KT end an undefeated streak of theirs when it was a new patch hitting, and they were the first match on the new patch. They got taken down by a KT who wasn't off the table like they are now. So that's another angle for it. You know, who's going to adapt to the patch quicker, who has a good read on what's strong, what's going to be effective.
Yep, and you know, Zeri was buffed on this patch, right? Diablo has the ability to pop off on quite a few champions. That is certainly one of them.
But Ruler as well has always been pretty fantastic at anything that you could even partially call a hyper carry. I'm really interested in adjudicating what this whole patch is going to mean for each team specifically, right? Because I look at Nongshim and I'm thinking, maybe this is an incredible thing because Kingen plays a lot of Gangplank, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we could see it come out really strong with Deathfire Touch. I do have some unfortunate news about the Zeri. It feels like the changes didn't land very well.
Oh, it just didn't, it's not good?
It's not good. We're not gonna see, I don't think we're going to see much Zeri. But,
That's a
you know,
shame.
there are other picks we have the potential to see. You know, Kaiser's talked about with the Static Shiv.
That's a Diablo one.
Static Shiv was like the potential item where everyone was like, oh my god, this is going to be the most broken thing of all time, meta-defining.
And apparently it's just a Teemo item.
Well,
let's move on.
There's some champions who it's like, you know, you can see where it sinks, but it's like the power fantasy. It's great in ARAM. Because everyone's lined up in the lane. Also, the build path is really goofy. I don't know if you've seen that.
Because it's got an Aether Wisp in it for some reason.
And it has the slingshot.
Yeah, so it's Slingshot, Pickaxe, Aether Wisp, right?
I think that's it. It's...
Or is it Aether Wisp? I think it's Aether. I think I'm just saying it wrong because it starts with AE and I just assume that that says A in my brain. I think it's Aether.
Pickaxe.
No, it's not, because Aether's another word. I don't even know.
Pickaxe, Aether Wisp, and Scout Slingshot, which is honestly the most ungodly build path you can possibly imagine.
I don't know. I like having an Aether Wisp in my inventory. It feels good.
Yeah, but if you're like...
especially if I can't say it.
The Scout Slingshot is
The
just...
Scout Slingshot is always depressing.
It's the hallmark for the item that just does not look intimidating at all. But it is Teemo themed, so...
There you go.
Makes sense that he would
Let's see.
out of his slingshot.
Maybe Kingen is just going to slam the Teemo here as we hop into draft for game number 1. Oh, looks like nothing has changed. Never mind.
Yeah, I will preface things by saying we didn't see a ton, like a drastically different meta when these teams played at the road to EWC. And this is the LCK. Sometimes our teams can be a little bit stubborn.
I think that they need to get embarrassed by something that has changed in order to ever adapt.
Yes.
And the problem is, too many of our teams share that same mindset and no one embarrasses each other. It's like maybe we're too honorable or something like that.
The handshake
Just need to
agreement.
start abusing the broken stuff on the patch. Please, gentlemen. That would be fantastic. As the Bard going to be taken away from Duro. I think Duro has certainly launched up the standings when it comes to Bard players that require that one to be banned away. One final ban to come through here will be the Jarvan. Man, these are just the most last week bans that I've ever seen.
These are just the most...
It's like nothing's changed at all.
You have the big four, you have Bard, and you have Jarvan, which has been a really common first pick. Nocturne
first pick,
immediately grabbed by Nongshim here. We've seen this paired pretty well with things like with Nico, with Aurora, does well with them. And now for Gen G, I feel like having an 80 carry with a bit of safety can be high value in this situation. Maybe if they want to lean towards like the Ezreal for Ruler, that could be a good pickup here.
Well, the Xin Zhao is going to be a consideration here. A champion that has gone through a few changes on this patch.
He's got some mega AP buffs.
Hell yeah. Dusk and Dawn, Xin Zhao. There's more healing on that item now.
I think people have been going like Dusk and Dawn and Static Shiv.
On Xin? That sounds broken.
But I don't think we're gonna get it.
I remember like the previous Static Shiv from a million years ago used to go incredibly hard on Xin Zhao as well, but that was when no one played him ever anywhere. As Seraphine is going to be the lock-in here. Ruler happy to play it with something other than Ashe, I would assume. Now Nongshim with the ability to pick that one away. Oh god, don't tell me they're just going to Ezreal Nico. Have they been watching any of our like broadcast at all? Like any of it? Ever? I think no. I think they must just not even think that there's a global broadcast, because otherwise no one would ever pick this ever again.
Clearly not the sections with Wadid.
No. Which is like most days.
Yeah.
You guys have been paying attention, and they're just going to let the Ashe go through.
Ashe Seraphine with Xin Zhao, really strong, having the shielding to buff up the Xin Zhao, who obviously enjoys having a chance to back him up, and also giving that engage, which Xin Zhao doesn't have as much compared to some of the junglers like Jarvan, Vi, or Nocturne. Ezreal Nico we've seen struggle, really struggle. But Nico Nocturne is a pretty potent combo, and you have this backline you want to dive. I feel like maybe banning things like the Akali could be quite logical. Akali, Aurora, I feel like would be good bans for Gen.G, but they actually start off here with the Jace in this situation, which to me is a bit interesting because you have second pick, but there has been this tendency from Gen.G to not prioritize Keen as much. So as most teams would go mid on 4 and then kind of pick top.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gen.G went top lane on 4 and then mid counter pick, and that's why they're banning away the Jace to make them feel more comfortable in the blind situations. Now, Anivia going to come through as a ban away from Chovy. Obviously, a champion that can really control team fights around.
And Chovy has been
terrain.
spamming it recently. Apparently, it's just the only champion he plays, and his teammates were getting frustrated.
And
so
you can go Deathfire Touch on it.
that's true. Is it Deathfire touchable? That is the old question. As the Vayne going to be taken away as well. I think that champion is just a bit strong. You heard Wolf talking about it on the space. Just buy a little bow thingy and then you're off to the races. All right, one final ban to come through here for Nongshim. Will it still be the mid lane focus? Just have to find out. Annie has been pretty popular. That could be another one of those choices to get rid of. The Azir, still something that people like to ban, especially with this composition, but instead it's going to be the Gnar to be taken away, and Gen.G has then the first cab off the rank. Is it just Renekton?
I wouldn't be too surprised if Keen went just a tank here. Something, I mean, the Renekton works too, just something to be on the front line. Again, they could go mid here and give counter pick to Keen, but we've seen the tendency be not to do that, and they will just lock at that Renekton for him and give Chovy the counter pick.
Chovy just wants a lane where he can play Aurelion Sol into it, I think. I think he's been wanting that all season long and hasn't got what he wanted yet. Let's see whether Scout gives him something that you can play Aurelion Sol into.
I don't think this game is the one, just for the amount of dive they have.
Yeah.
Now, it ends up passing over to Kingen, and he is going to take the Scion in this situation. So providing a good amount of front line here.
Oh, the Rise, which really has been performing fantastically well on... No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not been looking very good at all.
Doesn't
they did ban the Anivia, though, so they definitely knew they wanted it.
I mean, they could go Cassiopeia here if they wanted into this, or you could...
Annie. Xerath, obviously. You could Aurelion Sol it as well, I reckon. You don't really want to play... No one actually wants to play Xerath.
Yeah.
Oh, Deathfire Touch Cassiopeia sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
That'd do stuff.
That would sync well.
Yeah.
That rune. Obviously a good matchup to the Rise. The enemy team is planning to dive into you and gives you a good amount of DPS into the Scion. I think Gen.G very happy with how this draft has played out.
Yeah.
3 lanes where they're going to have pressure, and a Nocturne who's not really going to have too much impact until after level 6. When it comes to team fights, you know, Nongshim have to try and dive in and get on this backline, but there's so much defensive CC to come out. You know, you're going into the Petrifying Gaze, you're going into the Miasma, the Encore.
Even Crescent Guard, if Canyon is anywhere near Ruler, he can peel very effectively if the Nocturne comes in and gets his shield broken.
And actually, this Rise Cassiopeia matchup, I think, got so much worse without having...
Rise's favorite rune got thrown away, and Cassio got a really good new one.
Yeah, it's also like if you get... Like, the big factor was, oh, I'm slowed, proc Phase Rush, and then just run out of it because you have the slow resistance as well.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. So if you get caught by... And there's a lot of slows in the enemy team. You get caught by a slow, Miasma comes down, I think you're just dead.
Yeah, so I think Nongshim might need to check the calendar, and you can see Gen.G with pretty comfortable draft, something that they have struggled with in the past. Looks like they're doing okay here today, but we're gonna have to see how it all goes on the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Nongshim taking on Gen.G here. And no, your eyes do not deceive you. This is, in fact, a new patch, even if it looks like Nongshim didn't quite get the memo. And they will be able to take down that first ward. Very nicely done there, Gen.G. Securing that first CS. Feels amazing. As Trophy hasn't been so much of a Cassio player in the past, but certainly something that he has found smatterings of success on. Not necessarily one of the picks that he's known for, however.
So you can see both mid laners taking the new rune. and obviously was talked about on the space a little bit, but just for those who aren't clear on what it does, every time you hit with an ability, it will put a burn on them. If you hit them with a single target ability, the burn lasts 4 seconds. If it's an AoE ability, it lasts 2 seconds, and if it's a dot, it lasts 1 second.
What if it's an AoE dot?
I think it's the dot that's the relevant thing. But like, because for Cassiopeia, when she Qs, it applies a dot.
Yeah, so you get the big dot like there.
Yeah. But the thing is with the dot, it keeps refreshing it, and once it's been burning them for 3 seconds, the damage increases by 75%. So if you keep it burning, keep them burning, as a champion like Cassiopeia can definitely do.
Do you know what the worst part is?
A lot of value.
That's exceedingly strong. And that's the result of a hotfix.
Yeah, they nerfed it. It was
already.
Yep.
Can you believe it was 100%?
Yep. And so on Cassiopeia, if you hit them with a Twin Fang, that's a 4-second burn, which means it does go over the 3 second for the boosted damage, at least for 1 second. So it's just a single Twin Fang, and you're getting that. And obviously with the dot, it keeps refreshing.
Yeah, and you can just keep hitting them. So with the way that Cassiopeia is played, right, you just want to constantly hit them with stuff.
Yeah. So with Rise, you know, you have ways of hitting your single target spells that can proc it for an extended period, but Cassiopeia is so much better at abusing this rune. And I feel like we've seen this lane kind of be a mixed bag. You know, as much as the Cassiopeia does well into the Rise and can shut him down later, we haven't always seen the lane go super favorably. We have seen it sometimes, but I think this new imbalance of the rune is going to make it even harder for Rise.
Ruler looking to try and turn this here as they do throw out the heal. Was cleanse taken here by Ruler, interestingly enough. So doesn't have the barrier in this lane as the Nocturne looking for a little bit of a wraparound. Diablo fishing with some Mystic shots, and in comes Sponge. Diablo already extremely low though, as there's the flash out from Ruler dealing with Sponge as he does pick up that first blood, but it's a 1-for-1. And now Duro looking to try and get aggressive against Diablo here as well, even pulling the wave, which might actually result in his death because Diablo does like to go in, but will survive for now.
Yeah, so ultimately the objective is still achieved by Nongshim. They kill Ruler, deny him a bunch of farm, but kill does get traded back in this situation.
Still a fair, decent chunk of CS in the lead for Diablo, so as you say, still fine.
A good start from Diablo and Lehensa. We've seen this lane not always go as favored towards the Ezreal Nico. They found the pressure, and then here, Lehens does tank that last shot to make sure that aggro isn't picked up by Sponge or Diablo, who are deeper on the tower. Does mean it kills traded back, but it's picked up by Duro, and as you can see from the farm, Ruler's at a pretty moderate disadvantage.
Yeah, we'd say a measly amount of farm, perhaps. I feel like we don't say measly enough. Don't you think? When was the last time you just said it in a sentence normally?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's a good word. Just like it. That's all right. Ruler and Duro going to be able to push this wave into this outer turret. And it looks like Nongshim will very comfortably pick that one up. We do have Ruler going for the bow. So Doran opening up his next round of wares. And Ruler has elected to go for that one. Kind of cute. We get the new one here in the first game. It's amazing we don't have the helm though, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Just don't think it's very good.
Other than on Cassante.
Yeah.
Who scales with the resistances. Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's an early game item, and the extra regen from Doran's shield is just often more value. I feel like one thing though with the Doran's bow is obviously it doesn't have the health. Bit of proxying.
Oh, this is... Wait. Okay. I thought he was just going to die.
Wave, yeah.
That would have been pretty cool. He's going to catch the next wave, though, as now Diablo fighting against Ruler. Duro looking a little bit worse for wear. Beat drop going to miss, and that means Canyon not going to have a target to head into, as Diablo is able to sidestep. The wind becomes lightning. Keen just looking to try and kill Kingin before Kingin kills himself, and he is unable to do so. Now Canyon could be in a little bit of trouble as well. Has to flash to get out of the way of that one. And even though they called down the jungler, it's still a rough time, as Lehens could be dead, but Ruler not going to push any further forward. No flash available still. So the Nico will survive. Sponge also able to grab this bottom crab, and Nongshim hold on to about a 200 gold advantage.
Yeah, lots of aggression coming out around the bot lane, trying to force plays, but still Diablo and the Hens who have the pressure advantage here. I do think, the Doran's bow, it doesn't have the health, it has less Omnivamp. I think maybe not doing Ruler too many favors in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, Keen. Looking to try and dominate a little bit here as King gets that shield broken immediately. We'll be able to at least offer a bit of damage back here towards Keen, but that is what feels like a tempo dominus to me. Does get Keen a plate, and he does have a pretty large CS advantage as well.
Yep, been doing good in the lane so far.
Diablo, oh, that was cute.
It's hunting.
Just, wanted to throw the flash down. I'm getting a bit frightened for Ruler.
I would agree. There is a level 6 Nocturne. Fortunately not on this side of the map, but if he was, it would just be Ruler dead.
Lehens also might just be dead. He might be just going a little too far for this one, as, yeah, he's just dead. I felt like he was overcommitted, you know? And, yeah.
Did he just have tower blindness? It's like he just forgot.
I think he just thought that if he was to turn around and try and leave, he'd die, and so he had to try and go for it, but then he died.
Yeah. Well, definitely a nice way back in for Genji's bot lane, who are struggling and falling behind.
We have to remember that Ruler, like Lehens, was Ruler's support first. You know?
I definitely think there's points where he could have just started to leave. Many points before this.
Yeah. I think he thought that he was just dead to one Blooming Burst, but Ruler got too much of his health bar back. And it was an odd maneuver. As Lehens is now back in action once again. Was it the last time he played Nico that Lehens went a very large sum of deaths?
I believe so, yeah.
So maybe he's just looking to try and break that record. What is our most deaths in an LCK game? Like 12? I think it's 12.
I don't know that off the top of my head, but...
There was a stat that we actually went over last week on the last day where we did get that number, and it is indeed 12. It's Watch from like 1,000,000 years ago, and then Deft and Marta are both tied at 11 for second most.
I like how it's just like, watch this.
Yeah, exactly. He was deemed one of the most handsome players to ever play the game, though. So that is certainly a good thing. Is Canyon throwing down the Crescent Guard pretty early here, but I don't know whether it's going to do quite enough. And that encore was certainly not one that I would have asked for again. And so Gen.G just lose their jungler with not much of a response.
Yeah, good target selection from Nongshim. Unfortunately, Gen.G had already picked up the dragon, so don't really get a big reward out of it other than the kill itself. But showing the immediate threat that this composition can have if a target is isolated. Just being able to jump onto the likes of Canyon, who had no flash available. So far, mid and top going as we expected, with a good amount of pressure in these lanes, but bot lane has been kind of the struggle point for Gen.G, and a bit of a reprieve for Nongshim, who otherwise I think could have had 3 lanes, which were in a good amount of trouble.
Yeah, I think Gen.G probably still in a relatively comfortable position if you're just looking at it in terms of the entire game. But like you say, Ruler not going to be having the greatest of times. It's Keen going to try and go back home here. Kingen pulling the wave so that he has it exactly where he wants it.
Diablo just mistimed the barrier recall. I think he got volleyed and then he tried to barrier it, and then was late. So he just wasted barrier and still didn't get to recall.
Well, that's the first good news here for the Gen.G bottom lane, as that Sheen proc actually looked like it hurt a whole lot. Again, Kingen's doing it, as he is just going to come up here towards his top side and wipe out a minion wave. Question mark pings out from Keen as Scout down to about 300, as Chovy just yelled at him after teleporting back. Scout still has his teleport, but now he doesn't have his flash.
Yeah, Chovy putting the pressure down there, able to force a play onto his opponent. And that lack of summoner can definitely be something that Gen.G can look to punish. They have a lot of CC for setup, but they can target the Rise, can get them off to a good start in a future fight.
Will Kingen die this time? That's the question. As it looks like, no. It's just going to Blast Cone his way out. Ooh, taking the southern exit as well, but Canyon is going to be waiting there.
Yeah, now Keen has to walk back to lane. We'll be able to catch it thanks to the cannon, but
Oh dear. Now Kingan's actually going to wrap around and look to try and kill Chovy. The Pop Blossom's beautiful, and down goes the Snake. Canyon should be dying as well, but he does flash to get himself out as Sponge, dealing with a very angry turret, and down will go the Scion for the first kill for Chovy.
But how good of a wraparound and setup that was from Nongshim. It feels pretty bad that they only got a 1-for-1 trade in the end. The tower definitely contributing and helping Genji out there.
Yeah, I think the gold actually did not change, but it felt like Nongshim had to use a lot more brain to make that play happen.
This angle from the Hens is great. Coming from next to turret, gets a double ult, double root as well. But unfortunately, Kingan just gets caught up under the tower. Canyon doing a good job to disrupt and hold him in place.
That's nicely done. Keen hitting level 11 though, does have his Black Cleaver completed, and so therefore going to be feeling a little bit better trying to cut down some of this armor on the Scion. The scaling conversation for me is really interesting, just because I feel like Nongshim have a super stock standard high DPS with a frontline style composition with good setup CC and things like this. Like it's pretty nice. But I think Genji are also in a pretty good position as well as we get later and later into the game. I think Xin Zhao, especially with an Enchanter, is so strong mid to late game.
Yep.
But I think both of these teams certainly not fearing the late game all that much. It's not like there's an elite support in this one or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I favor Genji's composition in the later stages, but it's not clear-cut. There's a lot of pick potential on Nongshim to get onto these vulnerable backliners, and you know, Ryze and Ezreal no slouches when it comes to the later stages of the game, Scion as well, so I think with how close it is already in this game, this could be an absolute slugfest.
Looking forward to seeing what is going to happen. As first, Canyon wants to defend his blue buff. When it becomes lightning, he's going to miss everyone, though, as the arrow connects onto Lehens, and now Chovy making his way over. Scouts discovered him, and Lehens is just dead before he can even Pop Blossom. That is a great petrifying gaze to come on through, as Sponge was looking to get on top of Chovy, but he flashes himself out of the way. Diablo's so close to dead, and Canyon, with that Crescent Guard wearing off, is now susceptible, but he gets the charged up Audacious Charge and takes down the Ryze to then immediately die to Diablo as well. But I would call that a Genji win.
Absolutely able to find favor in that fight. A lot of the CC power coming through from this bot lane.
Oh, True Shot Barrage for the wave. As Diablo, like, these Mystic Shots really do hurt, but look at Death by a Touch, ladies and
He
gentlemen.
is just melting.
Yeah, Chovy hadn't hit him for what felt like ages, and Diablo's just dying whilst pressing a whole lot of buttons and doing things. Wow.
Well, ultimately, won't die to the Cassiopeia. Oh, we are seeing the Glutinous Greaves come out from Scout in this situation.
Is it glutinous or gluttonous?
Gluttonous? I guess it is gluttonous. I'm just thinking about his glutes.
Or it's just got too much gluten in it?
Maybe.
My shoes are just full of gluten.
Yeah,
we're going to check out the fight again. Let's focus on that.
Great Arrow comes in onto Lehens, then the ult that follows allows a setup onto these targets. Canyon plays super aggressive here, and then was looking for an angle to maybe get the double kill, but goes onto Scout, Diablo cleans him up, but still gets that 1-for-1 on the back end. Yeah, so these boots, with it being mid lane that picks it up, you do 5% more damage when you're above half health, and then under half health, you get increased healing and shielding.
It would synergize relatively well with Seraphs, I guess.
Yeah, especially if you end up with like a Seraphs and a Actualizer. Oh, arrow hits.
Yeah, that one is going to come on through here. It's just Lehens, though, as that is just a steal away from Canyon. Walks up and takes it, as now Keen turns his attention to the Scion, which isn't necessarily a priority target, and now Canyon, with that Crescent Guard, will be able to keep himself alive. Keen still fighting, though, as Diablo trying to get this Crocodile off his back. As Keen not quite able to go underneath this turret just yet. So no one's dead, but the steal was a success here for Genji to move towards Double Dragon. Oh man, what if he had the Glutinous Greaves as well as Quadra Chemtech Drake?
That'd be crazy.
And Soul.
Also, I don't know why.
Glutinous Greaves is never going away, by the way.
No, I've done it now.
So much gluten in these Greaves.
You missay something one time, it's a new patch, and you have to live with it.
Oh, dude, I had a whole Reddit thread about how I couldn't say Bard's Ultimate's name correctly the other day. Oh, it was a very funny thread, though. I really enjoyed the read. Just want to tell everyone that I appreciate them. That's all right. Yeah, let's have a look at this one more time. As they try to kill Kingin, but he flashes away.
Yeah, but once again, it's a situation where Gen G playing around these big CC ultimates and pushing forward. Even though it doesn't amount to more, you can just feel this looming threat, this core of Gen G. It's exactly how they like to play their team fights. This kind of death ball style with the Seraphine is so effective.
Wait, so if they're the glutinous Greaves, does that mean that every other pair of boots in League of Legends are gluten-free?
Yeah, I guess.
Because that would be good to know, you know, because it doesn't come with the thing that says like vegetarian or gluten-free or dairy-free and stuff, all those things.
I mean,
you never see that on the
only shoes
on the
do have
listing.
those labelings, right? Like some shoes.
Sure, there's people that like to eat shoes.
There are some shoes that are like vegan, right?
Yeah. See, there you go. It's more about the environment.
Like,
Stuff like
I'm gonna
that.
be honest, plated steel caps.
Doesn't look like there's a lot of gluten in there.
No, I don't think so either. I think you'd probably be fine.
I think boots of lucidity, though.
I think if
they
you
could
were-
have a sneaky amount.
If you were trying to eat plated steel caps, I think you'd have a lot more issues before the gluten content.
What about the free boots, though? Because they look a little bit like chocolate.
They have the little vegetation on them
Is
as
there
well.
gluten in chocolate? I'm not really up to speed on the whole gluten situation. I'm not
I'm
gonna lie.
fortunate enough to not have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis.
Me too.
So I don't know.
Yeah, that's just our privilege talking. We are gluten privilege here on this broadcast. We apologize for it. And we'll do our best to learn so that we can talk about the glutinous Greaves more effectively as we move further in the LCK season.
I wonder if getting the tier 3 boots, because you look at the Merc treads that Canyon has, and then like the upgraded Merc treads, I wonder if that alters it, you know? Do they add gluten when they upgrade to tier 3?
They might. That's maybe why they've introduced now, you know, the gluten instructions. Maybe we actually have it now. Need to check in on with Boris and just say, maybe it's one of those things where you just ask about it as Diablo. The Arcane Shift comes in, but it doesn't quite work out. Canyon gets on top of him. The dive is attempted, but it's onto a Seraphine who tries to keep himself alive. Ruler cannot do that, though, and Diablo is going to stay alive as Canyon looks to try and escape, but he has Sponge on top of him. The healing from the Xin Zhao was a struggle, but ultimately it all works out here for Nongshim as they take out the turret. They get an extra slam. Keen and Chovy just weren't there.
Yeah, and the fact that Chovy has a TP, doesn't opt to joining on the fight, allows Nongshim to have a super favorable play, even though... no, he's okay.
He is. He drops the beat, and then he's dead.
He was okay until he took that last Mystic shot. And now Chovy TPs?
Okay. Well, Keen is also here, as he's just wandered his way up. Diablo's really dead, but Lehens is going to make it towards that turret. Keen with not quite enough slices and dices. If there was a third charge, what would it be called?
Thrice.
Thrice?
Yeah.
Oh, wow! Because that means 3!
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good, and that rhymes. It's not necessarily a cutting thing, but it sounds right. Oh, we're going with that one. So if ever you get enough ability haste to basically just slice dice, the next one's a thrice. Now let's have a look at the replay. Sorry, that's a dumb question.
Yeah, so even though Diablo gets hit by the arrow and the Arcane Shift wasn't positioning him in the best way, there's just so much presence from Nongshim here. Ruler was running around under the tower without anywhere ready to go and ends up getting taken out. And then Duro missteps here, dies to the red buff. The flash, you're either living or dying to the red buff. The flash didn't really change anything and just ends up getting wasted. But showing the delicate aspect of Gen G's bot lane, if you leave them overexposed, isolated, they can be punished. And then we later saw Chovy and Keen move in together to take out the enemy Ezreal, which, you know, they got a shutdown from. That's pretty positive in that regard. But does feel like it wasn't the highest value compared to if they've been able to turn around that team fight in its entirety. Now, it is...
Oh. Bit of a teleport coming through from Keen as he looks to try and join this. It is going to be Soul Point. The paranoia does come down. Feels a little bit early, but Kingin has made his way in. Looking to try and annoy Canyon. Finally, Sponge presses the button as he gets on top of the Crocodile. He gets a bit scared, and the double knock-up comes through from Kingin. Finds the ulti there as well. Petrifying Gaze onto 3 is phenomenal from Chovy, and now these arrows are going to rain down. Ruler just safely hitting them from the back, and that is going to be Soul Point and a team fight win on top of it.
Chovy finds a phenomenal ult there, and the rest of the team are ready to pounce afterward. I feel like this wasn't great value from the paranoia there. And Lehens didn't get a position where he could follow up. Now they're just going to look straight towards Baron. Sponge, no flash, no ultimate. It's going to be very hard for him to make his way over here and get into the pit.
Yeah, it just feels like the game just turned on a dime. 1.2k gold swing at this point as Gen G now holding on to an advantage. Sponge wanting to get in here, but he's a Nocturne. And he doesn't have flash. I don't think that there's ever going to be a way that he can get through to try and contest this smite. And down it will go. Canyon able to lock that one up. And Keen has a Mega Cone, so he's able to get himself out of there. And Kingen, I don't think, will be able to contest these empowered recalls as Duro and Chovy are now in a bit of a rough spot. Okay, Kingen just going to walk under the turret because he can. There's another Paranoia coming on through, but Sponge is likely to die. Chovy just deceptively tanky as Nongshim, all of them moving around. It is two of them dead on the side of Gen G, though, and in trade for no one because Kingen's just such a monster.
And just when you think things are getting back under Gen G's control, they're the ones leading the play. They get a good team fight, they get Dragon, they get Baron. Nongshim pounce onto some isolated members and look for the punish. Asharo coming in though.
Yeah,
Oh,
the arrow comes forward. That is going to be Diablo locked down as the turret gets involved. Canyon's traded though, so it's a 1-for-1.
And that's
And
how
so
it is.
perhaps it doesn't matter as now Lehens throws down the Pop Blossom. The Dominus I don't think is going to be enough here as the Q is incredible from Keen. And now Rule has just wandered on up to see whether he can 1v3. And Nongshim, I guess they don't like those odds. They're just going to move their way out of it. But now the Rebel Baron power play is sitting at negative 1,500. And I'd say that that's probably not worth.
Yeah, definitely not getting the value they hope. Here, I feel like they end up using the Paranoia early and just committing onto the Renekton, which is not too impactful. And it gives so much free reign to Gen G to then make this turnaround play. Chovy finds his angle to pounce in, and even though Diablo is able to evade it, the rest of the team isn't. Lehens does not get value with the ultimate. I think Nongshim kind of butchered their engage there, and the counter from Gen G was phenomenal. Now here, this was a more confident dive coming through, and we see King and tanking at the tower for so long with how tanky he is, allows even Sponge to get out, who's at super low HP. And Diablo, unfortunately, Arcane shifts, doesn't get over the wall. He definitely panicked there, and because the Arcane Shift damages Keen, he takes aggro too.
Oh god, it's just, yeah, it's a wombo combo of failure there, unfortunately, as far as the Ezreal is concerned. But, I mean, end of the day, absolutely fine. Negative 2,000 gold Rebel Baron power play, and they kind of wished that Ruler died, because then you don't see the counter anymore, and you don't see how bad the power play is.
Yeah.
This is actually one of the largest leads that Nongshim's held so far this game, but Gen G do have Soul Point, and they have a Seraphine.
So I have some information for you. Obviously, both mid laners took Deathfire Touch. After that top lane fight, Ryze had done 622 damage with it, which, you know, isn't that crazy. Cassiopeia had done 2,024 damage.
That is a large discrepancy.
Substantially more, and kind of goes along with what we were saying about Cassiopeia being a much better utilizer.
I feel like that was a very elaborate I told you so that you just came through with there that no one really needed to know.
Well, I think it's nice to keep tabs on these things.
No, it's beautiful. It's also one of your favorite things.
Yeah, whenever I'm on the space,
yeah,
we have the spectator.
You are a notorious hover over the keystone guy.
Yeah, not just the keystone, even the minor runes.
That's true. Sorry, the anything. Hover over the anything to see how much
I
damage
love them
it's
adding
done.
the tooltips. Some items which don't have it, and I wish they would. Items or runes, and just adding like this is how much damage it contributed. Or
It does help you understand the value of stuff.
Yeah.
A whole lot better.
So there's one with the tier 3 Glutinous Greaves where someone posted a screenshot and it done like 20,000 damage. What? And since it increases your damage by 5%, you're like, wait, how much damage did you do? It's because it also counts damage to like monsters and minions.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of not helpful. So it'd be good if...
I mean, everyone likes number go up, though.
It is a big number.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they should do that for everything. Maybe there should be a toggle. You can toggle it for everywhere number, so you can get the huge, huge number if you really want it. Maybe that's a thing. And it's all right. Another thing could be Gen G looking for a team fight, try and get towards this Dragon Soul. True Shot Barrage connects onto purely Duro. Does have a decent amount of sustain, though, in the kit. There's now Nongshim just putting Kingen in the front. and seeing whether they can cut him down. In goes Canyon. The arrow's going to connect onto the Scion, and they're just looking to burn down Kingin before the fight's even started. Kingin ults the smallest distance ever and then tries to flash away, but the Crocodile jumps on top of him. Diablo's able to take him down, though, as now Canyon is just dead as Diablo grabs the double, and that is a 2-for-1 in favor of Nongshim. Once again, they're finding the advantages.
Diablo is set up and primed to carry this fight. So hard for Gen G to approach when he's putting out these mystic shots.
Oh, the flash ulti from Chovy looks for the angle, and they get the encore there as well. The Twin Fangs are burning. The Dragon is going to be denied, but it's a double for Ruler, who's looking to try and take down everyone, but he'll be silenced. It's Sponge that picks up a triple in the end, and Diablo's still standing.
Chovy goes for the aggressive play, but unfortunately, they're not able to finish off Diablo. He's able to kite it out, disengage from the situation, and he is just pumping so much damage right now. I think Gen G honestly got to a decent start in this fight, chunking out Kingin. But because Kingin has TP, they don't want to let him go.
Yeah, I feel like it's this overcommitment here that's the problem.
Yeah, so Keen ends up going down because of an overcommit. And then also, Canyon is going so far forward without ult, he just gets nuked. And now it's a 3v4 in this situation. They don't have a real front line. They go for this aggressive play from Chovy, and you actually see the encore does connect onto Diablo, but he flashes first, so Ruler's not in range to make anything off it. And even though Ruler gets a ton of damage out, Diablo's recovered from the CC, refound his positioning, and him and Sponge can clean up the Ashe. Ashe did about 7,000 damage that fight, but Diablo did 9,500.
My God.
The 80 carries both coming up huge, but Diablo just able to find that angle.
4,000 gold in the lead now, just for Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, credit to Ruler for doing that much considering the gold discrepancy, but Diablo is monstrously fed right now. He himself has gone the Glutinous Grooves as well, so has a good amount of vamp. And with all those kills, all those takedowns that's been picked up, it will be fully stacked.
All the hands able to dash cannon out of the way of the arrow. Now Chovy is going to discover Kingin, decides that he wants to leapfrog over the top of him, and then gets a Twin Fang into Lehens. We do have the ulti coming through from Kingin as he tries to escape, but it looks like Canyon's looking to get on top of him. Chovy will be able to just sink his fangs in, and down will go the Scion. Just a bit of a misposition here from Kingin, and the Baron is available. This could have been a big whoopsie. Teleport in from Scout to try and salvage the play as Lehens on a Mega Cone with his Pop Blossom available. And Flash, this could be huge as now the lights go off. Into the back line goes Kingin, though, looking for this. That's the steal from Sponge. Pop Blossom connects onto 3 Lehens. There's no follow-up to try and take him on down, and now Chovy is looking to chase out the rest of Nongshim. But this time, I think the Rebel Baron power play should be just fine.
So hard to chase into the Ezreal. Great smite secured by Sponge, forces Canyon out of the pit, and then it's basically free pickings. The disruption caused by this Nocturne Neeko, it's so hard to keep tabs on the Neeko when the lights get shut down. And I think Gen G had to play so defensive as a result, weren't able to stay in the pit, weren't able to stay on top of the Baron.
This game is so close, Ox.
It's neck and neck.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so in this situation, Lehen's been on this flank, being this threat. You can see that when the lights go off, Gen G has to retreat. Sponge flies on the Canyon and forces him away, allows him to secure that Baron. And even though Lehen just goes in and dies, he creates space. And then Gen G just can't chase Diablo. They don't have any of their engage ults left available. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not up, so they can't close distance. And if you run into the Ezreal, he will just absolutely massacre you.
Yeah. And now Diablo also has a QSS, so it doesn't matter that Lehens is largely building for himself. Does have, of course, the ability to go into stasis with his Arm Guard now, Dash Cannon, as well as an Oblivion Orb to help deal with some of the healing that will be coming on through from Duro mainly.
You know what I've just realized on the scoreboard?
Yeah, the glutinous Greaves are a little bit too glutinous to fit into the little boots category.
Yeah, I guess that's a gluten-free slot.
It is a gluten-free slot. So I guess now we know, because they've, like, 80 carries have built all of the other boots, so we know that it's only the gluten-free options that fit in.
But they don't build the tier 3 boots, so they could be...
Oh.
They could have gluten content.
That's true. They might just add gluten in order to make them tier 3. That might be what gets it there. Sponge is split pushing. Does have the Paranoia, so obviously is a decent choice to just be in a side lane, being frustrating. Gonna get chased out here by Chovy, but now 4v4 towards the bottom side. Chovy does find Sponge. There's the Paranoia to come on down, and oh dear. The yell does not quite work out there, and now Scout is looking to try and bring Lehens in. Still, Sponge is melting and is going to have to look to get himself out of there. The arrow is going to sail by as now Canyon and Duro make their way up. Sponge is now back in base. That might have bought Gen G a lot of precious time here, as the Dragon is spawning in 13 seconds time, and now they might be able to actually get out onto the map.
I just think it was crazy how Sponge was like kiting around, dodging so many things, moving around Chovy, and Chovy was just kind of like, I just do way more damage than you.
Yeah, he did at least avoid the Petrifying Gaze, as now Lehens looking to get in there with the Pop Blossom. Duro is just not able to do too much, but Keen gets into that backline, looking to lock down Diablo. Lehens goes golden with that arm guard that he prepared earlier, as Keen finds no one with the Q, and he just dies, following suit with Lehens. And now you got a GA being popped here by Keen. Canyon goes down yet again, and Diablo is just untouched. The flash from Ruler was absolutely weird, and Sponge just jumps on top of him and wipes out the Ash. And now it's Chovy versus the world here with 3 left alive on the side of Nongshim. Keen's still there, but he is slinking back to his fountain. And this is going to be a different story, as Chovy going to try and get rid of them. I mean, the Miasma are actually doing a whole bunch of work here, as Diablo going to chase him down. This is still dangerous. The snake bites hard, but Diablo still should be able to do it and does have the range advantage here, as he does find the poison. And as long as he does keep this minion in the way, it might actually work out. There's the Seraph's Shield, as he was trying to predict there, as we saw. Doesn't quite work, as now Scout looks to make his way on over. He gets poisoned as well, and man, Chovy is really standing his ground here. Almost manages to take down Scout. That sidestep was pretty cute, but it's not enough. And down will go the Snake. And that is going to be the second Drake going over to Nongshim, as well, as they take the Chemtech Dragon also. And Gen G just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, Diablo just seems to be back in full form here. Duro gets picked off initially in this fight, and they try and collapse in onto the rest of Nongshim. Diablo manages to disengage from Keen. Lehens goes down but buys a lot of time. And you can see King is just getting melted by the Cassiopeia and the Ash. But Ruler here gets some damage on Diablo, and then Diablo, he thinks he's going to go in on him. So when Diablo Arcane shifts, he tries to reposition, but Diablo went over the wall, and Sponge pounces. A misread completely from Ruler that gets immediately punished. And Diablo is just in complete great form right now.
Yeah.
And Chovy buys a ton of time here, allows his team to get back on the map, but there wasn't really, maybe the 1v1, there was the potential to find the outplay, but when the Rise comes in, like you're thinking, oh, he might have this once he gets the ults, but the Seraph Shield is just so big.
It's gigantic. As he does get the takedown, inner turret is going to fall on the top side of the map as Nongshim just get back to pushing. 7.5k is a very real advantage. Ruler at least does have his Infinity Edge done. That is a decent spike. We are moving closer and closer to max items here. Diablo's Glutinous Greaves have just disappeared into the ether because we don't have an icon that can go into that slot yet. He does still have it, but that is completely fine. As now, they're looking to try and take down the first inhibitor turret of the game. Gen G have been doing a pretty good job just clearing out waves, and without Baron, it will be hard for Nongshim to keep up a siege. That's all right. Kingen with the most gigantic of health bars, alongside that teleport shield as well.
This has just been such a pain point.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, Canyon, I mean, sometimes Inzao looks fairly tanky. This one does not.
He's chunked out. They can go towards Baron.
That's exactly what they're going to look for. Sponge getting to work. Diablo doing so much damage to this, it just really is not going to last very long.
Yeah, Canyon Recalled is gone.
Yep. There's going to be no contesting this one. And so Gen G going to have to find a different way back into this game. Man, Nongshim really looking in fantastic form, especially after what seemed like a bit of a faceplant last week. They had a pretty monumentous trade moving into the second round robin, and it didn't look like it had worked that stage. But here against Gen G, it is a very different story. Just shows the impact that a little bit of time can have. And on paper, this Nongshim roster is really, really strong.
Yeah. That's the thing. This team has always been that lineup where you know at the best they can play extremely well. It's just the struggle for them to all be hitting that level at the same time or consistently. Right now, though, able to achieve that. And I feel like until they can shut down this Ezreal, Gen G are just not going to be able to find an easy way back into this game. You know, with that composition, just great when the enemy team is diving into you, but the Ezreal can just sit back and fire off these Mystic shots and be a constant threat.
Yeah, this is looking very difficult to deal with. They're going to lose 2 inhibitors at the same time. This Chovy does at least have like 4.5 items. He is very strong. The Snake is slithering very quickly. He does get put into prison. Scout now trying to fight him, and you can see Chovy doing a lot of work. But look at the siege minions. There are so many of them just taxiing towards his base. The arrow is going to get QSS'd immediately, and now the flanking teleport is going to come in. They only have 1 Nexus turret left. This is the last hurrah! As there's the Pop Blossom from the hands of phenomenal follow-up, but Diablo is dead! And now Gen G are on the warpath! They take down the hands, and Scout is just trying to teleport his way out, but he just does not go anywhere near far enough! And Sponge is going to get taken out as well. It's only Kingen left alive! Can he defend the base if they manage to get away pushed up? That is the question, because Gen G may have just kept this game alive.
Definitely kept it alive. Whether they can end is a different question because the death timers are long, but there's a lot of work to do. The arrow here is so important because Diablo does manage to just QSS it, but it's burnt, and his Arcane Shift on cooldown as well. Chovy moves forward, gets the miasma down, sets up Keen, and uses the stasis so he doesn't get punished. And then Keen continues going forward.
The world's smallest realm warp.
Yeah, then he uses the Empower W to just remove the Seraph Shield completely, so it just bursts the Rise. I don't think Scout expected that. A great combo. 1-2 punch from the solo lanes of Gen G, and now they should be able to pick up the Chemtech Soul. Weren't able to push too much into Nongshim's base, but you can see the Red Bull Baron power play has not been doing so hot today.
No, I didn't know that it was always going to be a negative number, as True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage, but isn't actually going to be able to steal away the soul. And an arrow is just going to get eaten by an unstoppable onslaught here of Kingen. Opportunistic. I like the look there. As Ruler also with a cheek BF sword on top of his other 4 items that he had completed. But, I mean, that's Mercurial Scimitar. Diablo is maximum build right now, full firepower.
I mean, I think the thing is, he now has Flash available. Keen and Chovy don't have their flashes. It was a very specific set of circumstances, and it was very well executed by Gen G, but that allowed them to get onto this Ezreal. The Chemtech Soul is nice, and there's a decent amount of champions who benefit from it, but it's not a game breaker.
Oh, in goes Canyon. Looks to try and get on top of Lehens here as Diablo is over the wall looking pretty safe. Canyon not so much as he finds the ulti, somehow keeps himself alive, and most importantly, keeps the GA available as there's the Canyon special.
That felt like some Chemtech Soul value. I think it definitely...
I would say so. I think that it would have been able to provide him a little bit of extra defendability there.
Yeah, I think everything that helped really came together to keep him alive there, because he absolutely needed every single bit of extra effective HP.
Yep, single digits. As now Gen G, with 2 inhibitors down, they have managed to deal with some minion waves, but Nongshim are looking to get rid of the 3rd. This siege is still very scary, even without a Baron, as they have to really be careful about this huge stack of super minions that are coming on up. Ruler going for another ulti, but does not quite find the mark. And Chovy.
Oh, this angle.
Yeah, and that is Diablo able to use his Mercurial Scimitar to get himself out of that CC. That cooldown is not the most gigantic, so Gen G are going to have to find another angle soon if they want to capitalize.
That vision pocket Chovy was hiding in was so smart. Unfortunately, all you get is a cooldown, not even as significant as a flash. And we'll see if they're able to capitalize on this. Land an Ash Arrow before it's back up and available. You can see the cooldown for Ruler's Arrow, not super long. Should have it up pretty soon, but I think Nongshim are just going to slow play it and back away.
Guardian Angels up across the board for Gen G. Sponge is still on cooldown, and his is the only one that actually exists. So in the next team fight, Nongshim are definitely going to have to kill Gen G quite a few times. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough to put things in Gen G's favor. And I mean, Chovy basically has all of the items that he'll ever need. Diablo, though, is just so incredibly scary. And like you say, there's a laundry list of things that you have to do in order to take him down. And if you don't, he just wins the game.
Yeah, the flashes for Keen and Chovy are coming up soonish. But obviously those were kind of used in tandem to take him out. And an Ezreal with Flash is just such a hard target to reach, especially this Mercurial Scimitar is a very high value buy in this game, and will be back up now if it, or at least shortly. Arrow unfortunately misses there, and Nongshim are just starting up the Baron.
Yeah, they're able to walk on over there. Gen.G also with a bit of an inroad, as we can see, but Chovy a little further behind. We'll have teleport very, very soon, as now Sponge looking to make his way, and he does get the vision down, but they get on top of the Nocturne. He didn't have a whole lot of friends in the area. That was a dangerous, dangerous move. True Shot Barrage almost killing Duro here. He is able to heal himself back up, you would assume, as Keen walks in with a big old shield. And now Sponge might be able to get into the pit here. Let's see whether Canyon can lock this one up. Decides to forego the Baron in to look for the fight. Down to 24 health. Canyon gets on in there. Takes down the jungler as well as Gen.G. Are looking to try and turn it. Keen gets in there. Dives on top of the Scion. And Scout flashes out of the way of the Encore. But there's a Petrifying Gaze to take out this Rise. He goes golden, but I think then he's going to die as the Pop Blossom to try and peel for Diablo. But he's just melting down. Oh, the arrow! The arrow for the last hit does not land. But Diablo, now Arcane shifting into this brush. He's the last man standing, and Gen.G are pushing for the end. Nongshim were winning all game long, and Gen.G find this one last team fight with a completely broken base, and they're looking to push in and take game one.
Diablo, it'll take more than a miracle to try and defend here.
Well, Gen.G, he breaks his stride. And Diablo, he's too young to know that song about ain't nothing gonna break my stride, so therefore he's gonna get taken out. So is the Nexus, and Gen.G will move up to 1-0. But man, the statistic, the scoreboard doesn't look great for Nongshim turning things around, but the gameplay, way better than last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows a more cohesive Nongshim who've come together, but this feels like this standard Gen.G, where even when a game seems to go awry, they just have this ability to lock in when it comes to those late game team fights and pull off feats that other teams couldn't dream of. The execution when it came to those 5v5s was pretty excellent. They managed to shut down around that Baron, find targets one by one as they move forward. They didn't even get the Ezreal.
Oh my god.
Who was absolutely the main character in this game. 76,000 damage in 42 minutes is ungodly.
That DPM is almost 2K.
And then he lost. Which,
yeah. And look at the gold graph, man. So many of these gold graphs, like it was up to 10K. Oh my goodness. Like, and you can't, like, where do you identify the, like, this is the moment where you made the big mistake in order to lose the game? There weren't really all that, I guess, like the push in to end and not being able to keep things together. Oh man, but what an absolute barn burner. What an incredible first game here for week 6. We're gonna take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
야 이거 뭐야? 야 녹턴 그냥 도망가는 거 도망가.
호응 안 돼, 호응 안 돼.
도망갔어.
탑으로 나가자.
야 우리가 칠까 이런?
탑으로 나가자.
이거.
시작. 녹턴 노공, 이주공. 아이씨.
야 녹턴 노공이야.
이제 순 있다. 이거 녹턴. 이거 자리 넓게 지금부터. 나도 옆으로 돌게. 야 녹턴 녹턴 슬로우 녹턴 세웠어 천천히 야 사이언 이거 니코이치 찾아야 돼 니코 전면
빨리지 마.
사이언 천천히 보자 사이언 잡았어 라이즈
라이즈.
넓게 봐
라이즈 쭉 빠져. 사베브.
야 이제
야 미드 봐줘야 돼.
난 탑에서 베이스 없어
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
How about that to open up week number 6? Gen.G get the job done, but it wasn't easy as they eventually take a bite out of the Noodle Boys. They're up 1-0 here. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. That was a great display of the new runes in the mid lane. That was a great display of maybe some champ mastery and the Ezreal, but it was a very, very long game.
Yeah, I mean, it was chaotic, but on top of that, we're going to see how the Deathfire touch works on the both champions. We already mentioned that Ryze, he's kind of dying.
He's
because,
trying.
Yeah,
he's trying to use it. You know, he's doing his best.
Yeah, but on Cassiopeia, it's so much better, and I think Chovy with the new rune, Cassiopeia, he just popped off in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, having Ryze and Cass in that first rotation in terms of the picks for the mid lane here in game number 1, already experimentation under the way. As we get into some of the plays here, we start off 31 minutes here, Wolf. There was almost a whole game already played.
Yeah, no, I mean, in fights like this, it looks very messy and broken up here for Gen.G. So much of this game, Gen.G just could not get grouped. And part of this is because Nongshim have so much control over the map for the majority of the mid game. This fight ends up being pretty one-sided as finally Keen, who's the biggest member here on Gen.G, does show up here. Diablo's flash, insane, he gets away, and then Ruler here tries to react. But unfortunately, there's a control ward there. He's going to get ulted, and he gets taken out. And this is the moment where it felt like Nongshim had solidified their win here. They had so much control over the game. Diablo was insanely fed.
Yep.
But they couldn't get it done.
I mean, I think it was kind of tricky in terms of like getting into the Ezreal because they have Renekton, Cassio, which is kind of short range.
Low range, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Diablo was having fun time, and after that team fight, he was even fed. So I think it was really hard for Gen.G to fight back.
Ezreal with Flash, Arcane Shift, he has, he ended up buying a QSS.
Yep.
He also has the Glutinous Greaves, so he can heal through all of the damage.
He has the Tenacity.
He's got Endless Hunger in the late game, so he's got tons of extra damage. Like, Diablo was meant to play late game Ezreal, and he popped off in so many of those fights.
Yeah, and when you're that well-equipped, when you've just won a pretty awesome team fight, demoralizing your opposition, you close out the game when you push into the base, right?
But
right?
How many times is just not going to check for teleport flank wards also? This keeps happening.
Yeah, but again, I think Chovy reaching to Diablo on the right timing was just on point.
Yeah, watch Chovy.
There was no way!
So watch Chovy. So everything we just talked about for Diablo, the mobility, the E especially, what if you're grounded and can't use it?
Oh my god. And the perfect timing with the Keen flashing on the target as well. It was just insane. Team fight again from Gen.G, and yeah, that was just game-winning play.
Because they need that damage to win the fight, and obviously Chovy is still a late-game Cassiopeia. Ruler, even though he was 4,000 gold behind, I think, at one point, is still late-game Ashe, and the front line is just in tatters, and the sandwich comes through. Just a really clean base defense. I think Ox put it best. You know, Gen.G sometimes in these late-game situations just to lock in and steal the game away, it almost feels like.
Yeah, 8,000 gold deficit around that point. And even the gluten-free Greaves couldn't help out Diablo, which then led us to the Baron fight, where yet again, another opportunity. He's still fed, but Gen.G just play this fight better, and it's the correct flash timing for Chovy.
Yeah, they've got the Soul Drake here, so it was kind of easier for Gen.G. But again, I think it was all about Diablo. He's just hitting the target, and you can't really reach.
Yeah, the positioning here is so good for Gen.G because they operate on the top side of the Baron here that Diablo just can't access anyone. And yeah, he does not queue the Baron, sadly for him either, as it did go down to basically 0. But Diablo can do no damage in this fight because he doesn't get access, and by the time he actually starts hitting Qs on people, the fight is already over. The front line is demolished. The charm here, pretty huge from Duro, and It's just for Gen.G, they knew how to use the architecture of the map against Diablo, use the Baron Pit against him, and they were very confident with how they set that up, and that's just the game.
I mean, I think for that fight, I think Nongshim shouldn't just care about the Nashor, just think about the fights only. But I think Diablo and Nongshim as a team, they thought too much about the Nashor, so that's why they couldn't really win the team fight, and Gen.G cleans up.
Yeah, late game focus, not quite on point there for Nongshim, but Gen.G show exactly why they've been the best in the LCK domestically over the last several years. Chovy coming up huge in that. Let's see what else they have in store for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Dagon. Absolutely impeccable hosting there over at the space with Wolf and with Did, with their huge brains taking us through what happened there. And now, Ox, we have a game number 2 in front of us. And honestly, coming out of the draft, I was a little bit worried that it was going to be boring because the draft didn't excite me all that much, but that was anything but. It was an incredible game. And now, all of these champions are fearlessly banned. We could have something even spicier. That is so many letters.
Yes. That must have taken a lot of time, a lot of diligence to get all that down.
It says, let's go a million times. Let's win. Let's win a million times. Did you count them individually there, Jisun? Because that did not look like a million to me. But my ability to identify a million is quite low. About 4,304 letters. So that's the actual one. The exaggerated one is a million. It's a big exaggeration. Also, she had multiple fan signs. Okay.
A whole stack of fan signs.
Stack of fan signs. So actually, if you include all of them, it's a million. Just one of them, 4,304. See, production, always on it. They have the answer to everything.
She actually arrived at Lolpark at the start of the season and has just been writing the whole time, taking breaks for the hand strain, and has finally gotten all a million done.
Yeah. She turned up last week, actually, as it turns out.
Oh, that's a crazy pace.
Yeah. As okay, we do have the Varus and the Rumble taken away. Karma, Bard, Orianna, and Jarvan would be the rest of the bans, and already we have half. And let's see whether it is just going to be the same selection of bans this time around, and what the first pick is going to be. Because last time around, obviously Nongshim, they had first pick. They picked the Nocturne. I wasn't super enthralled by that one as far as a first pick is concerned, but their draft in the end actually ended up functioning very effectively.
Yep.
And now they will have, second pick, and Gen.G on the blue side.
This time they have second pick. I feel like something I would personally want to prioritize heavily is a pick that Diablo can pop off on, as they had last game.
Yeah.
Understandably, that seems like a good strategy.
I think you might be onto something there.
There's the potential to go for, like, Yunara, Lulu, something in that vein. We've often seen teams with a second pick can pick up a bot lane in that first 2 and feel really comfortable about it. Karma is presumably the ban we expect to see from Nongshim here as the final one, although it seems like they're just eyeing up their options. They go for Jarvan instead, so will Gen.G first pick that Karma? And how is that going to disrupt the bot lane 2v2? Because we've seen Ashe, Seraphine do very well into Ezreal, Nico for the most part, but last game, it was Diablo and the Hens who were running the lane.
Yeah.
And even though that loss streak for Ezreal, Nico into Ashe, Seraphine continues, I think that was despite best efforts from the Nongshim bot duo.
Do you know what I figured out? They locked the Karma, and this was all part of the Nongshim plan. Their bottom lane's going to be Jhin, Caitlyn. Then what do you play? Oh, you just play Sivir. Never mind.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that.
Right.
That being said, something that Lehens is really proficient on is the Nautilus, which you've often seen banned when you are playing Karma. If you get to like the second rotation, you'll take that one away just because it provides so much threat in the lane.
Ooh. So during the road to EWC that started on Monday and Tuesday, Pantheon has been losing all of the time.
He's been losing quite a bit in the LCK as well, because he started off with a really big hot streak and then kind of just plummeted. So
yeah,
it is going to be that Nautilus though that we know Lehens is very proficient on. So a lot of threat in the bot lane towards that Karma, and it looks like they might just go for the Karma Sivir, which would be a lot of scaling, a lot of safety, a lot of team fighting power, and also the spell shield means that Ruler's ultimately not going to be an easy target. The thing is as well with targeting the Karma, although it's something you can do, Mantra W is so powerful, the amount of healing it gives. If you can survive against the Ignite and the healing reduction, then you can kind of mitigate the play quite well. We get the Skarner as well, which is a pick that's only been played by Canyon so far, and he is 2-0 on it, so...
Last time he played it, he looked phenomenal as well. I think a lot of people have been pretty critical of Canyon and his lack of early game, I guess, initiative taking. He just hasn't really been doing very much, is what I'm trying to say. And the Jhin Karma is what is going to be eventually locked in here. I kind of would have liked the Sivir angle. I do like the run fast bottom lane, but this has proven to be very powerful here in the LCK.
Jhin also can do some fast running. Ultimately, a really strong lane in the Jhin Karma. I feel like Sivir's more survival. This is more bullying, punishing. The Jhin obviously poses a lot of long-range threat. And considering they're looking to be going into the MF, I think you feel a bit better about having opted into the Jhin to make sure that you have that strong 2v2. The Skarn is really impactful here because it's such a brick wall of a front line. It's going to cause a lot of issues for Nongshim when the Pantheon and Nautilus are trying to get towards the enemy backline. If you just have this big Scorpion in the way playing blocker who's augmented by the shields from the Karma, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah. I'm thinking that Nongshim might want to ban away the Anivia again, just given the fact that they do have that Nautilus. I think Pantheon can also have a few issues when it comes to overcommitting into the Glacial Storm and the Wall.
I would agree. I think that will cause some problems if that's to let it go over. I also think that the MF ult value is something that remains to be seen. I feel like that's always something with the MF. In some games, you can obviously have a good lane, but whether she can get a good ult off is another question. So far, the... oh, they're going for Azir.
That is looking a little bit Azir-y, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit telegraphed. I wonder if Gen G just end up banning it here.
Or maybe they don't care. Maybe they want to play something else.
That's also possible.
We'll just have to see. As one final ban to come through here, it could just be the Azir, as they've identified that they banned away 2 Azir counters, but instead will be the Vayne taken away once again. Exactly the same bans here from Gen G in the second round as they went for in the first game.
Interesting, this time though, they are the ones who don't have counter pick. Obviously last time they kind of gave away counter pick by making Keen pick on 4. This time though, Kingen has counter pick with a pick on 5. And to nobody's surprise, it's the Azir coming through for Scout. With the Akali LeBlanc bans, it was just very telegraphed. Now for Gen G, as you said before, the Anivia seems pretty good in this position. Also, we know Chovy picks like Aurora, very, very confident on. Looks like he might just go towards the Gnar on the top lane.
Blind Gnar is a bit of a scary one.
They have trimmed away some of the common counter picks, but we'll see if Kingen is willing to bring something a bit spicier out in order to match this.
Well, there's that Aurelion solo I was talking about earlier on. Obviously, Chovy has been looking for a way to play it for a very long time this year. Might lock it in. Let's just have a look to see whether that is going to be the case. The Scout, you can see grinning just a little bit. A Mel instead. And that is going to be the lock-in. So, fair bit of damage coming out there. I don't, like, from the mid lane, yes, there's some damage. But outside of that, Gen G have a Jhin and hopes and dreams as far as doing damage in this game.
There's no one that tanky on the side of Nongshim yet, but I feel like the Mel, not the most value from the rebuttal yet. But then they pick TF, so now there is.
Yeah, there you go.
The stun card. TF top coming out again. Going to see that into the Gnar, which is a matchup he can definitely bully. But I think, other than those final picks, the TF is advantageous for Nongshim here, and the Mel is going to be a strong pick for Chovy, but potentially vulnerable. You know, you have the chance to shuffle it in, you have the chance to set up and
wait,
attack the Mel.
They took a long time to swap, and I thought maybe we'd be getting the Nautilus jungle treatment again, but it's not happening.
But I do think Gen G, you know, the Jhin Karma bot lane is a big threat. I think the onus is really on Nongshim to get the ball rolling, because if you're playing Pantheon, MF, Nautilus, and you fall behind, you're going to feel really bad about it.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ways to find advantages in this game, though. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do in order to make that happen. Sponge needs to be so active in this game, and he was already on the bottom side of the map in game number 1, just doing as much as he possibly could. And so we're looking to see whether there's going to be a repeat of that, because this time around, Gen G will have the shove, and that will be a little bit frightening, you could imagine. I don't know whether this is the same setup to get Diablo into that ultra carry position that he was in game number 1. But the guy has surprised me before. Let's see whether he can do it again as we get onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are onto the Rift for the second game of this series. In game number 1, Nongshim were winning until they lost. And this game, let's see whether Gen G can actually get the advantages that their bottom lane is promising, as well as being able to get themselves over a hurdle. I do think that this is going to be less of a late game slugfest, though, because I feel like both of these teams kind of run out of steam if they don't get ahead. Like Gen G, because they have not all that much damage later on into the game. And Nongshim, if they do fall behind, then it will just kind of be catastrophic. I'm intrigued as to how it's all going to work. But I think it's going to, like, one team might look silly at the end of this, is what I'm kind of feeling.
Potentially. Oh, that is not fun.
Doesn't feel great.
And Lehens hasn't gotten the Ignite. I really don't like this decision.
He can. Well, he is also going to flash onto Ruler.
Yeah. Trader Summoners, which I think does favor Gen G, given that they didn't fit any flashes, and Lehens did.
So there's just one flash on Diablo, and
so
outside of that, Gen G have both of their flashes.
I'm of the opinion if you're playing Nautilus into Calm in this situation, I'd rather you have a aggressive Keystone for the lane and go Ignite, because if you engage onto the Karma and the Karma has Mantra and Mantra Ws, it's actually so hard to cut through all that healing. Like the Ignite healing reduction and for the Mantra W and for the heal goes a long way. Because now you're just trading Summoners to try and keep health up, but you're just still going to get poked down anyway. That's inevitable. So Nongshim's bot lane having a tough time already, and I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon.
No, it's not looking like a whole lot of fun in this game right now. As Chovy also putting the hurt down onto Scout here. Just looks like Scout not quite able to keep up with the range of that Q. But he's Azir will still be able to do his job later on, as the Anchor is going to taxi Lehens out. Good sidestep on the Deadly Flourish, but still he is sort of evicted from the lane. But Diablo had already gone home. So Gen G, I mean, this is what it says on the tin, but it is nice when the tin is reliable.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeps all your biscuits warm.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need. Is now
Safe.
Scout. Oh my goodness. I always get worried when a Mel throws an auto attack at a low target.
Yeah, Chovy doing pretty well in this lane already against Scout. Going the Airy for a bit of extra harass. Not going the Deathfire Touch, which I think Mel is a champion who you can imagine.
Yeah, I feel like you could use it. I did check it at the beginning.
That's the thing, is that I feel like with the Ruin, there's champions who can use it, and there's champions who abuse it.
Yeah.
Mel isn't really an abused champion. Oh no.
Oh dear. Keen is going to get the gold card off, but Keen just hops on over the top. There's the Hyper, and there is first blood. Easy as you like here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think Kingen should have flashed the stun from Canyon, or not flashed at all. I think the second he decided to hold his flash until after the stun, you're dead.
Yeah.
And the fact that Keen hopped over him and got behind him meant that even when he did flash, he was still...
And he has no teleport orcs.
Yeah, so look at this situation. If you're going to flash now, but he gets stunned, dragged back a bit, and then Keen bounces on his head, and you're still in auto range even when you flash. I think you either flash early, and that gives you the best odds, or you say, you know, I'm probably dead here regardless, I'm just going to save my summoners. Because now he's in a vulnerable position, and he can be punished again by Gen G.
Yeah. Man, early game Hop also just does so much damage. You just bounce onto their head. Did just look a little bit ridiculous there with what Keen was able to achieve. Scout continuing just to take damage here in this lane post-teleports. And Chovy really has been enjoying the meld recently. You can see that that is still happening here, although he does miss that snare as I say it.
A lot of harass in this lane matchup coming out. Scout definitely not having a fun time here.
Diablo has a almost gold lead though. That's kind of cool. I think there's been a little bit of respite given, especially with Canyon showing on the top side of the map. Does mean that Nongshim will then be able to get a little bit more leniency in the bottom lane. But they do pick up that wave, and so still Diablo with that early back is still a little bit behind.
I mean, that's one thing with the MF, is that your first item has sustain, because you're going to go Bloodthirster. And...
Well, Kingin needs to run towards his jungler now. Might be able to do so. And Canyon is moving up. Keen does have Mega Gnar though, so this is a very scary moment. There is Sponge just getting slammed into the wall twice as Keen throws him back. The flash was very weird from Keen, as there's the heal out from Lahens. They should be able to take down this Gnar as he does try and escape, but it doesn't quite work. And now Canyon just wants to throw some rocks around. Duro comes in with the Mantra Inspire and just takes King in for a walk. Down he will go. Now Lahens is trying to escape, but it is another slam. And Canyon wants to be able to take this guy out as well, as the rock gets flashed and Lahens just barely survives.
Keen getting a lot of value at the start of that fight. We see members of Nongshim funneling in first, which ends up being to the demise of Keen. But this initial play, the slam into the wall of Sponge, just puts the Pantheon on the back foot from the offset. And then we kind of get more members of Nongshim showing up. Lahens is here. But Sponge is already so low, he goes down. And then Kingin can't really do much other than stand on the outside of the fight. But I love the decision from Duro just to flash and commit, kill him. Don't let the TF get any value. And this was very close to being 3 kills over to Gen G, if not for Lahens being able to disengage from that last bit of damage.
Yeah, that the last rock would have been the death nail, so Lahens having to use that flash does, of course, have the unsealed spellbook, so isn't punished like other champions would, but still, it is bad news. 1.2k, the advantage here for Gen G. And remember, in the last game, Nongshim, they were nursing a lead throughout the majority of the game. And this time around, a much better start. Just feels like whenever Canyon gets the Skarner, he's just better.
Yeah. Very proactive, making things happen, as we've seen so far this game. I should say one thing, so Diablo going the MF in this situation, what's really nice about it is that it's so easy to farm on the tower because you have that empowered auto.
Yep.
So he didn't really miss any farm when he shoved under before, and your first item is Bloodthirster, so he already has that Vamp Scepter, already has a ton of sustain. It's actually not that easy to poke him out anymore, and it feels like, considering the expectation, when you have Karma with how strong Karma's been, Jhin Karma as well, the fact that Diablo's keeping up in farm is a really positive for the bot side of Nongshim. Unfortunately, obviously, the top side hasn't been going so hot.
Yeah, when you see Twisted Fate without a gold lead, that is often warning signs. It is still farming quite effectively. It's just that Keen has helped kill him a couple of times here, and Gen G going to be utilizing that map control in order to take this first dragon of the game. Will be a mountain that goes down first. We'll see what the next one's going to be before we check in on what the soul could be, and it's not going to be a Cloud Soul. That's sad for me, but at least there's at least one Cloud Drake in the game. As Ruler has to flash the anchor. Good flash there, but still has to use it. Will be a little bit more in danger here in this lane, especially if he stays by himself. Does have Duro coming up now, though.
Yeah, good setup on the play there with the slow from Diablo and Lahens burning the flash, so able to get that summon there, and we'll see if they're able to capitalize on it before it's back up and available. Right now, you can see Sponge starting up on the grubs, but Canyon's there to contest him.
Yeah, does have full vision, so it looks like 2 grubs will go over to Nongshim, and he will just forego the third. But Canyon looking to try and lock him down. Will be able to close the gap as now Keen desperate to try and get on in there. There's the Impale, but I don't think the follow-up's going to be there because Keen can't quite make his way in. It has to be Canyon by himself as the Aegis comes on through, and Canyon is so tanky. He just walks him down, and now Keen feels like he has the gusto, gets the flash out in trade for the ulti, and Canyon is not done yet. Still going to force the Destiny and the Gate out from Kingin. And Nongshim, it doesn't feel the same as game number 1, Orcs.
No, it does not. Kingin having to burn both summoners there to get away from the play. And Canyon just charges Sponge down, just fights him 1v1. He's gone for this Protoplasm Harness as his first item, so has a great early spike. That also just means in terms of a duel, there was never really any chance of Canyon losing this. Gets so much damage down to Sponge in the offset. Kingin moves over to help. And although it looks like Canyon starts to get low, the healing starts to come out. And so he's not really under threat. Kingin gets chunked out here by Keen and has to just dip from the situation. It's a good play, though, from him to disengage, but it doesn't really salvage the fact that that top side skirmish just heavily went in Gen G's favor.
Yeah. It's not going to influence the gold lead too much as we've got another engage here towards this bottom side. Bullet time, just the entire thing on top of Ruler. Duro thankfully going to be there with a shield in order to try and keep him safe, and the barrier is helping out. But now Ruler might just need to vacate this lane as Diablo, man, he has got something to prove here today.
That he does. Good setup there from Lehens, punishing Ruler's lack of flash, and as you said, even though he survives, still zoned out and giving an advantage now in gold to Diablo in a lane where felt like Jin Karma should really have that pressure.
Yeah, when Lehens keeps going for these plays though, it can be for better or for worse, but it's looking for better at the moment. As now Scout, we're going to make his way in on top of Chovy, gets the Emperor's Divide as Chovy wants to be able to get this kill back. The rebuttal doesn't quite work, and there is no ulti to be seen. And so they grab the 2v1, and Chovy will go down.
So this is one of my concerns with the Mel in this situation, is obviously Chovy's been doing really well in lane, but your rebuttal just doesn't have a ton of value apart from against the TF, which...
Who wasn't even picked at the time that he locked
Yeah. And into a Pantheon Azir, I feel like the gank setup is so easy. And speaking of gank setup, we might end up seeing...
Yeah, I've seen this one before. There's the gold card, try and interrupt Canyon. Let's see how much that does, as it does nothing at all. He still gets impaled, still gets hopped on, and that is going to be the Skarner, grabbing his 3rd kill of the game. 100% kill contribution, 5 kills in 11 minutes. Who is this Canyon?
We'll see a replay of that mid play. I mean, it's just Pantheon Azir as an immobile mage, nightmare fuel, realistically. And this top lane, there's a certain pool of champions who can go over walls who are just so annoying to deal with when they're ganking you. Skarner, Kane, Rek'Sai, Zac. Just these champions who can just easily traverse this terrain and get a great angle on you that it's very hard to ward against, especially when you look at the top lane. There's 2 control wards down to just kind of suffocate King in this scenario.
Ooh, there's a hook in from Lehens. The bullet time comes down and Ruler is just dead this time. Nongshim are just dominating this bottom lane this time around. Genji having a real struggle down there.
And Ruler's flash is about to come up, so the timing was impeccable from Lehens to find that punish before Ruler had that summoner available. Picks him off, sets up Diablo. Nongshim keeping this game close, despite the mishaps in the top lane.
Yeah. And Kingin, you know, he'll still be able to make a whole bunch of money and have gold cards and stuff in the later stages of the game. So no harm, no foul. This time around, though, the compositions I don't feel are as clean. Right? When you've got a ranged top laner, you do lack that front line. Although I guess Lehens is playing Nautilus this game, so maybe he's going to be at least a little bit of a front line, but he's still going to die very fast.
Yeah, he's going to be very squishy. Definitely feels like Genji have the more robust front line, especially as they have shields to kind of back them up as well. Gives them a lot of effective HP.
Yep.
You see Nongshim trying to get control of this bot side river right now.
They will start off the dragon, but I don't know whether Sponge really wants to stay on it. He's going to start hitting some buttons, and Diablo's made his way down. Bloodthirster in hand, but the rest of Genji, they'll show up, and that is a very, very fed Skarner. Like, very, very fed.
He's just so tanky at this point of the game. It's going to be so hard to deal with him.
I don't even know what Protoplasm is. Do you know what I thought it was just, like, part of Raz's name.
It's the stuff from Ghostbusters.
Ah, I didn't know about that. Okay, well, Sponge is taking a fair bit of damage. Canyon sort of is, and now Sponge looks for it, but the flash comes out. The Skarner is going to be able to keep himself alive. Kingin makes it into the backline. The Deadly Flourish comes on down as Ruler getting pressured away, but that is Kingin as well that is going to fall. And now Canyon looking to try and slam Diablo, but he flashes out of the way of the Impale. And Sponge getting behind his outer turret. And Keen just hanging out under turrets this game as the curtains are being called. The Aegis is going to at least save the Pantheon, but Lehens not going to be so lucky as Genji just find a big teamfight win and rocket back to a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Nongshim just don't even really get a look in on the fight. The setup is so easy. They can just move forward gradually as a unit. The Jin follow-up is there as well. Genji accelerating this game to a pretty significant gold lead. And, you know, it's the fact that it's a 1,100 gold lead for top lane despite it being a TF. I just worry, what would the gold lead be
if it wasn't?
Yeah.
Larger.
So they try and jump on Canyon here, but again, he's just so tanky in this situation. Not necessarily the greatest initial target. He does flash out the Emperor's Divide that could have been the end of him, but then Kingin's just super weak, overextended, gets punished. We have Keen charging forward, trying to pick people apart.
Yeah, Keen just kind of murdered Scout and then went by himself to try and kill as many other people as possible. The rest were just chasing Diablo the entire fight. Just feels a little bit worrisome. Was also able to tank up that turret before he leaves. So
Oh.
Yeah, Duro looking to take King in for a walk here, but he's not going to be able to do so again. We see that little blip of Nongshim having an advantage, and then we had that team fight, and it was way worse.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess, because it was Ectoplasm in Ghostbusters.
Yeah,
but surely Protoplasm is similar.
I thought it was Razzleplasm. That was my favorite Plasm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean...
I'm really sad that he kept the Raz and not the Plasm.
Yeah.
You know? You look back and you think...
he should have just been called Plasm?
Yeah. I actually thought Le Plazon was my favorite. That's what I often call Raz.
How did he feel about that?
Fine. It's Raz.
Yeah.
He's not that flappable, as we know. As Ruler and Diablo are fighting, but it looks more like Diablo is kind of hitting him and Ruler's saying stop at this point. As now Keen, he is the target here for Scout. Throwing down these Sand Soldiers, he's pretty scary, but when you get the Hyper Proc, does really just feel like this Gnar can run forever. Does get Emperor's Divided though, and is now looking to try and escape, but Keen, I think, is just out of there. So Scout does get some revenge, takes down the Gnar finally, but the response is going to be an attempt at this mid lane that does get bullet timed. And then the Rift Herald just comes and destroys the turret anyway, and
solve it.
Chovy is taking this one.
Yep, so despite the good play on the top side from Nongshim, the rest of the map, you can see Gen.G pushing their advantage, getting that mid-tier 1. Looking bot as well. They're going for the play.
All right, they're looking for Kingin. Kingin is just not allowed to have a good time this game. It's just not a thing, as they will kill Ruler. So at least there's one very sad player on both teams.
Yeah, bounces out.
Yeah,
I think Kingin is a bit sadder.
Yeah.
In his current game state, I personally wouldn't want to be playing Twisted Fate when I'm 0-5-2 and I'm getting ganked constantly. But, you know.
Diablo's at least going to be able to get a turret, and the gold lead has shrunk.
That is something. Feels like Nongshim finding some plays to pull this back. Diablo able just to kind of park himself mid, and with the sustain from the Bloodthirster, not really under too much threat from the side of Gen.G.
All right, well, the way back in is, I guess, the question. It's not this. This is not the way for Kingin to make his way back in. The Mega Blast Cone engage. Oh, Valdez, very proud. This is the way you're supposed to use it.
Using it for good.
Exactly. Lehens with a really nice Hex Flash, though, set up for this kill. Just takes down Ruler.
Just very dead.
Oh, God. Stop doing it to Kingin, man. He just wants to have fun. He had to flash and ghost again.
Yep.
He's using them on cooldown. When does it get fair, Ox? Tell me. Justice for Kingin.
I think his summoners have spent more time on cooldown than off at this point, honestly. The thing is, you may feel bad for him.
Yes.
And you may say, this is a tough situation no one deserves. But he did pick TF top lane, so do we really feel that bad for him?
I guess not.
You know,
like he did last pick it, didn't he? So he did know everything that he was playing into. But maybe he didn't understand the reality of what that means.
Typically, there's a lot of ranged top laners at the moment. You know, your Vaynes,
your Varus.
Yes, where you pick them so you have fun and the opponent has no fun. I would go as far as to say negative fun. And so I think in a situation like this, where they punish you for picking a TF top, it feels a bit like Karma, which is also a champion Gen.G are playing.
Yeah, that did not escape me. It's a bit on the nose, but it does kind of feel fitting. As Gen.G are going to use said Karma to help them push up this wave. Canyon throwing rocks around as Scout moving down towards this dragon. Back-to-back Chemtech Souls, by the way, Ox. Just to remind you.
Yeah, just a new patch is on my mind. It's hard to focus.
It is pretty distracting, and honestly, it's been up for 5 minutes. Oh, the icon's been there for 5 minutes. and I didn't notice until now. So maybe I'm part of the problem as well. As Lahens just Mega Blast coning around, looking for a little bit of an angle here as he gets slammed into the wall, but does immediately get cleansed. Canyon now in a little bit of trouble, but he just soaks the entire bullet time, misses the impale, looks completely unbothered. As there's the Emperor's Divide just to play defense against Keen, who's about to go Mega. And Scout, your base is the other way, my guy.
Yeah,
and he's just gonna die, yeah.
Just a little bit. I think really that fight managed to show just how unbelievably tanky Canyon is right now.
Yeah.
The fact he just stood in the bullet time and just shook it off. Worrying.
Yeah, now he's just back to farming, health bar going up.
It's like, who's going to actually kill him?
Well, the 0 in the middle of his scoreline says no one.
Here's the thing, right? So, when he gets to 5% HP or less, then Diablo with his collector.
Oh, God. Why did you make me look at it? As we're not going to look at whatever's happening in the mid lane because we want to see Kingen die again. That's what everyone wanted to see, right? The boomerang is going to miss, though, so Kingen this time will be spared. And no one died in the mid lane either. As Duro just running around as the Karma, having a hell of a time. Throwing buttons, things like this. As Ruler does at least have a wave to farm. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, just look how much damage Canyon ends up soaking. They end up focusing him, Nordosol, MF ult, and he just lives. The Impale does not get the value he'd hoped for, but
the rebutted bullet time was pretty funny as well.
Yeah. Scout very dead on the end of that play. And now Chovy looking to be in a bit of trouble as well.
I've seen this play before. The Scout is going to show up. That is a decent rebuttal, and Chovy does make it to his inner turret. The Sand Soldiers aren't quite there, and man, Karma is one heck of a drug. Just comes up, gives him a good old shield, and out he goes. Nongshim, that was 3 versus 1, and Chovy just walked it off.
That felt like it should have been a Sheerfire thing. That kill, Rocket Belt coming in pretty big for Chovy there, the flash as well, able to disengage from the situation and kite out all these members of Nongshim who were hunting him there and ultimately were unsuccessful.
Man, impressive movement there from Chovy to say the least. And Genji continue on the warpath. 2,000 gold is their advantage. The Baron spawned a couple of minutes ago. And they didn't manage to get the 3rd dragon. That was locked down by Nongshim, but I don't know whether Genji are exactly in a big rush to grab themselves a Chemtech Soul.
Canyon gets a Chemtech Soul.
That's true, actually, and they do have Duro. And so, like, even Duro will be impossible to kill. Imagine Mantra W at below 50% with a Chemtech Soul.
That's pretty disgusting.
That doesn't seem very killable. But then, yeah, Canyon will continue to be immortal. If you go from immortal to more immortal, I just don't think that that really is much, though. So maybe it's the worst for Canyon, because he's just never going to die anyway. Could be a thing. We'll have to go and figure that one out for sure. As Kingen does put together some Hex Optics.
He's getting some items.
Indeed.
Oh no.
Lahens is getting dead. CC'd for approximately a year.
Well, difficult when you're the one setting up vision, but Genji looking for more.
Canyon versus 4 people. There's the curtain call though, and Scout, Sponge just going to get pushed into the wall and taken down. Diablo not able to quite find a good enough bullet time angle to do a damage to Canyon, and they're just going to wander back towards the Baron. They've taken down the support and the jungler. This is feeling like some regular Gen G, as Canyon makes it to 5,000 assists.
And what a game
Second
to do
in the jungle, as obviously Peanut ahead of him. Guy was playing for absolutely forever. 600 to go to catch up to him.
Oh, Nongshim looking here. Canyon is pretty low.
Yep, they have the vision as well from the Destiny. As Lahens gets on in there. And the Baron is going to go down very low, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to do anything about stopping the smite, because it's Canyon, he's immortal, and Sponge is dead.
Yeah, Lahens just kind of led the charge there. But isn't that tanky? And the rest of the team were kind of like, okay, well, we can't make it in. We can't contest the Baron.
Oh, Deadly Flourish is going to connect here, as Chovy could be in a bit of trouble. There's the Emperor's Divide. It's going to do nothing to the rebuttal. However, Sponge just lands on top of him. And that will be the end of the Mel. Genji lose one of the Barons, as now Canyon going to try and slide his way over, but I just don't think you necessarily need to.
So Chovy has TP, but he's not going to be up for a while after this dragon spawns. I think Genji might just end up giving it up. It's not the highest priority soul, but does feel like they need to really get value out of this Baron power play as a result. Keen is pushing into this top lane already and looking to pick up plates.
Yep, some overgrowth going to get eaten there as well, so should be able to make pretty short work of this. Kingen is moving up. Don't think he's going to get there in time. He has finished a couple of items here, some Hex Optics and some Kraken Slayer, but yeah, still a 0-5 Twisted Fate with a 2,000 gold deficit. He may have stacked the deck, but perhaps when he was stacking the deck, he then picked up all the crap cards that he took out.
He grabbed the wrong.
Instead. Yeah, that might have been what happened. You know, honest mistake. You know, if you had to have a chat with Gambit about it, I'm sure that he would say, you know, sometimes you just have one of those days. Just grab the wrong deck.
I wouldn't know, but I'm sure it happens.
Yeah. Maybe we could like send a message to Channing Tatum about it or something. It was all right. Diablo,
Hopefully
out
a
the way.
voice message so he responds with a voice message.
That would be really good. Diablo is going to get stunned up, though, and they're just looking to take him down. Keen has to flash, though, as he stands his ground. Teleport comes in. Emperor's Divide immediately sends Chovy back, but the misfortune is also dead, and Chovy's able to mitigate so much of it. In goes the 0 health Gnar, and looks to wipe them out. The max range wallop to destroy the Azir, and Gen G just way too far ahead. They'll march down the mid lane and look to take down Nongshim 2-0.
Such a crazy fight. Chovy TPing into the middle of Nongshim, unable to make the play work with the stasis coming through, and then Keen on slivers of HP manages to find the CC in Mega Gnar to make it happen.
Well, Kingen is back. I'm really glad that we got the very dramatic little pan over as the Twisted Fate does come in. I might have got ahead of ourselves, or myself, as it's not the end of the game, but it did kind of feel like it.
So in this situation, King goes pretty aggressive and ends up getting focused down, has to flash away. Starks to save him. But then Chovy goes this crazy TP. Oh.
Speaking of crazy and Keen, they're both top laners. Keen is just going to be able to Gnar away both Kingen and Sponge, and out they will go.
Yep, able to disengage from the situation. Doesn't try and take the 1v2. Chovy is hunting
behind enemy lines. Diablo is going to be able to avoid the snare, but Canyon flashes out of the bushes, and he's just dead.
Yeah. Sponge might be too.
Well, they're going to chase after him. Keen is running so incredibly fast. Also has a Randuin's now. So he's also exceptionally tanky. Not quite Canyon levels, who's finished his Thornmail as well as everything else. And that Rejuve bead, which I'm sure is very important.
That's the difference maker.
It really is. Like, I'd be bragging about a luxury Rejuve bead. As Inhibitor turret going to go down on the top side of the map. And Gen G will very easily deal with this Inhibitor, not the hill that Nongshim want to die on, but they may die on a hill not of their choosing if they wait too much longer. As Kingen running away, Sponge wishing he could do the same thing as he gets CC'd. We'll be able to throw down the Aegis, but oh my goodness! This is a demolition as now, yeah, that is a extremely dead Lehens.
Yes, rather.
No, Lehens. Rather was his teammate, who was a mid laner at the time.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, currently a coach.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, you're such a sponge for this information. Feels like you've scouted out all the players in the leagues.
Aha! You are doing a diabolical amount of punning.
Yeah, Chovy was hunting here, just went super aggressive and found the enemy to carry, and Diablo definitely did not expect to wander into a Mel in that position, especially given that Mel, like we've said, Chovy kind of feels a little bit vulnerable in this game, but with this lead, with the fact he has Rocket Belt and Zhonya's no longer really the case.
Yeah.
8,000 gold lead. Pretty substantial.
It certainly is. Yeah, they are very, very far ahead. It is just going to be one of those. Maybe Nongshim can channel some Gen G from last game, because it looked like Gen G were definitely on the ropes and weren't with very much of a chance, but then they won. So maybe that's what Nongshim has to do. Be losing, but then win. I mean, if you break it down, that's ultimately all Gen G did.
Yeah. On the simplest level possible.
Yeah, they transferred from losing to winning.
Why don't more teams do that?
Exactly. I think that's all that we really need to do. And then we're all going to be successful.
The Dragon going to be picked up here by Genji to no contest at all. Obviously,
Soul Point.
Soul Point, yeah, much later than perhaps the Soul could have been with Nongshim getting those 2 earlier Dragons, but Genji not really seemingly valuing it super highly. Nongshim playing around this Azir turret.
Yeah, there's a gate into the back line, looking for Keen here. They do manage to stun him up. There's the bullet time right on the edge there with the Gnar, but he moves out of it before the depth charge comes in. And Keen finally does go down. A big burst of damage there towards Scout, but it looks like Genji are still hunting for more. Not sure about that, though, as Chovy's dashing in looking for Diablo. He gets taken down halfway, and now the curtains have been called. Chovy walking through the cards. There's the gold card, rebutted back immediately. Chovy able to avoid a fair bit of the CC here as he flashes out of the way of the Emperor's Divide. This guy is skating around the rift right now. Speaking of which, Scout able to swoop his way over that wall. Gen.G, they lose their top laner. Nongshim hold on to everyone, but it does feel like if I was Nongshim, I'd be a little bit frightened. It's nice work getting to 6,000 assists there, Lehens.
58 behind Faker, so definitely a chance he catches up with that, maybe even this season.
Yep, Kerry also 48 behind him, so it's a bit of a race there on the top side of the scoreboard.
Okay,
bottom side,
Sponge has ult. He can just ult in if he really wants to, but you would die.
Well, Diablo is going for a little bit of a wander here. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana or an R button. So it is a tough ask.
Is he going to send it? Oh, wait, they're going both in on the Mega Cone?
Well, in they go. Sponge is in the back of the pit. There's the steal away as the Impale is going to seal his fate. There is Lehens going down as well as Keen. Once again, looking to go 1v2 versus the carries of Nongshim. And he is actually doing pretty well, as we can see. So a 2 for Baron. And with a base open, does make it a little bit difficult. However, with 3 Barons here, they will be able to keep all of these minions alive, and so therefore, it's likely that Gen.G are not going to be able to win on this next push. But this inhibitor is going to go down. Could be that this bottom side inhibitor turret is also going to fall, as this next minion wave is pretty close by.
So they have time now, but they have to be a little careful, because as soon as Sponge is up, he can just ult straight in and look to collapse on them. That is a dangerous way to ult from Diablo, but doesn't backfire too much.
It's certainly bullet time.
Okay, Gen.G do back away. They respect the Pantheon, that ultimate that can easily get on top of a backline or get behind them. They don't want to mess with that. So the Red Bull Baron power play didn't really amount to a ton in terms of the gold generated, but it did do a lot of damage to the base of Nongshim and allow them to have a lot more control of the map as a result.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at it here, as Kingen did manage to get the gold card down onto Keen.
Yeah, just a nice flank angle, able to CC Keen, and then it's actually Scout getting the last bit of damage on this Azir, so this, yeah, just kind of crazy at work. They just both jump over. Canyon went over as well.
Smite.
Yeah. Canyon went over as well to try and disrupt them, and then realized, wait, they're already in the pit, and had to flash back, but did not get the smite there.
Well, he is still immortal, Orcs. He now has a Spirit Visage and another belt. He's got a lot of keys in his pockets, I guess. Needs a lot of belts. It's all right. He's able to just walk his way out. Will get stunned up for a moment, but I didn't see him really take damage. There's a flank angle for Chovy, looking to get in amongst it as Keen is taking the brunt of the damage. Deadly Flourish onto Lehens. He has to flash his way out in order to get to safety. Keen, no teleport, does still need to go home. That health bar is just looking a little bit too low. Some respite given over to Nongshim here, as it's just been, games just look really difficult to close out, I guess, in this Gen.G versus Nongshim series.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like definitely not helped by the fact you're playing into the Azir, who has so much wave play and can put those turrets up, but also the Pantheon is just this looming threat consistently that a step too far will result in a Pantheon just appearing behind you. And I feel like they've respected that a good amount so far.
Nongshim will be able to at least get this wave shoved past the river. Deadly Flourish there on Diablo, doesn't look too perturbed by it. And we do have solo laners in the side lanes here for Gen.G, which is why Nongshim are able to get themselves up here, just tidying up those outside waves Inhibitor still down in the mid lane, still for another 2.5 minutes or something like that.
Dragon in 20 seconds would be Soul, and that seems to be the focal point, but he was trying to contest his mid-priority.
Yep, soul point for both teams if Nongshim managed to pick it up. Maximum in, elemental drakes. As Chovy put together a pretty cool hat and wants some extra pages in his book as there's the engage onto Canyon. I'm not sure about that. I just don't think it's a great idea as he's just bathing in the bullet time. Another rebuttal comes on down as Lahen's probably pretty happy that that dredge line missed, and now Keen looking to follow up. Hyperproc ready there onto Sponge, and there's the boomerang to secure it. There's the gnaw onto everyone as Keen dives in. It's Chovy to get the follow-up kills as he picks up the double. Scout is drifting around the map, but Chovy goes golden, gets a gigantic shield, and that should just be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Gen G with a gorgeous team fight.
That ult from Keen, it was just like this sort of stand your ground. Who's going to draw first? Who's going to find the angle? And Keen jumps in and finds a mega ultimate to put an end to the series. Gen G claim a 2-0 victory over Nongshim.
This one, a lot more set in stone is what it felt like, but did still last a pretty long time here as Gen G will secure a 2-0 over Nongshim Red Force. We have to remind everyone, though, that game number 1 existed. Nongshim looking a little bit better, I would argue, than last week.
I think there's two sides to it. I think Nongshim definitely looking better. I think seeing Diablo look more in line with the rest of the team.
Yep.
Seeing the potential for what we'd hope for when we saw this trade come through. For Gen G, this just feels like the more typical Gen G. The series ends 2-0 with a victory. Game 1, yes, wasn't the cleanest, but even when they were domestically dominant, they would have games like this, but they would win. They would lock in, they'd win these big team fights at the end, and then oftentimes game 2, they would just crush you into paste. And that's kind of what we got here.
That's what that guy did this entire game. That's kind of what Skarner is all about these days.
Effectively, if you're making paste, you are using
the mortar and pestle.
Yeah, you are using a rock, which is kind of what he did.
True. You know they make them out of wood. They don't work nearly as well.
Oh yeah, wow.
They're terrible. I had a big stone one. They're fantastic.
Absolutely.
And you really crush the cardamom, you know, and all that sort of stuff. That's probably not what we need to be talking about here, though, as Duro hydrates and then makes his way off stage. Beautifully done. What a role model here from Gen G in the support role.
I think there's been a lot of discussions about KT, because obviously they were towards the top of the table, and like, oh, when are they going to revert back to their typical KT state?
When does reality strike?
And I think the same question can be posed for Gen G, and I'm kind of feeling like they're at that point.
I have to say, for me, Keen and Chovy are still just as incredible as they ever were. Keen maybe even more so after witnessing what he did here today. But sometimes, Ruler and Duro don't quite get it done in the laning phase, and Canyon is asleep. That is just what happens sometimes. But you can see what happens when Canyon's awake, especially. Like going 5-0-15 or something like that in this game, which was absolutely obscene.
I think the thing is if you look purely at the standings, like obviously Gen G have had a really rough start, and we've seen that in the play as well. But even though Gen G get these like insane win streaks in the regular season, historically, it doesn't mean that every game is just a one-sided stomp with no resistance from the team. It's the fact that they win despite resistance that makes them so impressive, which is why this feels like very much the typical Gen G. You know, the resistance comes in, but they're just able to elevate their play, and we get to see the comms from that big moment.
And yeah, they went for a bit of an engage onto the Immortal Skarner, which is a problematic maneuver. Watch Keen, man. Does he get all 5? I really wanted to yell 5, but I didn't get to fully count it in the moment. But it looked like it. Oh, he hits 4. Still, I'm going to give that a pass.
He has a Jin on his team, so...
Oh, true! So it's probably the right thing to do.
Yeah, maybe Ruler would have been a bit upset if he got all 5.
Yeah, true.
Wouldn't have been able to shout 4!
That being said, Ruler would very much have liked to kill all 5.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably calling for a pentakill in that situation. Well,
if he plays Jin, do you think he was calling for a quadra-kill instead? You guys can have one.
Knowing
Let's keep it thematic?
No.
Yeah, definitely.
And even though he saw the comms, he wasn't saying it internally. we know is in a monologue.
Screaming
like,
it, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he's also screaming it in the loading screen getting onto the Rift.
Yeah.
I think Ruler's internal monologue is just pentakill.
I think he turns up every day and he's just like, today's the day.
Can't wait for
Wakes
my
up in the
pentakill,
morning,
baby.
looks in the mirror, points himself and says, you're getting a pen today.
Keen was getting a whole lot of damage in that game, but not the POM. He would have been my vote probably, but when in doubt, Chovy is normally a pretty good call. And honestly, his Cassiopeia was pretty incredible.
I think it was between Keen and Chovy. I imagine the votes are going to be split between them.
Should be.
It was a tough competition between the solo laners. Chovy getting a little bit of a breakaway in terms of POM standings, 200 points ahead of Zeka right now.
Pretty incredible that Zeka is by himself in second place, though, with what we saw from him at the beginning of the season. So a bit of a glow up on his part, but no surprise that Chovy is getting POMs. That's kind of what he does.
Yeah, pretty good at that. I think Cassiopeia, a lot of ways to sort of break the game open, despite the fact that dealing with this long-range Ezreal that Cassiopeia doesn't normally operate too well into. And then Mel, really dominant in the laning phase. We saw that, just putting so much pressure on a scout. And
so much damage in a lot of these team fights as well. We did see Ruler really suffering throughout the early stages of that game. So a composition that has, you know, Anar does a fair bit of damage, but largely it's tanks and utility. Chovy had a lot on his shoulders to carry. And, you know, he had help from Keen, but otherwise he was there able to get it done. So definitely not too upset about him picking up a POM, as you just generally would be when Chovy does manage to get it. So now we're going to be setting up for that interview as he is making his way out with Subin. They must be getting to know each other very, very well, given the fact that Chovy has been picking up most of the POMs throughout his entire career.
You'd think so at this point.
Must be one of those things. Probably just knows all the hosts.
Also, credit
really
to
well.
thinking up new questions every single time as well.
I know. Maybe they should just start having a story that sort of just develops over time. It can be a very long one. Because, you know, by the end of like a few years, he would have been up there for, what, a collective 8 hours or something?
Well, yeah, it's
just a guess. Let's throw it over to Chovy now and hear what he has to say this time.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations on the win. Thank you. Wow, another victory. That was a clean 2-0. How do you feel? Yeah, that was a 2-0 win. It feels great. And I'm actually really happy about my gameplay today. So out of 8 wins that Gen G had, you took 6 of those POMs. So any thoughts? Do you feel like you're just that valuable? I'm not sure. I don't think it's to that point. Lately, whenever I play on stage, I feel like my focus has improved a lot compared to my usual. And I think not thinking about anything else and just being so concentrated on the game actually helps. And I want to ask you about the patch. There were a lot of changes. So what is the most noticeable change you felt firsthand? Since I am the mid laner, I think the rune changes are actually something that stands out the most for me. And yeah, in game 1, you picked the new rune, Deathfire Torch. So what are your thoughts on this rune? In terms of Deathfire Torch, I feel like it would be a really good rune to try to utilize in the mid lane. So was your Liandry built to amplify the effect of this rune? Yeah, I think mixing those up actually does pay off a lot and it just racks up your damage in the end. So how did you feel about Phase Rush being removed then? Well, there are a lot of champions that actually are at a disadvantage because Phase Rush has been removed. But for me, I actually personally don't like using Phase Rush. So I think I'm really happy about the change. So I feel like I can actually utilize other runes to make sure that I play my laning phases a lot more strongly. And as expected from a former Casio one trick, you were him hitting skill shots but dodging skill shots at the same time. So do you think Casio meta is coming back? With the rune changes, I feel like even if it's not a specific matchup, Casio can actually come off as a very viable champion from now on. And in game 1, when the enemy pushed into the Nexus turrets with that Baron buff, you guys were able to flip everything around for that big comeback. So what was the biggest stepping stool for that turnaround? Yeah, there were a lot of opportunities in front of the Nexus turrets, and I think there was a moment where I took that flanking TP, and after Ezreal's E was gone, I believe that we were able to just go ahead and get a pick off of that. And so I think those kind of plays, I have to make those decisive plays in the moment. And yeah, even without a lot of time, you have to be able to pull those kind of plays off. Yeah, so can you talk us through the flanking TP and just playing like a tank? Yeah, I feel like sometimes, even if you are not the actual tank, you have to make sure that you have to play and be a team player. You have to actually throw yourself in to make those aggressive plays. And Canyon has hit another big milestone. He is the second LCK jungler to reach 5,000 assists. Well, I guess that is 5,000 assists. But I'm sure Canyon is not even satisfied about just reaching 5,000 assists. So good job, but we're expecting more from you. And now in the upcoming Friday's LCK Team Roadshow at Kimum DRX's home front, you will head over to Hanoi, Vietnam. So what is your mindset? This is the first time going overseas during the regular season, so... Well, I guess I'll just have to play as I usually do. Now, Genji playing as usual is quite scary to hear, but we will be cheering you on. And that's all from Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is Chovy extending his lead as the POM leader, and Genji getting themselves the victory 2-0 over Nongshim. And there it is, that match record.
Oh man.
Not one.
So many zeros.
Not two. Not three, not four, not five. I'm not going to count
49
all the way.
actually.
It's 49, 24 in a row. LCK Cup was close in a 3-2, but this has been Genji's matchup here.
I guess it wasn't 49 in a row. That was what, you know,
Yeah.
I
knew what you meant.
I kind of misplayed there, but
Math on broadcast, you know?
yeah, something like that. Great game from Genji. A little bit shaky at times, despite the lead in game 2. Game 1, definitely some problems with Canyon in the early and mid game, but the clutch plays from Chovy and Keen carried the day, right? Ruler didn't have his best moments today. I don't think was put down a lot, was targeted a lot by Nongshim. But the solo laners do get it done, and they are all 13 of our votes here.
It's the bottom row. The bottom row.
It could be 6-7, man, if I voted for Keen. I feel bad.
Cringe.
Little cringe. Little cringe.
A little cringe there. A little zoomer over there. Chad, you wouldn't do that, right? Don't type that. You'll get banned.
Soup and cheese.
5-8.
Don't do it. Do it one more time.
5-8.
No!
All right. I think both deserve a vote. I think they both played really
I thought that Keen's impact was smaller than Chovy's in game 1, but had the greatest impact across 2 games. Every time I'm on this desk now, it just devolves into some sort of 6-7.
Yeah, actually, the last couple times.
And I'm just trying to like explain the palm, and you guys are out here just saying 6 and 7, and sometimes 5 and 8. Who knows what's
I mean,
next?
I almost fell into Keen as well. Because like, his playmaking at the game 2, even though it was kind of one-sided.
Almost fell into Keen.
Wait, what? 5-8.
This is Wolf's. This is Wolf's nightmare.
He interrupted himself with it. Like, I didn't even do anything this time. He was actually almost going to make a point.
Yeah.
He was trying to say he almost voted for Keen.
Yeah.
He convinced me to vote for Keen, by the way.
You know.
All right. Can we get to the palm? That's not. Yeah, we did. There we go.
All right. Nice try, Keen. You know, he tried his best, but I still remember his Cassiopeia, the Nexus defense. His Flash Miasma just locked in the Diablo. Yes, of course, Keen. He flanked really well, but I think it was more on Chovy. He Zonia'd on the perfect timing as well. Every single time he had flash, he made great plays in the game 1. And also the game 2, his Mel was on point. So yeah, I put more points on the game 1 by his Cassiopeia, so I voted for Chovy.
Like his Mel kind of started to save the game, even though it was really quiet early on. His damage was insane. But we did have Keen pop off in the final team fight. Keen flanks are horrifying, a master of late game positioning. He just knows exactly where to be.
Oh man.
How did this not win the vote, Wadid? Look at this. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like, that is the widest. Like that showcased the entirety of the hitbox of that move. Like you could see the max range. I mean, it's all 4 of them.
I don't want to be like Ox, but I gotta say, you know, they were really far ahead in game. I'm just saying, you know. Just saying.
I think you're just voting with Chijijik and Soup and Media. Wadid is just.
I mean, I'm on Chijijik.
He's a bot row voter.
I love you, Chijijik. I'm with Chijijik. What do you mean?
You are with Chijijik.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Let's see. All right. No more talking from Wadid because we are platform agnostic here in the LCK. We love everyone. Just like Ox loved Keen in the top side of the map. Counterpick, don't need it. He doesn't need it.
Not necessary.
No.
Forget it. He did get, if he had a few bans, protect that blind Gnar, but he didn't have counterpick, and he did not make Twisted Fate look like a counterpick, as this is a fun drawing, or slash Photoshop.
Oh my god.
Yeah?
We had to make it Chovy's face to make it clear what Helios meant exactly.
Is it gonna be our thumbnail for the
That should definitely be the thumbnail for the highlight.
Do you think he likes it when the bite marks cut through the skin?
He might. For those of you that don't know the reference, that was the lyrics from last year's theme. So that was a good reference. Also, we could be referring to the fan sign that was thrown up earlier by the official broadcast. A player who shows up even in a miserable situation, Chovy. I don't know how many miserable situations there
were. It was a little miserable game 1 for a lot of it, yeah. He also saved the game on that dragon fight as well. He had 2 great Cassiopeia moments. I think Coco, he knows ball.
I mean, it was really hard to vote, actually, between Keen and Chovy. It was always like both together making good plays, so.
Umpty going with, even when he ults 4 people with Gnar, even when he dominates the laning phase, Keen still gets no POM. What a story. This is one of the few times where an Umpty comment that is too much is actually accurate.
I gotta say,
it's not even too much. This is just
yeah. I mean, it's a good comment. It's a good comment. But I gotta say, like, you're playing Cassiopeia into one of the like fad Ezreal. Like you're almost about to lose the game, but he saves the game. So I think that's fair, though.
I think he kills him without Keen's flank.
But do you think Keen can kill without Chovy?
Do you think that Chovy could get that 4-man stun set up with Mel?
He pressed the Zonias after that.
This is the chicken and the egg. This is the chicken and the egg.
I mean, it's really hard.
Yeah, but I you know what? I think I'll leave the bot row voters to figure it out. Whether that's Wamedia or...
Why do you hate the media?
In bottom row, Digon trusts. You heard it here first.
Why do you hate that?
By the way, Genji on track to pass KT Rolster this week and take 2nd place.
Media did? Sorry, I just went off.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, Genji...
I mean, KT had a tough week. Genji, a little bit easier. Took the 2-0 of a Nongshim. Game score, they're just 1 game behind right now. I think it's happening. I think this week, KT is out of top 2. They went from 1st place to 2nd to 3rd. And even T1 is getting pretty close, right? With some 2-0 wins here this week for T1, they could actually knock KT down to 4th.
That's why we said Genji is most likely making to MSI, because after the last week, I think they got improved a lot. Like, especially with Keen Chovy's current form right now, it's just, I don't know. Like, you gotta trust Genji for now.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with Genji and KT in the rest of the league for the rest of the week. But you don't have to wait too long to watch Hanwha Life Esports and the DN Supers. They just played last night in the EWC qualifiers. They're back again. We'll be back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
변화라는 변수가 있었다 보니 새로운 분위기에서 한번 해봐야겠죠.
세훈의 이 노란색도 참 잘 어울리겠네요.
He's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw. The beating he prepared earlier.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just when I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just when I lift my mark into the stone.
Looking for the backline, finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. The DNS Supers wipe out 2 already, as now it has to be taken by himself. And Clear is actually going to join in there as well, but I think this Ezreal has to try and figure it out. Does manage to take down Ghost. He's going to die as well, and never mind, he is going to figure it out. Showmaker is babysitting a cannon here in this bottom lane as well.
How do you think Oh, Helen in trouble.
Yeah, gets the encore, but the Hawk does come out, dodges the beat drop as well, and that should be the end of Kellen. Does get a heal out, but the Hyper is going to be enough. And Vikla also having to deal with that one. In the meantime, I mean, the inner turrets are falling down, kind of everything is falling apart. Meganar comes on through the wall of the crush.
뭐야, 다 잡았냐? 야, 뭐 올 수 있어?
갈 수 있어. 그냥 참아. 참으면 무조건 돼.
Trying to get on top of aiming, he picks the angle, the kick doesn't get him over the wall, but Nando still turns up, and the face call isn't able to save the Caitlyn. It's a double kill. We are looking at 15 seconds until this Infernal Soul, and Canyon takes a bit of damage here, does get himself a shield, and then goes Kirby. One more time, where did Endo go? As the Culling trying to do some work here, but Trevi's still looking. Oh, he gets it with the fadeaway, another wild growth to keep the Akali alive. As Rich tries to be the golden barbecue, but it doesn't quite work as Willa gets in there, but he's alone. Takes him down immediately. As Perfect's going to get a back dodge on the top side, but in goes Zeka looking for more. He's not going to get all too much as now Zeus says, I'll pick it up. 3-man counter-strike right into that back line. And that's going to be the end of aiming as the Jax goes so hard with just the one item.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You want to play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this
place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
하나생명 화이팅! 화이팅! 수시 덕강 뉴스버스 화이팅! 수익 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, making us the AA broadcast here today, and we are ready to dive into the second series, HLE versus DNS. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, this is probably going to be a very one-sided series, and last time around it was. It's first place versus 10th place. But they did recently face off in the road to EWC, and it was almost not a 2-0 kind of.
It was a banger, and it was a lot more hard fought than you'd expect. It was still HLE who came out with a victory. But there's the potential that DNS came away from that with some learnings, some takeaways, and maybe look to refine their approach.
Maybe a bit of confidence building, perhaps, before we get into our regular season match here for round 2. As yes, look, we would say that it's probably not a positive situation here for the DN Supers, but you know, much like when you build that slingshot item, you know, David did take down Goliath and all of that stuff. So maybe this is an opportunity in disguise.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that works. This is obviously one of our more one-sided matchups, and especially with the form that HLE are in, they are on a tear right now. Some major milestones, having a lot of major milestones recently.
Couldn't Deft have stuck around for 42 more kills? Isn't that kind of annoying? Couldn't
Gorilla have stuck around for one more game?
Yeah, true. I'm glad that we have the most annoying stat.
But you know what? I kind of like it because it's like, you know, if you want to surpass me, you break through this big milestone. Like, if you want to surpass Deft, you're going to get 3K.
That's true.
And that's a big one. I think there's a very good chance that we'll get 500 games today for Delight. I'd say it's close to 100.
I would say that we're probably going to get a second game.
Yes.
Unless Lolpark falls through the floor or something like that. But I don't think that's going to happen. I heard Grand Soul was built really expertly.
Yeah.
So don't you worry about that.
As for Gumishi getting 21 kills, definitely possible. Not a guarantee, though. Would have to have 2 pop-off games, I would say, to get that one. So we'll see if he's able to achieve that, and we'll keep track.
All right. So teams ready and waiting in their seats. DN Supers fans just hoping for any positive outcome here. You could imagine that, you know, if you're on the DNS side of things, you're not really thinking, oh, we're going to get a win. We're thinking every positive moment that happens in this series, we are going to very much enjoy.
We're going to cherish.
Exactly. And they may have to, because they may be few and far between, is what I am kind of thinking. As we make our way towards the draft here, because HLE really have come into their own here, especially in the regular season. LCK Cup obviously wasn't exactly for them. However, you know, format, blah, 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 there's all those things to talk about. They just weren't looking like they were gelling yet. Now that they've started gelling, it's a really scary time. And you know how we were talking about Gen.G is a little bit of a slow team to adapt to the meta. You know, this has been something that we've been throwing around as far as criticism. I feel like Kanavi is the opposite of that, and he just thrives in change.
Yeah? I mean, he definitely thrives in a certain environment, which is the enemy jungle.
That's
under the enemy tower.
Yes. Well, yeah, I guess if it turned into if we go for turret dives and play aggressively, you lose the game type meta, then he probably wouldn't thrive in that particular change. But I do think when champions are switched around and he gets to cook a little bit, I think that does suit Kanavi.
I mean, one thing that has been changed is there's less penalty for leaving lane. As we get towards the end of your quest, the penalty for being in a different lane is much lower.
Yep.
It scales down to 0. And roaming changes. So you can kind of, you know, when you're in your lane, you get really rapid passive progression of your quest. Now, if you spend 2 minutes on lane, you bank up like a minute of roaming time where you continue to get that passive progression. That's something they put in this patch, because before, every time you left lane, you kind of sacrificed your quest, and it was worth it because you got a good play. Now you don't even sacrifice your quest. So I'm thinking, is that going to make our mids more proactive? Are we going to see more roaming? Are we going to see more action? And there's a player who we're just talking about who definitely thrives in an action-packed environment. We've kind of had, even though he has been very breakneck speed, it has kind of just been mostly control mage meta in the mid lane.
That is very true. I do think that, yeah, there are certain players that are really going to benefit from this, right? I feel like at the forefront, there are a lot of our sort of Talia specialists, our Twisted Fate players, things like this that have been really able to utilize a roaming meta very effectively. I think the first player that comes to mind is obviously Showmaker, but Zekka has also been able to link up with his jungler. In the past, it was obviously Peanut, and really cause a ruckus. This time with Kanavi, you can imagine that the aggression will be at an all-time high. And I'm hoping that it does create some more exciting gameplay. Already we've seen in our first series of this patch in the LCK, it was a banger, and it was just Nongshim versus Gen G. I mean, Gen G aren't necessarily a breakneck speed team, and now we've got actually the fastest team in the LCK, which is DNS, versus HLE, who are the most aggressive. And by fastest, I mean the average game time is the fastest.
Yeah. Which
not for a positive reason.
Hasn't led to fast wins for them so far. HLE coming in with second pick. I'm hoping we get something interesting coming out in this draft. Something that really leans into the changes. We got like a light touch towards that in the last series.
I want someone to build a Cyclosword, man.
That would be fun. If there's a player who's going to do it, I think it's Kanavi.
Yeah.
He would play the sort of champions who build Cycloswords. Interesting, still so much Rise priority despite Phase Rush being gone, and the fact that it was just losing in the road to EWC, so still teams looking toward it. Jarvan banned here, and then presumably this is a Karma ban from HLE.
You'd hope so, as these are the pretty stock standard bans. I mean, do you need to ban Bard away from Life or Delight? That is the kind of question that you need to ask yourself. Kind of surprising that Life is once again back on the roster, but if he's the one that played in the road to EWC, not changing that makes a lot of sense to me. Unintentional rhyme, but so these things happen.
They banned
Pantheon, really?
Yeah, they banned the Ezreal, which I think is like, okay, we don't want the potential if you get an Ezreal Karma. If you're going to first pick Karma. And I think DN Supers are like, look, Karma and Bard are both open and available. We'll just take Pantheon instead, get priority on that. And if you want to make your choice out of those, you can.
But don't you just get Xin Karma?
You could just go Xin Karma. It'd be very strong. And I guess maybe DN Supers go Ash Seraphine in response, but it looks like HLE more set on the Bard than the Karma, in fact. So,
I do think that the Xin Zhao just pairs so incredibly effectively with the Karma that I was really expecting that to come in because Kanavi loves the Xin Zhao so much. But to steer away from that is an interesting one. Now probably just going to play Jhin, I would assume. Unless Kanavi wants to take something, but isn't really in a rush to pick a jungler right now, as Caitlyn is going to be the decision instead.
Yeah, Kate Bard, Jhin Bard are some of the strong lanes you can pair with it. Opting to go for the Caitlyn, a pick that Gumishi's obviously very practiced on. On the other side, Jhin Karma just going to come through. So, two pretty strong 2v2s. I do think that Jhin Karma has the edge there, and it is just going to be that Xin Zhao. So,
yeah, that was always going to be the lock-in here. I don't think they really need to think about it too much, and they will just lock that one away. Now, to ban some solo lanes on both sides.
Yeah, second pick is there for HLE, so I imagine the DN Supers will be banning away some of those troublesome top laners that you don't want to deal with, the likes of
Jace.
Yeah, maybe like the TF, maybe like the Vayne. Jace Vayne's been a very popular ban in like the second rotation of bans for teams that don't have counter pick. Akali taken away here in this situation.
The Zeka Azir is looming. Now they ban LeBlanc, and then we really wonder what they're going to play.
They ban Azir themselves. Okay. So they ban Akali, not wanting to play against that, but maybe didn't want to give too much freedom over to closer the pick Azir himself. Annie ban comes through, a pick that obviously has a lot of setup, a lot of power there. And the thing was with HLE's composition so far, their engage isn't super reliable right now. It's kind of mostly just a Bard tempered Fate.
How do you get engage from mid lane or top? Sion could certainly work if they wanted to throw Zeus onto that one. It does feel like a misuse of his power.
It is Tempered Fate, right? I feel like I'm second-guessing myself now.
Yeah, ever since I completely messed it up and called it Fate's Call and Twisted Fate and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm asking you, because you're...
Yeah, no, I'm the one that literally created the Reddit thread. I didn't create the Reddit thread, but I forced it because of my ineptitude, to say the right word. It is Tempered Fate.
Okay. I will trust you on this.
But the more sure I feel, the less sure I am, you know?
So Aurora comes through, Ari's the response, but then they just blind Red Ecton, and they didn't go for the Jace Vayne bans. They went Jace Annie. And Zeus, even before this kind of became the meta, was the person who would pick range tops and just bully you out and give you a terrible time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Instead, it's going to be a different range top that has a 3-stack auto attack passive.
So I think in terms of the laning phase, this gives a lot more freedom to Dudu. We've seen our Nars recently do pretty well in the early stages. Our Renekton, sorry, do pretty well in the early stages into Nars. But Nar will obviously outskill in the matchup. But I think the reason HLE went in this direction is having the Nar is an option if he's on a flank and threaten and provide a form of engage, and also just a bit more of a robust front line. So definitely picking more for the 5v5, even if it is a bit of a less punishing lane that Zeus can capitalize on. I do think that DNS Supers, though, they have a lot of skirmishing power. The Jin
This is a scary drop.
armor, yeah, it's a lot of power. And they have like the... Sometimes you feel like with a composition that has a Jin, you're kind of... You run out of momentum when he's reloading or when his ult's down. But with the Ahri, once you start getting those kills, the reset potential is going to keep them driving forward in those team fights.
Not to mention, they have a Karma to help Pantheon close the gap, to help Renekton close the gap, right? I think you have like that extra movement speed that you get from the Inspire, not to mention the extra survivability, I think is very, very powerful in a composition like this. And I think this is a great foot forward here for the DNS Supers, who were quite competitive against HLE just a couple of days ago. But HLE certainly do have a whole lot of comfort in this draft at the same time. Let's get on the rift for game 1. All right, Homer fans in full voice here today. And let's see whether they're going to be rewarded for their volume. As Life doesn't quite find the cue, but that's okay. I think Delight and Gumayusi are going to be pretty happy to put on as much pressure as they can, but I imagine that Dr. Arm and Life should have the tools to be quite competitive here in this lane.
And you know what? We don't get any new runes coming out. No death by
No. Just keeping it honest. As Delight taking a fair bit of damage here, but Dr. Arm also taking the most back. Gumayusi was a bit of a Caitlyn connoisseur back in his day, as we did see it played alongside Carrier's Lux many, many times. You know, this was a pretty famous pairing for the two of them as they were on T1. So something that I am very much looking forward to seeing Gumayusi play to his full extent once again. Has, of course, played it a couple of times so far this season. It hasn't really felt like that masterstroke that it has in the past, some of those T1 drafts.
And this is a lane where, you know, we saw the early trading happening, but Karma Jin has a lot of power. I think I give it the edge over the Kate Bard, but definitely comes down to execution as well. The Siguma and Delight so far have the early prior in that lane.
And Dudu was playing the Renekton when, you know, DNS were doing pretty well against HLE a couple of days ago, right? Like this was, you were mentioning the fact that this matchup hasn't been as bad for the Renekton these days. And this was something that Dudu did use to pretty great effect. Does that help us get towards a being happy about this scenario? Or is it still going to be a very difficult time? That's
I think draft-wise, they've done pretty good. I think the picks are fine. And I think we've seen the Renekton matchup be okay. That was, Zeka was so close to taking a tower hit there.
He was.
Back of that charm. Yeah, it's just more so concerns about the individual performances. And even though obviously that series wasn't as one-sided as we maybe expected, it was still a 2-0 victory. It was still HLE coming out ahead.
But I do feel like sometimes when you've just been chain losing over and over again, it's the confidence that's the biggest problem. As soon as something feels winnable, I think that can be very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Right? And so now DNS kind of uniquely immediately get that rematch. And so they might be able to use that to try and fuel some confidence here moving into this game.
Playing with confidence is so key. When you want to go for, even if it's just something as simple as throwing a skill shot, having the confidence that you're going to connect it can make all the difference. Kanavi definitely a player who plays with confidence no matter what.
Yep.
Sometimes unearned given the situation.
It's a skill. I actually think that it's very, very important to be able to just always think that you're going to win. In a game like this, as right now, as Kanavi going for an early gank, immediately flashes after Dudu, manages to get the knock up there. Wind becomes lightning, and no flash, no slice and dice, and down goes the Renekton. Oh dear, Kanavi really starting early this game.
Yeah, just catching Dudu off guard, and Dudu ends up flashing towards the river. I think maybe he was like, hey, I can move towards my jungler if there's time. Wasn't able to make the getaway there though, and it's just an easy pickup, and the kill goes over to Zeus as well. Talked about how obviously the Renekton as well early in this matchup, but this can really disrupt it quickly. I assume that the slice was on cooldown, or he was...
Or he was trying to get closer to the wall and just didn't make it in time.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate, whatever way you spin it.
Still, now it's kind of moved to hell territory here on this top side. Steel Cap's completed, very powerful item into the Renekton. Zeus will just be able to run Dudu down. Yeah, does get Conqueror procced, and he's now looking to try and turn it. Actually finds a fair bit of value there. But Zeus will just not let Dudu make it to the wave, as he does have all of that health incoming with the Mega Gnar transformation. There it is. And so yeah, Dudu now without a flash, without a teleport, and without a whole lot of ability to have fun in this lane.
Zeus went so aggressive there, knowing he was going to get the level up so he could potentially threaten an ult, but Dudu survives, and he's going to hit 6 soon, and once he has his ult available, a lot of that threat is reduced.
Does also have a farm lead.
HP.
It's kind of impressive.
What were you saying?
I said that Dudu has a farm lead.
Oh yeah.
Zeus not really focused on hitting the minions, was mainly focused on hitting the crocodile, which we don't really blame him for. Gumyushi just having some snacks here towards the top side. The spirit of Keria living on via the skin choice here of Delight, helping Gumyushi feel at home.
And they've, again, it's not a lead necessarily that they've had in the bot lane so far, but they've constantly had pressure, which isn't super easy to have in this matchup. So Gumyushi and Delight doing well in the 2v2 so far. If you can keep a Jin Karma at bay, then you could definitely tick in some boxes.
Absolutely. Going to be able to clear out that wave once again, slink off into the fog of war, and see what kind of vision control they can put together for themselves. Man, every time we look at this top lane, it is just not a fun time. Oftentimes where we don't want to look at top lane because it's boring, we don't want to look at top lane because I don't want to empathize with Dudu, because it'll make us all sad.
I think it feels worse that he doesn't have his flash as well. That was banned on that play, because I feel like a lot of the threat onto Mininar is that you can just flash on him and potentially burst him if he gets a bit too close. And that you don't have that means Zeus can play so aggressively and not really worry about being engaged on.
Weird thing is that I say this about it looking like it's a horrible time for Dudu. He's still ahead in farm, he's just having a good time, I guess. Even though it looks horrible, maybe he is actually happy, because numbers still go up.
Yeah, he has a
And in the end, number go up is probably the most important thing, right? Yeah, number go up and number go down.
Number goes down to then give you gold, which makes that number go up.
Yeah. But the number go down is the process, and it does feel all right when it's a cull. Stockdom has to use his barrier to avoid the ace and the hole damage, because he doesn't want to be going back too early. Man, HLE just with a massive amount of control here. I feel like the Bard into the Karma seems to be something that HLE might have figured out. And we have seen it before, but just being so confident in the choice, it's pretty impressive, as Dudu is going to get slammed backwards. Bit of a fight breaking out, though, around this dragon, as Kanavi is well and truly on it. The curtains have been called, though, as now the rest of DNS wondering whether or not they want to go in. Right now, haven't really pulled the trigger, as holding onto the last bullet is Doctarm, but will not be throwing that one out. Tempered Fate is going to come on through, or is it Fate's Call? Not entirely sure. In goes Pioshik. Will be able to probably lock down Kanavi here as he goes down exceptionally low, flashes the wall, flash in from Pioshik to put him down. It will be HLE getting themselves the Drake, but they do have to trade their jungler for it.
Yeah, HLE, great setup on the Dragon to secure the objective, but we weren't really able to find their way out of the... oh, Zek's in trouble.
Yeah.
Needs.
Chain comes on through, just needs to hit that wall as the charm comes down, and it's not enough.
Yeah, they'll hop away on your E, able to save Zeka from that situation. And doesn't end up using his flash as well, which is pretty big, so maintains that lengthier cooldown. only burns the ult. We'll see the replay of this. Jinnel not getting a ton of value, to be honest.
Just sort of doesn't shoot the last one.
Yeah, and then they use the Tempered Fate to distract Pyosik and stop him from being able to contest the Dragon. But that Charm from Closer sets up the burst onto Knavi. And with him down, the rest of the team can't really achieve much.
Kind of crazy that Knavi survived for as long as he did. But still, Pyosik was able to get over that wall and take him out. No flash now on the Pantheon, but I don't think he's too worried about that. He's now attempting to take down these grubs and should be successful, especially with Dudu's help. And so we do reach a little bit of respite here as there is no contest for those grubs. A few extra camps now available for Knavi to take down. Will be on the Krugs into the Raptors, into his Gromp. And Guma just very happily sieging out this bottom outer turret. This is something that a lot of Jins do, right? Like, you leave the Jin in the lane because he's relatively self-sufficient, clears waves pretty well. But I don't know whether it's exactly the greatest thing to just let Gumayushi have as many plates as he wants at all times.
Yeah, not exactly a promising strategy. But in fairness, Life is still keeping it close in terms of gold.
That's true. And he has made it back to the lane, which is also important. Zeus really is hitting Dudu far more than anything else here in this lane.
Yeah, well, the minions die a lot quicker than Dudu does, so...
That's a good point, even though they were buffed.
They were.
And they don't hurt each other as much either.
Yeah, more friendly.
Yeah.
I see them battling on the Rift so often, so nice that they've...
It's weird that all that practice has made them weaker over time.
Yeah. How many minions do you think
have died
in League of Legends?
Across every game ever?
Yeah.
80 trillion.
80 trillion? Honestly, it's probably in that ballpark.
I have no idea what that number really means. You know, that's not a conceptualizable number, I don't think. It's all right. There's Grand Starfall. Zeka just trying to get himself out of there. He just goes between the worlds. He is absolutely fine. That is ridiculous. Did have to use the flash this time. Zeus is chasing down Dudu once again. Oh. Can he hit the house? He cannot. And Dudu walks away without the flash.
Honestly, he was about to get another auto proc, the Hyper there.
Oh dear. Well, Life is being cosmically bound. Knavi was looking for an angle there, but they do just get the flash out, and he will survive. But Akama with no flash, pretty killable target.
Yeah. I think Zeus ultimately went Mega a little bit too early. Was going to proc the 3-hit passive with that last auto, and then switch into Mega form, and obviously lost his range and that ability to finish off. Dude, you're not 100% certain that last auto would have killed him, but...
Might have at least got a flash.
Yeah.
If you get that last auto, then you threaten a house, then maybe it works out that way. Regardless, I mean, Zeus still has a whole lot of controllers. Now there is a Tempered Fate to come down and interrupt the curtain call.
That's one of the things with playing Jin into Bard, is that he can just do that whenever you ult. Really frustrating to deal with.
Zeka gonna get charmed as he tries to dash cannon to avoid it. Still is doing a fair bit of work here, as both of our mid laners have hit first items. This is the annoying part. It looks great for Renekton for like a little bit of time. And then Dudu says that he's finished trading and tries to walk away, and then it just feels terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I think a factor in it was obviously that early gank helped Zeus a lot. But also we've seen this matchup go various different ways depending on who's playing it, who's executing. I think Zeus has done a good job, given he got that little bit of extra help. He's taken it a pretty long way. And, I mean, Dudu's ahead in farm still, which is impressive. But it does feel like the pressure is sort of moving very much towards Zeus' side.
Well, Pyosik clearing out vision here, as next Drake is in 7 seconds. Dudu behind the turret has gone Dominus mode. There is at least no Gnar available here for Zeus. But with Zeka coming on over, that is just a very dead Crocodile.
Sets the kill up for Zeka, lets him take it, get on the board. Dudu very deep in that situation. Not really a good exit path for him to get out to. Now, because of that topside lean from Zeka, it does mean DNS can just pick up the Dragon pretty much on
can they? The flash in, Cosmic Binding going to stun up Pyosik here as Gumayushi trying to get into position as Zeka goes between the worlds. Ace in the hole comes down, and there is a dead Pantheon. Dr. Arm unable to really affect this fight as Delight gets out with a sliver of health, and Life is very much not here anymore. Knavi going to take him down, and the entire time, Zeus having a field day because his top lane opponent was dead. Three in a row? All day Chemtech Souls?
It's just one of those days.
It is definitely a Chemtechy day. I don't know what it means or how I feel about it as the Flash Charm comes in. Curtain Call onto Zeka, who just needs to be hit by another Foxfire, and down he will go. Good pick. Zeka no Flash.
Closer sets that one up well to be able to find that. Here's that fight around Dragon. And ultimately, stun starts off here from Delight. The fact Delight ends up surviving here is kind of insane. We see the ult from Guma followed up on by Zeka to finish it. And Delight gets super low, doesn't go down, and no resets come through for Closer. He was probably going to leave after getting the kill anyway, but the no resets guarantees that Charm Flash was just beautiful from Closer. Catches out Zeka. Nothing he can do to get away from this with the Jin ult coming down.
Yep. And now upgrade some shoes. Kamishi and Doctarm will park themselves here in this mid lane. So still a decent lead here for HLE. And they have Double Dragon. Like, everything is kind of going their way. However, there is looking like a bit more fight in DNS than there was, especially in their previous series in this tournament, right? The first time these two teams met, we had the fastest game of the season. And so this is certainly an upgrade to that. As Dudu is, like, I mean, it was on the Renekton that he was able to get so much done. This time around, though, he is 0-2-0. And so despite that farm advantage, he is still behind by a little bit of gold.
He's keeping it close, but obviously not ideal for him to have died twice already at this point.
Yeah, Cull already cashed in for Dudu as well, and Zeus is still 30 away. So it's a little bit of a misleading gold difference between the two. Zeus has made the investment.
Na'Vi, we'll have a look at this fight first.
Yeah.
There is one. Coming in for the RE mid lane.
Pretty cute. The Kanavi is going for that new build that you were talking about in our previous series as well. But like you say, let's focus on this as they are just going to take down the Herald. And the DN Super is just a little bit late to the play. Tempered Fate is going to lock down Pureshik, but they do get the Deadly Flourish onto the Bard, and down will go Delight. Nice little pick off here as the curtains have now been called. Looking to try and catch them on the retreat. Slow onto both Kanavi and to Zeka as Pureshik makes his way in. And no Between Worlds for you, Zeka, as he just gets sniped.
Just some great target selection there from the DN Supers. You can see how their composition works. So,
another great charm is going to connect here. Closer taking matters into his own hands today.
So good at chasing down targets with the Jin ult, with the Pantheon ult, and then Closer with the resets. Once you start taking them down, Knavi's looking.
Yeah, going to get in onto Doctarm here. When becomes Lightning, still hits after the flash. That feels subpar, but he is able to get himself out of there. Gets a big old shield from Life, who is now looking to try and take care of his jungler as well. And he will be able to keep them both alive. Still not able to find too much more than that. Ace in the hole comes in, and oh my goodness, that is faith in your support right there. But Life wishes he had support.
I thought, honestly, that Delight, when he went to block, he's going to stun both of them on the back of it.
Oh, that would have been sick.
But I think maybe he was waiting for his Q cooldown for just a second. That would have been crazy. Either way, HLE getting a lot out of this play. The kill on the Life is nice, but Summoner's Burn from the DNS bot lane here. We'll see first this fight around Herald. And I think getting that first target, connecting onto the first person is so vital. The route from Doctarm into the Charm on Delight gives that initial momentum. And then when the Jin ult and the Pantheon ult come down, you just have to scatter. And fortunately, Kanavi and Guma are able to get back to the tower before this play continues. But you can see how much threat there is when the Ahri has reset chasing you down, the Jin ult's over the top of it all.
Yeah.
Exactly what DNS want from their composition.
And the really good thing is their target selection has been fantastic, right? Like, their coordination hasn't been their strong suit, as Dudu is just going to get slapped down by the Meeps. A little bit unfortunate there, as 0-3-0 Renekton isn't exactly what you want to be talking about. But DNS in these skirmishes have definitely looked a whole lot more coordinated, and that is a good thing. But Dusk Till Dawn is going to come through here for Kanavi.
Yeah, so what I've often seen...
Isn't it Dusk and Dawn?
Dusk and Dawn, yeah.
Dusk to Dawn is a... that's a movie.
I've seen people go in like Dusk and Dawn Static Shiv, but this kind of combines the Titanic Hydra that we know Kanavi really enjoys as first item, and the Dusk and Dawn.
Well, let's see how it does as he just Mega Blast Cones his way into two people. There's a Crescent Guard as well as... All right, maybe the item's fantastic as he hasn't died yet. But the ult has now expired. Curtain's called one more time. Charm is going to get sidestepped gorgeously here by Kanavi. Couldn't have done that without a Dusk and Dawn as in goes Dudu. That's 4 people though, and Gumayusi just hits him with a net. And the Crocodile has certainly been tamed. Zeus is now diving into 3, finds all of them with the Gnar, as now Closer is just going to get slapped down. It's a triple for Zeka, getting his revenge as he picks up the quadra kill. And HLE, I mean, there's still 50 seconds on the Baron, so I don't think DNS need to worry about that. But maybe worrying about just getting clean aced at 19 minutes is enough.
Yeah, not great for the outcome of this game. 6,700 gold lead already, and HLE looking to pick up that 3rd dragon. Let's see the replay of this one. Kanavi goes in very aggressively, gets CC'd off the offset. Dusk and Dawn now heals. If you're wondering where a lot of this health comes in, they lower the stats a bit and gave it some healing, so able to get a lot more survivability. He goes in here, dodges away from the charm nicely, and they just focus down the Pantheon. And I feel like DNS are so scattered on this play, because they lose their Pantheon, they then end up losing their Renekton, who just kind of charges in and dies. And then the follow-up that comes through, you've got to see it from Zeus' point of view, that huge ult.
Yeah, just before the snare as well. Oh. Zeus is pretty good at Gnar.
That can be said again.
Zeus is pretty good at Gnar.
Yeah, they did obviously change. Oh, they are looking for the Renekton again.
Oh, pick the flash! Oh, delight! That is a beautiful play. Finds the Tempered Fate onto the Renekton as well. And they'll take Pyoshik down. Zeka is looking to try and chase the flash for the ace in the hole from downtown. But the accidental double kill might be enough to make Zeka feel happy as life is taken out. Closer in trouble there as well as Kanavi dives in, does get charmed, but the tower did about 1 trillion damage to him and he will just die. Maybe a little bit of extra gusto there from Kanavi than he really needed, but I mean, he wouldn't be him if he didn't do that.
Honestly, for DNS, it was kind of like the Saving Private Ryan moment in the fact that like everyone died around the person they're trying to save. Because
but at least they did save him.
They did save him. It was a great predict from Delight here. Life walks up like, actually it's Pyoshik first who goes in to try and save him, just dies, slammed in the wall. And then Life here is trying to move in to peel and just gets exploded by Zeka.
Zeka like kills him out of frustration because he couldn't get the Renekton.
Yeah, but you know, Dudu will get to live another day. Also, a good amount of damage there to blow up Kanavi with the help of 16 tower hits.
Yeah.
But like.
And now Zeka is all of a sudden 8-2.
Yeah,
which does feel a little bit like
that
came out of nowhere.
Yeah, so one of the things is that obviously they changed Dusk and Dawn, but another reason we're seeing it on the Xin Zhao is that they buffed a lot of his AP ratios, his passive healing, his E had an AP ratio already, but they increased it massively. And even the slow on his W, his E gets more attack speed. They've massively incentivized AP on his champion.
They're like hybrid builds, I guess.
Yeah,
feel
like
better.
You're probably not going to go full AP unless you're playing like an ARAM or messing around.
On hit, Static Shiv Xin Zhao is back, baby.
I mean, I've seen that, honestly. But I think in terms of like pure, like you're not going to go like a Rabadon's.
Why not? What if he wants to be a wizard too?
I mean, he can do that when he wants to.
How is he supposed to get sorted into Gryffindor without the sorting hat?
But this sort of hybrid build, bringing in some items with AP ratios that also just sync well with this kit, you just get a lot more value than you did before.
Dudu is a punching bag this game, and Zeus is demonstrating that. It's just not looking like a good time. Still, Zeus is now here at least, so the rest of DNS don't need to worry about it too much. The Baron is a consideration now, but 1 minute left on this Chemtech Soul that HLE have available to them.
Yeah.
7,000 gold is a large amount of gold.
It's substantial, and it's widespread as well. Everyone apart from Dokdam has a pretty significant gold disadvantage. Even Delight has a 1,500 gold lead above Life. I don't know how that happened, but that's... I mean, look at the items. He has the full Locket and the full Mikhails. There's some solid items.
Yep. He's certainly able to take care of his friends pretty effectively. And we do have the IE done here for Gumushi, who has the lowest lead compared to the rest of his teammates. Oh, down to 1 health. Pyoshik going to have that one set up by Gumushi. And he does at least have his Infinity Edge. This is not exactly the time that Caitlyn really wants to be playing the game. Wants to just be farming as much as possible. As close as sidesteps, Tempered Fate goes wide. And Pyoshik makes his way down, but wasn't expecting Zeka to be there, I don't think, as he takes so much damage. Now Kanavi dives in, finds a Crescent Guard as Dudu is his target. Life takes him for a walk, but I don't know whether it's really going to help as the Flash Gnar onto 3. And Zeus just looks to take them all out, one after the other. The dominoes fall, and HLE lose no one in the exchange.
DNS not able to find the engage they want, and as soon as that momentum is killed, HLE turn it around. Zeus coming in to be the fight ender there. We see, so initially the ult comes in, he's like, okay, I'll turn this into an engage, but it just feels a bit overforced. Guma backs off very defensively, has summoners as well, so he was always going to be safe. And then here, they're pushing forward, and we see Zeus looking for this angle, goes for the slam to get closer into the terrain, and then it's just clean up from there with multiple members of DNS going down and only Pyoshik surviving. Soul now picked up for HLE in a 9,300 gold lead. This one is looking pretty doomed.
Yeah, it's not looking like it's going to be all that winnable for DNS. Yeah, I think that basically sums it up. That is Chemtech Soul, though, so it's not exactly the largest and bestest of souls, so it's not a game ender. I think the 9,000 gold in advantage is probably going to be the one that really seems insurmountable. Zeus having a pretty fantastic game, though, as Tempered Fate comes down. Life is going to soak that one up. It looks like they're playing decent defense for now, but Life is still just kind of dead by accident. Pyoshik also suffering a very similar fate here, as they will be able to take out the Pantheon. Now Closer just trying to dash away, but he runs out, does finally press the ultimate button, and Dudu, he'll die this time.
HLE with just great control of these fights, of this game. You can see Closer trying to hold the ult because he's like, I need this if we're going to be able to defend the base. Ends up having to burn it, and now it's an ultless Ahri and this Jhin to try and defend. Just clear a decent amount of the wave, but I just don't think it's enough.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult as HLE one Nexus turret between them and a Game 1 victory here. Charm is going to connect, but Zeus able to just hop out of the way, and it is a bare Nexus. The DNS are desperately trying to defend. Running out of minions a little bit here as Kanavi goes in. And the Nexus, they're just going to hold off on it for now as they try and pick up a couple of extra kills before they say goodnight to this game. As Delight will die, but they will be able to take down Pyoshik one last time before they secure the Nexus. HLE not really skipping a beat here, moving into this match against DNS, looking absolutely dominant.
Just the form we've kind of come to expect from them. It feels like even when there were moments where maybe other teams would have been found wanting, where DNS are looking for these engages, HLE so good at just mitigating the pressure and turning it into their own favorable play. Zeus was huge on the Gnar, Zeka huge on the Aurora, but I think everyone on the team was looking pretty solid in that game.
Yeah, and I think I want to go back to the draft a little bit because they were toying between the Vayne or the Gnar pick, and you can really see why the Gnar was that little bit more valuable. He did do a lot of damage. A lot of that is irrelevant because it was just Dudu taking a beating all game. But it was him hitting those Gnars in these team fights as they get those collapses off while still being an incredible side lane threat. The value, I think, is just always going to be a little bit better than that of the Vayne, because those compositions just look awkward. This certainly did not.
Yep, I think he allowed him to start a lot of fights, or just, I mean, not necessarily start, but the fight played out. And then you could see the disengage coming in from DNS, but Zeus just kept them locked in, didn't allow them to leave freely, and ultimately pushed us to that Game 1 win.
Yeah, and HLE looking like they're continuing that hot streak, and it's not looking like it has an end in sight. We'll see whether the DN Supers can manage to stop them. As we take a short break, then the Space is going to break down that game number 1. They're going to tell us whether there's any hope for the Supers, or whether this is just going to be a 2-0. We'll see you after the break.
라인만 먹자.
돌아가면서 맞자.
아리 노플이야. 하르마 나오고.
네.
아래 가보자.
아래.
아래 거.
위에 싸워 보여줘 기어.
깰만한가 이거?
위에 깨야 돼. 위에 깨야 돼.
네, 쳐봐.
맞아. 위에
깨면은
깨면
깰만한데.
보자면 천천히 보라네 이거.
쳐봐.
이거 먹게 한번 이거. 가볼게. 타워 칠게 타워.
점사해. 끝내.
아리. 끝내자. 길 먹을까?
인진. 죽을 뻔했다.
아니 근데 하르마? 내 키를. 근데 나 죽기 싫어. 이거 잡자. 나이스. 길 먹으려고. 길 좀. 먹자.
자연승, 2연승, 기분 좋은 2, 3위의 대결입니다. 두 팀 다 지금 좋은 성적과 기세를 보여주고 있는 가운데 누가 승리할지 한번 봐야겠죠. 3세트 시작하죠.
바텀 좀 유리하다.
더블로 빠졌다. 볼게.
바텀.
야, 바텀. 야, 빼라. 나갔어.
나이스.
쏘리. 차야 너플.
바텀 많이 유리해졌다.
이제 나 좀 유리하다 지금 이번에.
오케이.
근데 얘만 6렙이다.
미드 딜교 잘 됐다.
하자 봐도 되나? 원래 나왔어 형.
나 빼야 돼. 아리 공.
일로 와.
괜찮아?
나 미드로 할게요. 나 괜찮아.
매우
길게 가면
3초.
오케이.
니코.
뺄 수 있나?
프리스타던데. 아리 매우 받았고.
나 이거 잡을만해.
남들. 롤러 뛸 수도 있고.
아리 높을.
나이스.
잘했다.
나 힐 있어.
헤리 믿고 해봐.
저거 제발 안 가? 아 제발 안 갈게 이거. 나이스. 끝.
서로 1 빠져. 끝. 나 다이브 볼게 맞다. 니코 슬로우. 니코 노플이야.
뭐야? 풀 눌렀어.
나 하는 중. 라인 넣어볼래?
넣을게.
스펠. 가가 니코 스몰. 유나라 공 받았어. 유나라 스펠. 유나라 다 있어.
미드는
아래
많이
바텀에 니코 노플이야.
할게. 천천히 보자. 하나 먹어. 뭐야? 아래 바텀이었네.
나 타봐줘.
나 살짝 보긴 한다.
그래? 내가 잡아가 볼게.
나이스.
다행이다.
바텀 이러면 거의 끝나긴 했어 2대1.
바텀 코어 다 먹다 얘네.
근데 나 노플이라서 한번 올 순 있겠다.
나 이번에 자야 노플 롱 올때 바텀에서 한번 설계 볼게. 그게 좋아.
그래 이번 라인은 나갈게.
얘 자야 이렇게 빠졌어. 자 싸울게 이거. 뭐야. 나 거기 싸움 안 좋다 형. 나 천천히 볼게 이거. 보자.
아리부터 간다.
탑텔 소로 있다. 나 하주.
할말.
아리 고토 쳐. 아리 노공. 잘.
짭. 아리 온다.
괜찮을 것 같아. 아리 노공.
살짝 눌러봤거든.
유나라 노플.
탈 줄게 나도 이거. 빼야 돼.
천천히 빼봐. 나 많이 세. 해도 돼. 다르풀.
나쁘다.
나 죽었어.
우리 죽였고. 공원 보자. 천천히 해봐.
이거 잡았어.
바로 뺄 거야. 나 줄게. 버려.
나이스. 나쁘지 않다.
그다음에 미드 몰래 한번 찔러볼게 여기. 아래. 유나라 나오면 살짝 볼게 여기. 봐줘.
이번 미드 나가야 될 것 같은데.
미드 펼칠게.
나오긴 하고.
보고 싶고 맞아.
탈 찍었다 일단. 한 빼봐. 좋았어. 나 한 번 살았어.
잡았어.
앞라인 먼저. 오.
야 뒤에 아칼리. 어때?
밝게.
빼. 아칼리 보자. 자야 아무것도 없어.
자.
아칼리. 앞에서 빼니. 한번 열어볼 되거든? 해볼래? W 5초. 0.5초. 애매하게 되냐?
백사이 높을. 빼라.
콜을 안 쳤다. 용 칠래 다 같이요? 용 빨리 가야겠다. 용 싸움 되나 이거?
근데 상대 용 좀 느리긴 한데.
잘 잡을게.
나이스.
버려야 될 것 같은데? 나 좋아서.
나이스.
여기 쌈간 나오는데.
천천히 봐줄게.
여기 천천히 볼래?
어때?
봐봐.
나 거리는 좀 있어.
앞에서.
유나 니코.
안 좋아.
졌다.
앞라인.
오공 가니?
좋아.
오공 맞아. 게임 안 끝내 생각해봐라.
바로 좀 보자.
디테일 지우는 게 좋고.
디테일 뭐 야무지게 받긴 했어.
결국에 밑에서 싸움 안 하면 더 불리할 것 같은데 그냥
밑에 싸움 해야 돼.
일단 나 찍고 아리 볼게 이거. 미드로는 거의 못 나가.
이럴 때
이로. 아리.
아리 조심해라. 앞으로 가서 여기 뚫자.
아리 왼쪽에 있다. 두꺼비 쪽에.
이거 터뜨려봐. 나 걸렸다.
봐볼래?
버려?
천천히 빼면서 한번 빼면 이거 유리해.
볼까.
싸워야 돼 이거. 농탄 공 없어서. 우리 뭉쳐 있다난다.
볼게.
오케이.
천천히 한번 빼면서.
자야 도공.
아니 괜찮아.
좋아. 뭐야 나 터졌다.
잡긴 했는데. 아리.
아리 잡았고.
야 렉사이드 못 뺐고. 바람 보자.
바로 보자 얘들아. 바로 보자. 나 이번에 프리 써서 내가 자연공 뺄 수 있을 것 같아.
이번에 우리만 프리긴 해. 자신감 있게 해보자 사용때.
바로 나가면서 싸움 보자 이거.
지금 아리 매우 먹고.
쭉 들어가자.
얘네 갈렸다. 얘네 갈렸고.
야야야 녹턴 맞아.
렉사이 조심. 렉사이.
잘 볼게. 아칼리 끌었어. 아칼리 개딸피야. 천천히 해봐.
천천히 해봐.
50
뒤에 줘, 뒤에 줘, 뒤에 줘, 뒤에 줘.
50 잡았어. 50 잡았어. 50 봐야 돼. 50.
어머마. 나 딜하고 줄게. 안 좋다. 안 좋은데? 나 매우 오셔. 이제 왔어. 살려줘. 다행이다. 이속 줄게. 괜찮냐? 이제 가서. 이기면 됐어. 아칼리 날아오는 거 그냥 끊어버리잖아. 잘했다. 잘났다. 잘해.
쉽지 않은 경기였습니다만 한화생명 경기를 승리로 이끌고 연승 계속해서 질주 중입니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Just like in the weekly mic check, Hanwha Life Esports like to make it a little scrappy, a little fun, and then ultimately put the win in the bag, and they get the job done here today as well. It is 1-0 Hanwha Life Esports. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. And Wolf, you and I got to cast EWC yesterday, and when we take a look at this draft, it looks eerily similar.
We had the exact same draft between these two teams yesterday with two exceptions, that being the Gnar, that was actually a Vayne, played by Zayas yesterday, and the Jarvan, which is now a Xin Zhao in this Hanwha Life Esports draft, so they made some tweaks.
I mean,
if you guys watched the replay of the actual draft, you could see Zayas laughing.
He was giggling.
Because he lost lane to the Renekton on Vayne really hard, had a really bad time, and you could tell he was like, I'm not doing this again. And then he picked the Gnar, and this laning phase went a lot better for him.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is one of the drafts where we can definitely see it's a kind of trade, you know? I think DNS also had such a great draft in terms of how they want to play the early game. I think it's a great combination on the bot lane. You have a great early game into Caitlyn Bard, and also top side you have such a great setup for the snowball. But I don't think you can like blame the draft on this one, because I think DNS played really poorly this game.
Yeah, they had opportunities and they were scrapping away, and the gold lead never was too big. But the first big fight that we had here for you around the Drake, where the reset for the RE just barely didn't come up.
They're just so close to getting that reset. And Closer had a great game, right? But it starts off with them a little bit greedy on Dragon, right? They don't have full control here. Pyosik has to flash away, still ends up getting taken out here. And then by the time Closer gets here to look for the kill, the fight is already over. He's hoping to get a miracle reset here to maybe make something happen, but look at where Life is. He's completely chased away. Where's the AD carry? You know, they're just, everything is completely in shambles here for DNS. It was just a really greedy attempt, and it was punished super hard. And I think DNS just, I guess they thought they had enough time there, but they simply did not.
No, I mean, why are they just doing the Drake without any, like, I don't know. It's just so random. For me, they have such a great early game team comp, but they just gave up. Like, they just started the Drake. They should have known that they can fight back, because they have a Xin Zhao. They can still fight back with the full HP. Of course, they can walk into the Drake. Of course, they can fight back. But it seems like they're just not respecting enemy team enough when they're playing against the best team in the LCK right now.
It's just very sloppy. You
Yeah.
know? I mean, obviously, Closer had some great mechanical moments. Like, it wasn't his fault how he played that. Like, he almost got the kill, almost got the reset, ends up killing Zeka on the back end. But imagine if he was there the whole time. And imagine if they didn't start the Drake, if they let Hanwha start it first, and then he was able to rotate in to make that impact. That's what could have happened, but instead we got the result there.
They don't have correct setup. So they didn't even have the priority from both side or mid lane. So you still need to wait for a bit. But now all I'm seeing is just random situation in the Drake, and you just started and you just lost and the game is over.
Yeah, well, it should have been over. Hanwha Life Esports still having some fun, hadn't put it away yet, but then 5 minutes later, as the setup for the next Drake after that last Drake, the big knockup comes on in here from the knockup.
I mean, look, this initially looks like we got the jungler. This is going to be a freebie. But then Kanavi plays this so incredibly well, then drops his Crescent Guard, so he can actually buy some space here. And slowly but steadily, the rest of Hanwha Life Esports are showing up here. Zeka is very big in this game, so his damage needs to be respected. Pyosik dies first. And then you know, as we move forward here, Renekton shows up, tries to focus Kanavi down. He doesn't have his Crescent Guard anymore, but watch Zeus. Bouncing forward. They're already trying to get... Look how far away they are from the rest of the fight. He's like, nah, I don't think so. And he pulls them back at like the max range of the hitbox here. And that's just the game. That's it, GG. Like, you lost the fight, but Zeus is like, I'm not just going to be happy with a one-team fight. We're going to basically ace you off of this.
So even if we have, like, we are getting DNS versus HLE, which is probably the really one-sided series, but I still really don't like how DNS plays. I don't see any passion, any game plan from them when they have a proper draft here. Like, I just want something as a team, not like just random solo queue games.
Yeah, it'll be baby steps here for DNS, where Hanwha Life Esports look to keep humming away at the top of the standings. For Game 2, let's send it back on over to the absolutely impeccable casting of Atlas and the big brain analysis of Ox.
Thank you so much, Dagon. You are always so eloquent with your throws. It's time for us to get into this game number 2. 500 games for Delight with this game right here. As it turns out, we did make it to Game 2, Ox.
Yeah, we did manage to. Impressively enough, you know, I wasn't sure, I wasn't 100%, and he does now overtake Gorilla.
Yeah.
And lock in. It's like, it's that benchmark. It's like you overtake Gorilla, you get 500 games.
Hit the milestone. Life ahead of him by about 50 games here as well. If he holds on to his spot, will be difficult for Delight to catch up to him. But let's just see whether Delight can maybe get an extra 2 games in tonight. You know, he might make it to 550. You never know. Actually, no, it'd be, because he's at 548 right now. I'd make it 549, though. Very close to 550, as let's get into it. The Varus needs to be banned away. The Orianna is going to take the place of Rumble, at least for now. But I assume that both of those will be taken off the board. Red side to come in for the DN Supers this time around, as once again we have blue side for second pick being the trade. And HLE will be on that blue side. Vi taken away. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of Vi in pro play all the time.
Yes.
It is one of the higher prior picks, but it is interesting that it's been banned this early on in the draft.
Yeah.
Sometimes see it when teams want to go like Yanara, you know, that point-and-click CC can hamper a good amount. Lee Sin ban coming in, which is obviously a lot of respect thrown towards Pyosik, but still a little bit surprising. Now, last draft we saw HLE obviously ban the Ezreal. DN Supers ban the Jarvan, and they will maintain that ban here.
So, Nocturne priority pretty high, I guess.
Yeah.
As it was Jarvan and the... Sorry, Jarvan was banned in the last game, but it was Pantheon and the Xin Zhao were taken away. So the Nocturne certainly feeling like the next one down the tier list.
I could imagine DN Supers going a route where they try and maybe deny like the Ezreal, maybe worried about like an Ezreal Nico coming out paired up with the Nocturne. But instead, just going for the Ryze. And I mean, this is honestly a big surprise for me because we have seen Ryze kind of struggle at the Road to EWC tournament. But we're still seeing Ryze just picked constantly, despite, in fact, we're seeing Ryze picked more with Phase Rush being removed, which is a surprise. We do get the Neferi coming out for Pyosik, which is, I mean, presumably for Pyosik, which is a pick we've seen him have great success on before. Some nice new items he'll get to leap straight into.
Yeah, definitely a fun one. Lucian Melio could be a choice here. It was very highly prioritized on the last patch, but instead the Annie is going to be the lock-in. Looking at a mid laner instead of locking down the support before the second round of bans is a very interesting maneuver here for Hanwha Life Esports.
So HLE are our team who has actually been willing to go Lucian plus not like a traditional pairing. They did play Lucian Alistar. So although they do eventually go for the Lucian Melio, it does kind of show that they're willing to not necessarily ensure that they have a typical pairing with that Lucian, but in the end, they will lock it in, and DNS will go the Nautilus for life here. A pick who I feel like his win rate has been dropping more and more, but into the Lucian can hold him accountable to a decent degree, as obviously you have that point-and-click ultimate, and he is short-ranged. Not super amazing into the Melio, though. Often Nautilus is the bane of enchanters, but Melio with that Q can very easily kind of disrupt him. and keep space quite comfortably.
I feel like Melio is almost the arch nemesis of the Nautilus. Does only have his passive for, you know, a Melio-able cleansed ability, because everything else is kind of a knock-up, but still feels very, very frustrating to immediately be pushed away as soon as you're attempting an engage. Misfortune going to be taken away here. One of the pairings that we have seen already alongside the Nautilus this patch.
Yeah, they banned the Cassiopeia. I mean, in theory, they could ban the Anivia. It doesn't really fit that much with HLE's composition, but it is just kind of focusing down some of these Rise counters. They do end up going for that.
You have mentioned a lot before about how Nautilus doesn't like Anivia as well, so...
Yeah, it is very unfun to play into.
Yeah, could be a double duty type ban. One more AD carry, perhaps, to be taken away from Doctarm. As that Ezreal you were talking about is still an option, I guess. Ezreal Nautilus is not exactly, you know, making me all that excited, but they could get rid of it.
Ban the Yorick. I'm just wondering, would Doctarm play Ziggs in this situation? I'm trying to think what else he would play with the current bans. A lot of those lane pressure AD carries are gone.
Senna
ends up coming out. Something we've had one game of so far in the LCK, which didn't unfortunately result in a win.
Bit of a domestic dispute in the bottom lane.
That it is. Yeah, going to be a bit vulnerable, I feel like, to this Nocturne, if it can get on top of you, which, I mean, it almost certainly can.
Giving the Jace over without the Yorick answer to Zeus feels like it could have potentially been an error, but TF going to come through first at least. Twisted Fate Nocturne is a pretty diabolical combo, and that Jace is going to come through as well. This is a lot of mid-game power from HLE, as Dudu might be bringing out the Cassante here.
So, I'm not a huge fan of the TF in this situation, because TF into Neferi is miserable. But it does sync up well with Emilio, that extended range, and it's very clear that HLE want to play through their side lanes and accelerate those. But I think the whole TF into Rise Neferi, the mid-jungle of HLE is not very strong at all in terms of contesting the Neferi Rise, and I do worry a little bit then. There, I think for the DN Supers, you need to win that mid-jungle 2v2. You need to crush them, and then you can stop them from spreading their influence with those globals, and you can look to impact the sides yourself, because I think as soon as Zeka and Kanavi start being able to show up top or bot, the game might just spiral out of control.
Yeah, I do feel like the DN Supers composition, if it does make it later and later into this game, it could be a very scary thing, as this is HLE's personal trainer. And you can see that he is demonstrating that he has the credentials in order to be that guy. And also a streamer, Goto there as well alongside. So pretty cool. All right.
Impressive.
So, Twisted Fate in the hands of Zeka, not something that we've associated with him in the past. And Fury making her way onto the Rift in Pyoshik's hands. This could be a good one for the DN Supers to find a way back to get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 of the DN Supers taking on HLE. This bottom lane has been very potent in the previous patch. I assume that Gumayusi and Delight should be having a good time once again. It is elsewhere on the map that we're looking to see whether DNS can make their mark. And so far, Closer is doing a decent job against Zeka. And an immediate hook here towards the bottom side. The piercing darkness coming on through from Doctarm. Gumayusi's still dancing around this fight, though, as life going down very low as a result of that play.
He has to be a bit careful.
Another hook coming on in here as the Ignite does come on through. Heal and barrier both used from the bottom lane of HLE. Doctarm holds onto his barrier for now.
So that second time he went in, didn't have Aftershock ready and got absolutely chunked out. Also, that first trade, they healed super early. So the Ignite value wasn't really there. A big thing if you're taking Ignite into an Enchanter, I mean, it doesn't land in any lane, but typically into an Enchanter, you want to do it early so that they get the reduced heal when they do pop that. But because Delight popped it so early, he didn't really get the full value from that Summoner spell. And life having to reset does not feel good.
No. Dudu should be able to stand his ground here. We've seen the K'Sante do an okay job into the Jace. Doesn't feel like a counter pick or anything like that, but can weather the storm.
We get Doran's helm.
Hey, true, there we go. The one guy that builds it. Fantastic. Zeka is going to be able to at least take down the cannon. And Closer trying his hands at the Deathfire Touch Rise once more. We did see this from Scout earlier on today. And it was underwhelming when there was a Cassiopeia in the game. Now, his damage number is going to look way better because nobody else has it. So
Yeah,
there
nothing
you
to
go.
compare it to.
Where's the Deathfire Touch Nefiri, though? Why isn't Pyoshik doing it?
Don't think that's really a thing when you're in the jungle, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, more for laning rune.
All right. Well, Dudu is just taking a beating here towards the top side. And both of our junglers are going to meet towards the bottom river by the looks of things. Kanavi just floating on over towards this Scuttler. And, oh, the Doggo's just taking some damage there from the Dustbringer. And Pyoshik is just going to accept that that bottom crab is the one that belongs to Kanavi. And he'll move up towards the top side and grab his own.
Oh, they're actually collapsing here onto Pyoshik. He has to be careful.
Yeah, it's a teleport back from Dudu, but he's not going to be able to get here in time. And Kanavi, with control of this side as well, will be able to grab a double scuttle to start this one off. And on a Nocturne, any extra camps feel pretty amazing.
You know, what's weird is I actually think that Pyoshik had a better chance of contesting the bot side scuttle. At the time, Closer was in a position where he could move. And by going topside, you know, it's a Jace into a K'Sante. Zeus had plenty of prio at the time. And you end up getting denied both Scuttle Crabs, wasting a lot of time for it as well. It's not the end of the world if you lose both Skulls, but you'd love to have made something off that time and have gone somewhere and achieved something. Not just kind of walked around and watched them go down in front of you.
Does feel like a little bit of happy feeding from Pyoshik, unfortunately. Still going to be back out onto the map now. Looking ahead towards his Wolf Camp, I believe. That one is the one that's coming up next. Nice little shield there from Dudu to absorb the Shock Blast. And Dudu is once again with some pretty good money here in this lane in comparison to what K'Sante can experience against a Jace. And has actually managed to hold on to a decent CS lead once again. He did teleport a little bit earlier. Zeus only just now making his way back in. Kanavi going to lose out on his Raptor camp. And Pyoshik is able to at least catch up a little there by taking that camp away. But Zeka just having a giggle, and for now, HLE are just slowly but surely building an advantage because TF exists.
Putting that free money. Does not have that level 6 available.
Whoa! For the first time this patch, we're not going to have a Chemtech Soul.
I locked in.
Thanks, Ops. I really appreciate it because it was kind of getting comical, the amount of Chemtechs that we had. As Life taking a bit of damage here, but you can see able to catch back up after the early whoopsie, but this could be another story as the re-engage is decent. Fire Kick does come down. There's now no Aftershock for Life. Ow. Doctor taking, a lot of damage. Level 5 here for Kanavi as Pyoshik is going to show up, but he has to bounce over that wall before that fear kicks in. And that does mean that this 3v3, in theory, a little bit removed, is going to go the way of HLE as they do get the shove.
Yeah, you can see the amount of pressure Kamiushi putting down on this Lucian, and Life, goes in a little bit to try and mitigate the trade, but doesn't opt to use the Ignite, and all that sustain coming through makes it really hard to trade in return.
Well, Zeka now has a wave to deal with as Closer is able to get that first roam. Well, Realm Warp is going to come on through, but Life may be dead before it even starts. The double snare is going to come down for Doctom, though, as the Destiny comes on in. Pyoshik, pretty high health bar, as Zeus just gets solo killed in the top lane. Dudu's revenge was swift here after game number 1. And HLE now just lose out on first blood, and their top lane's on fire.
Dudu with a great kill onto Zeus. Felt like he had pressure for a good amount of this lane, but finding the all-in, finding the kill, absolutely huge. On the spot side of the map, we see the root come down, and it was a pretty unfortunate flash. We'll see the top lane fight first, actually.
Now let's check this one out. All right, Dudu just went for the all-out, all-in.
Yeah, wow. He just hit everything.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. Yeah, so this ended up being unfortunate because this collapse from Close is so effective. And then the root comes down into light and he flashes and it just traps both him and his AD carry.
And if you had a flash down, I think Kanavi's spell shield would have actually procced. And it would have only been Delight snared.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I guess the only difference is Guma had the flash there, but maybe he would have had to anyway, being on that side of the map.
Yep, good point. And hindsight's 20/20 and all of that stuff. Dr. Arm down relatively low, but he does have some healing of his own. Piercing Darkness helping out there. As Pyosik moving on in, we'll find some daggers towards Kanavi. I don't know whether he's going to be winning this fight. We'll just have to see. Paranoia up and available, and Closer is making his way in. Should mean that Kanavi is going to get forced out unless Zeka can make some magic happen. But they are just going to forego the buff. So Pyosik able to brute force his way into the enemy jungle. Did manage to get first blood as well in that last exchange. And the little hot dog getting some work done.
Yeah.
And the rest of his lanes are coming over to help.
Yeah, they're moving in aggressively here. Kanavi has to watch out. But it does reset, and I think that might be the end of the play.
Yep, that could be it. Pyosik just pops on over, and it should be some grubs maybe that he's going to look for instead.
Yeah, he's going for the Spirit Shojin first build again, which is what we've typically seen from LCK Neferis, but I was so looking forward to Cyclo Sword.
Yeah. You know what it makes me think of every time? That relatively new Pokemon called Cyclizar, which is just a lizard that's a bike.
Oh yeah, is that the one in one of the games you just write about?
Yeah. So there are two legendary bikes, but then there's just a regular bike.
Yeah.
That's Cyclizar.
There's so many goofy Pokemon that are just household objects, or like just inanimate objects turned into Pokemon.
Like Rotom?
Yeah.
It's like a lawnmower and stuff.
I don't know what the name of it is.
Klefki? Klefki. That is just keys, yes.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I mean, there's like, what, 1,025 or something
Hey,
like
I'm
that?
not complaining. There's the Ghost Candelabra.
Yeah. There are 3, in fact.
Yeah.
And that actually is the inspiration for one of the Nautilus skins.
Yeah.
I don't have any confirmation on whether that's true, but I do think that it does look a lot like Chandelure.
It's nice to assume things.
Which Pokemon is every champion in this game, I wonder? I mean, Pyosik's surely like a Houndoom.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing all that well, maybe it's a Houndour. There's a lot of dog Pokemon, actually. Plenty of options there. I'm not entirely sure what life would be. That's all right. We'll drop that one for now. As Zeus and Dudu are doing battle once again. Let's see whether he can get another one, as there is the Dawning Shadow. Zeka is here this time, though, to try and help out, and they do just turn it around. Not a second solo kill here for Dudu, unfortunately, as Closer turns up just that little bit too late with his Realm Warp, and is now just going to have to catch this top wave.
Yep, this time Dudu not able to find a clean all-in, and Zeka turning up kind of put him on a timer to finish off the Jace, which he just wasn't able to do. Zeus looks aggressively for this trade, and then as soon as Dudu ults, we see the Destiny coming in. Zeus just doing a great job of dodging everything there. You know, last time the all-in happened, Dudu just hit everything super quick, and it was like, okay, Zeus is dead. This time, though, Zeus able to kite around and avoid those, knowing that he's going to have the backup soon enough, and it did really make all the difference.
Yeah. Pretty well played this time around. HLE now move themselves to a 400 gold advantage. Not end of the world or anything like that, but their composition, it's not like now that you want to be winning. It's around the mid-game where you really want to set yourself up for success, and then 1-3-1 is going to be very difficult to play against, in theory, against them. I think team fights later on in the game in a neutral setting, gold even on both sides. I think DNS have a pretty nice looking comp, and if we get to the epically late game, Senna should theoretically be infinitely scaled and all that sort of stuff. So
the problem
that
is,
could be a problem.
Whenever it's been this farming center, the number of souls has always just been miserable.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Doctor's on 29 right now, which honestly is not the worst we've seen, but you think of typical center as being like you get, what, like 100, 140 in the later stages. It's going to take so long for Doctor to get to that point. Maybe beyond the point where it's really relevant at all because the game just ends.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my concern. Obviously, Senna with gold do a lot.
Oh dear, what about Senna with a health bar? That's also a little bit better here as Life tries to get out of there and is going to be able to do so. Oh, not quite in range. as the paranoia not going to be pressed until now, where Doctan just insta-dies.
You know, I thought initially, so they're out of vision, and then Senna using the zone is kind of going untargetable, so it can't be ulted by the Nocturne. I'm like, nice, good job. Just wait out the Nocturnal. Didn't wait out the Nocturnal.
Yeah, they just instead waited out the Senna. Zeka goes down to 50% as they look to get back towards this dragon. Gumayusi just gone very far forward as Pyosik sicks the dogs on them. Closer coming down. Does get a fair bit through here as Life making his way back to the battle, and Gumayusi flashing out of the way of the dredge line. The steal as well from Pyosik as he dives in on top of Kanavi. Does manage to get the enemy jungler, but down goes Life as well. As Gumayusi is going to be flashing out of the way, or dashing out of the way. And the bleed is going to pick up the kill onto the flashless now Melio, who I don't think needed to flash at all. But still, sometimes you go down exceptionally low and you just want to get as far away from the bad guys as possible.
Ends up being pretty great play for DNS. It's still a gold lead for HLE, but Dragon picked up and those kills on the back end. Pyosic's getting some mounting pressure in this one. 2-0-1 on the Neferi now. He is looking towards top lane. His ult isn't quite up and available yet, but if he wraps around long enough. There was that ward on his Krugs, though, which I believe is why he got spotted out.
Zez trying to flash away from these daggers, and he just kills the doggos and gets himself out. I believe dodged both, therefore not in danger of bleeding to death. So well played there from Zeus, but still had to use the flash in a lane that was feeling pretty volatile, especially earlier on.
Yeah. And it's so scary having a Fed...
Oh dear. In comes Zeka. There's the culling onto Closer. Still, Gumayusi, does he have enough in order to take him down? Needed one more auto. The wildcards avoided. And Gumayusi almost dies to the minions and the turret, but is going to be able to survive. But so does Closer, most importantly. The problem is, this turret is still going to take the majority of its health bar. And it's going to eat all of the minions. So still not exactly great news here for DNS. That's all right, Zeka. This was the fight a little while ago.
Yeah, this steal on the dragon, really frustrating for H. Oh, we're getting more action.
Yeah, not going to be able to see the steal as Life and Closer making their way towards this bottom lane. The depth charge comes in. Delight is going to get knocked up as well, but there's the paranoia as they look to take down Closer. Gumayusi stays alive and gets the last second heal there as well. Life wants to try and make his way in as, dodging that one's hard, but he does it for at least a while, as he will get taken down in the end. Is an overextension though, as Pyosik looking to try and get himself out of there, flips around and manages to do it. The Dawning Shadow comes on through. The Aftershock is now down though for Life, so he is likely to fall. One more auto for Kanavi will do it, but somehow Pyosik makes his way out alive.
I mean, that was crazy, the fact that Pyosik was able to finish off the Lucian and disengage from the play.
And steal his Gromp back? Is there anything this man cannot do?
We'll see. This game looking like a tough one still, but here we see Closer going in, and the fact that Gumayusi on that low HP, I mean, the healing and shielding does come in, and with the Echoes of Helia, Delight's constantly trying to do as much damage as he can, getting orders in, stacking it up. So close to going down. Then Pyosik comes in and says, you know what, my ult is point and click. Delight tries to get the Mega Fire Kick, but just is a little late. And that allows Pyosik to get in, get the Lucian, and presumably not get out, but he manages to ult on a Zeka and then flip over the terrain. So beautifully played. I think I was just like, okay, 1-for-1s here, but no. Manages to get out again afterwards.
Yeah, I didn't know that the ult reset was actually a safety tool. I always thought that it was a more killing tool.
Honestly, it gives you a really big shield. So often if you get that first kill, the second one just gives you a lot more survivability. Because it's only the reset one that gives you the massive shield that scales like with an insane AD ratio.
Well, it's looking real good, and DNS going to turn that one into a Rift Herald as well. Zeka, though, is just kind of taking crockery from this bottom inner turret.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the way they set up for that, because they had all 5 members just there hitting the Herald. I feel like you can afford to have someone in the side lane with TP. Maybe they're just a bit nervous, but...
Yeah.
You know,
things haven't been going great for DNS, so you can understand them being a little more careful than they probably need to be.
Yeah.
All right, piercing amounts of luminosity being traded here in the mid lane. And Dudu making a path, but also losing a bunch of health. Zeka going to show up, and man, he is just a demolition man. That's what this is. Things weren't exactly the most fun in lane, you know, but he's making money by destroying the structures. 1-0-2 now, Rod of Ages as well as Lich Bane complete. Does have the sad slingshot, but when it's item number 3, it feels fine as HLE gets a double knock-up as Pyosik is able to get the charge, but they look to try and turn it. Paranoia onto a Nefiri is a choice you can make, but not one you're going to be too happy about as they do manage to take down both of the junglers. The Nefiri being dead, though, is a huge deal as Zeus turns up with a big shield. And the Jace feeling very tanky here in this game. Zeus flashing out of the way. I don't know whether that snare would have landed, but better to be safe than sorry as Closer was ghosting towards him. He was put in prison. Maybe the Death Chamber would soon follow.
Both junglers down, though, means that Jake's just going to kind of stay alive at this point. Reset's going to come in soon. And, oh, the light.
Oh, the interruption fire kick gets bowed.
That's so big, actually, because now DNS just aren't going to be in a comfortable position to contest this dragon.
Nope.
Navi's coming back on the map already. I don't think Pyosik's going to be able to get in and get a steal on this one.
Delight literally just got them this dragon.
Yep.
That is what happened. And denying a Mountain Soul, or at least a Mountain Dragon, going to be pretty important because Dudu would absolutely love to get that. Any extra survivability for life would be phenomenal. I feel like DNS do use a Mountain Soul very, very effectively. As we have a look at this fight one more time, Pyosik just going a little bit too ham.
Yeah, and then immediately Kanagi's like, oh, I can do that too. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 in terms of junglers. Zeus TP's in with that big shield. Initially seems like too much of a threat to handle, but they do try and chase him down here. He has to flash the route. You know the follow-up from the Rise would be there if he didn't, so it makes sense to be in that summon and keep yourself alive. Mountain Dragon picked up. It is a gold lead to HLE, it is there, but...
Oh, Pyosik making his way down towards this bottom side as Dudu flashing in on top of the Jace, and they will be able to take him down, happily tanking up the turret as Pyosik can go untargetable to mitigate that one completely as soon as they're finished. They will sacrifice this outer turret in the mid lane for that play, but getting Zeus on top of it and trading turrets is still going to be an upward swing for the DN Supers.
Yeah, and I just like that they're being proactive still, despite the fact that this game has had some tough moments in it. They're still trying to make plays happen, still trying to do things, play around the Nefiri and just the point-and-click nature of that ultimate. So good for picking off isolated targets, as we've kind of seen here. And obviously, sometimes can be a struggle to find isolated targets into HLE's composition with the global ultimates, but especially when we've just had like a dragon fight, can often be a good timing when they're still on cooldown.
Yeah, let's have a look how the rest of this is going to unfold, because DNS in a much better position this time around in game number 2 than they were in game number 1. And we have Baron spawned about 25 seconds ago. It's now something that both teams need to be aware of, but in 3 minutes time is probably when we're going to get the next big fight, as I think Soul Point going to be something that the DN Supers are going to really struggle to play around.
Oh, for sure. I think as well, a lot of... This is not a ton of damage on the DN Supers. Pyosik wants to get the reset, wants to like finish off a low health target. Bryce can obviously pump damage with Actualize, of course, and just in general. But Senna's not doing a ton, so I think if a Mountain Soul comes through, HLE might just be too bulky to really deal with.
Yeah. Somehow, that anchor didn't land, but Kamishi is playing very aggressively here. Did, of course, have a Nocturne waiting in the wings. Kanavi now just going to be taking his red buff, and the DN Supers just tidying up waves where they can. Slowly but surely, HLE are extending this lead, but it's not by a massive amount. Closer dies here, could be a little bit larger, but he flashes out of the way, and Zeus is not going to be able to kill the Rise. Still, Rise with no flash means that DNS do lose out on a fair bit. Does hit 2 items though, so at least there is that. Has some upgraded shoes. Speaking of upgraded shoes, Zeka is running really quickly in this game.
Oh yeah. And with the Milio range boost and the rapid fire, it's a little ridiculous, the stun card distance that you can kind of set up for. So Definitely a dangerous threat there that has to be respected. Can be quite hard to position against this.
Yeah, fire kick going to connect onto Dudu, but he is pretty tanky. They do get the Destiny down. Flash out from Delight. That's a big cooldown onto the Melio. Makes him somewhat susceptible. Zeka comes in with the gate towards this mid lane. Oh, there's the turnaround as Gumiushi does manage to find the Relentless Pursuit button in order to get himself out of the way of that one.
This game feels so tense right now.
Really does.
Dragon in a minute 15. You see the resets coming in from HLE just to be ready for that objective spawn.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that's why it feels so intense, because there's not actually anything worth dying for right now on the map. It's all just about the setup around this dragon.
Yeah.
Try and make sure that they can get in there safely. It's also a Mountain Drake, so they are just a bit bulky.
Getting bulky.
Take a bit of killing.
With each one they're able to pick up. I mean, you know Cassante would love to get a handful of Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad.
So we see it was HLE who reset first, got in a position first. DNS still late, and wary of face checking, which I think makes complete sense into this TF composition. You face check, you'll get stun carded. Good odds that you just die.
Kanavi just wanders up to them to see what would happen. They try and hit you, I guess, is what he learnt. Zeka does get that epically long-range gold card.
Ooh, big shot blast.
Yeah, the follow-up. And it's so clean as well when it does happen. Get them stunned up. Shock Blast follows. Doesn't follow that time because it's just Dudu. They are taking a fair bit of poke. Nocturne also helping out with some poke. That's kind of funny as the culling comes on through. Dredgeline is going to at least stop the rest of that damage from coming through as there's a red card. Kind of like it for the extra AoE, but the big old shield comes on through. They look to try and turn it onto Zeus. Into the backline goes Kanavi, though, and he gets all outed immediately. They do get life, but down will go the Nocturne. The flash from Pyoshik is not going to be enough, but they do kill Delight, and Zeka is forced to run away. Zeus somehow surviving on a sliver of health, as it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade in the end, assuming Zeka can stay alive. But I don't think this turret is going to do that. And so a bit of a win here for DNS, you could say.
He's just TPing in.
Okay, Realm Warp. Oh. Gets him out. Almost the gold card.
If he stunned Closer there, that would have been huge. This fight, pretty chaotic here. The red card comes in for the AoE slow, catching all of them. And then Zeus ends up a little isolated here, and they all jump onto him. He has to flash away to not immediately die. We see Kanavi dives forward. It just gets focused down. Gives a reset over to Pyoshik, but he unfortunately does not survive to go much further. And then in this position, Zeus and Guma are just so low, they can't really participate anymore.
Wait, why is this the outcome?
Well, because when Zeus went for the TP, all of DNS kind of had to respect and back away, the ones who were there. And
yeah,
they were just late to get back after that.
Oh no. A little bit unfortunate. DNS sort of give that one up without too much more of a fight after that initial relatively even trade. Both junglers dying. Kanavi makes his way back a little bit sooner. So the DN Supers now having to deal with Soul Point available for HLE for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and it just puts so much pressure on that dragon, because if they get the Mountain Soul, the game's going to feel very difficult, as if it isn't already. But could just be the point of no return.
Oh dear, Dr. needing to try and keep life alive. I feel like that's been his job so far this game, as playing this Nautilus has seemed miserable at best.
I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about with the Senna Soul. 68, 26 minutes. Just feels a little bit more underwhelming than what we used to. Yep. Even for older iterations of farming, Senna would get a bit more souls than this. So definitely playing around the stats of the items a good amount, not just the souls and what they offer.
I'm wondering if there are any Mayday Parade fans in chat. They did just quote one of their songs. It was a favorite of mine back in high school.
Yeah?
There's probably not, though. That's all right. Gumiushi and Kanavi just to get together, take down a red buff. And let's see whether HLE are going to actually try and play sides, which I expect this composition does kind of want to do, even if Jace can be a little bit in danger. Not exactly the safest of side laners, but if you do get in close proximity to a turret, you do just kind of wipe it out immediately.
Yep. Feels like both teams have been trying to set up HLE right now around this Baron, getting a lot of deep vision. You saw this vision line that DNS got a little bit deeper here. Will it be spotted and cleared out? Looks like one of the wards got cleared there, but there is a singular red ward behind line of vision. Now, Bellwarp comes in.
Yeah, they bring everyone and some of the minions there as well, as Zeka is able to flash his way out, but the dredge line will catch him, and down goes the TF. That's a nice pick here for the DN Supers.
Yeah. Able to pick up the TF, now turning onto the Baron.
Does this guarantee the Baron, though? That's the question. They've got 40 seconds to take this one down. That will be enough to kill it. But can they stop Kanavi from going for a steal? As Closer off on the side lane, they cannot lose their Ryze, who does flash into that Baron pit. But now the Baron is on the side of HLE, doing so much work towards DNS. And Kanavi gets into the pit. This is going to be a 50-50 at best here for the DN Supers. Feels like such a dangerous gambit, as Kanavi still hasn't turned. Oh, he doesn't actually have Paranoia available, and the Baron is going to be secured here by Pyoshik. And the rest of HLE, they might be able to take Dudu as their consolation prize. But this is one heck of a teleport. And down goes Closer as well. Zeus surviving for about forever, as Delight almost manages to make it even better at the end. Life realizing that he has to sacrifice himself, but did he even really have to? As here's the gate in. And Doctom has barely a health bar, so he is likely to just straight up die, and Pyoshik just ran out of buttons to try and stop them from killing his AD carry.
HLE just refusing to let DNS walk away from that one. The discipline around the Baron from DNS was actually really good, but unfortunately they just weren't able to disengage from the fight that came after. So this initial pick, I mean, consecutive, just honestly really good setups from DNS. They get this initial pick. Guma, this dash was funny. I thought he was going to dash in front and block. No way. There's no way you make that play. It looked like he was about to. Here, though, this is great work from Dudu to disrupt the Nocturne and stop Kanavi from getting in. He actually flashed to try and kill Closer, and that meant he didn't have flash here, so Dudu could just beeline for him, drag him completely away from the pit, and ensure that they are the ones to get the Baron. So hard to deal with a Cassante in a situation like this. And then in the follow-up play, we see both, well, we see Fiercely Dudu going down, and then Zeus TPs into all these members, but he manages to kill Closer, and although he dies for it, it's numbers advantage for HLE, and they just go super aggressive here. Destiny is back up for Zeka. He's able to get the stun card in, and Kanavi gets this final kill onto Doctam. Only Pyoshik has the Baron still in hand, and now we're looking towards this dragon for Soul.
Okay. There's a little bit of attempted Realm Warp look in, but they decide not to go for it as Pyoshik flips over the wall. Just trying to fish with a few of these Qs. Zeus has the lights turned off here. Shock Blast could be pretty deadly at this moment. Mountain Soul, such a big deal here for both sides. That is a big Shock Blast that's going to connect. Good poke to start this one off early. Can Pyoshik get another good smite? That's going to be the question as the Paranoia gets Kanavi in there. The flash out from the center, gets on over, but that is going to be Pyoshik with the denial once again. But can they get themselves out? That's the question. As already, Senna's gone down, Dudu is dead as well. Pyoshik trying to find these resets though in this fight, and he has found a couple. Zeus goes to the skies though and sends Closer there as well, as Pyoshik is just trying to be an absolute hero here in this game. And Zeka will just force him over that wall, and they deny the Mountain Soul, and Pyoshik makes his way out with a 4-for-4.
That's a big takeaway, denying the Mountain Soul, and the fight ends on even terms, which is crazy after all that. Zeus gets a big Shot Blast. It's mitigated a good amount by the Senna, though, with the healing. Then the fight just ends up getting a little bit hectic after this. We see Kanavi diving in, trying to get onto the center, but the ult comes back across. Zeka then just hunts down Doctam. Dragon secured by Pyoshik, and he just kind of runs rampant in this fight without anyone really able to check him. And this is one of the issues that I was kind of talking about when the TF came in, despite the Neferi on the other side. TF just not very good into this pick because it's so hard to stun card the Neferi, who can just go untargetable whenever it's thrown at you.
And it hasn't seemed like it's been as much of a problem because Zeka has been focusing on other targets, but I think he might need to be focusing on Pyosik. He's got 3 items now completed. This Nefiri is becoming very problematic, as that is Kanavi at least locking down a Rift Scuttler, but Pyosik goes in just to get on top of the Nocturne. The paranoia for the turnaround as, oh dear, Pyosik is so important here for the DN Supers as Zeka has found the backline. It does have to flash as he is now completely alone. Gets the ulti out of the Melio. The wildcards do fly on forward. Shock Blast doing a fair amount of work here, but Pyosik's the only one that's really lost any health bar, and it looks like he is not too perturbed. This game's getting weird.
This game's crazy at this point. The cleanse from Delight, pretty huge there to save. Oh, they're looking here towards the blue buff now.
Yeah, that one's getting started up.
This game can't be decided over blue buff, I swear.
Yes, it can. I swear.
No, Pyosik gave it up. He walked away.
But he could have all-in.
I think this might be what happens when you just get the hyper-aggression of Kanavi clashing with the chaotic vibes of Pyosik.
Yeah. It's almost as if it's like a hold my beer type moment.
Yeah.
Because Pyosik certainly, like, he won Worlds, just flipping coins over and over again, and just always having it come up heads. And his smite button in this game kind of reminds me of back then, right? Like, he just did not lose a smite fight, I swear. Like, all of that entire 2022 Worlds run, it's looking like we're getting a bit of that flavor once more. As he's thrown these hot dog daggers around. Able to find too much more. A lot of this gold lead that we can see here, by the way, 3.2k is on the TF as Gumayusi is going to get engaged on here. They do have Delight as the Realm Orb comes in as well. They haven't found the initial pick as Kanavi dove into that backline, but Doctom keeps himself alive. And now Kanavi goes into his GA in the most uncomfortable of circumstances. And that is a dead jungler with a Baron on the Rift. All right, gold card being thrown out here, but onto Dudu. I don't think he cares about that at all. And the DN Supers, if at first Baron you don't succeed, just kill the next one. That's the saying. Oh, Gumayusi going so aggressive here, able to dodge out of the way of the hook. The Baron doing so much work yet again, and Zeus biding his time. Closer and Life are going to get on over there as Pyosik dashing on in. Big ol' heal onto Zeus, that'll keep him alive. But remember, Pyosik's the only one with a smite, so he will be able to take down this Baron. It's just whether they can keep themselves alive. The center is dead. Closer goes golden, but he's going to die in a second, and I've seen this movie before, and it did not go very well for the DN Supers. They even have another teleport to get towards his top side, and Pyosik is going to be the last man with a Baron again. Wait, unless he just dies. Maybe that's the plot twist for the end of the sequel, is that actually the dog dies in the end. Oh no, it's I Am Legend all over again. He does get over the wall, but that is going to be Zeka picking up the towers. It's the Jace picking up the kill, and HLE will pick up a 2-0 to stay in first place.
DNS really making them fight for it in this one. They managed to secure the Baron, but the ensuing fight, the low health bars trying to escape away, but unable to do so. And HLE will claim their second Nexus of the night, but not before getting...
Yeah. Of course, Kanavi takes a visit to the fountain, but then the Nexus will go down. HLE remaining in the lead here in the LCK, but at least in game number 2, the DN Supers made them work for it.
Oh, they did. They really made them work for it in this one, which is kind of sort of reminiscent of the series they had in the Road to EWC qualifier, where it was a 2-0, but there was a lot of fight, and credit to DNS for putting that fight up, but there's a reason why HLE are the top team right now in the tournament. And they're just unrelenting. The games look chaotic, but they won't stop until the bell rings, and they were the ones who rung it in the end.
And I think this guy did a lot of the ringing as well. Zeus having a pretty fantastic performance here today. His Gnar, definitely better than the Vayne in their previous matchup against DNS earlier this week. And then the Jace. I mean, that teleport into the top lane to just kill... He did die, but to take out a target was not with a lot of fear in this game. As Gumayusi actually having a pretty good day out here as well. I mean, the Caitlyn looking pretty good. but very aggressive on the Lucian as well. And the light on his Melio looking fantastic.
His positioning around the Baron pit, using the Baron as a blocker and just skating around it was pretty flawless.
Oh yeah.
Some great play from, I mean, everyone on the side of HLE you can say positive things about with some great play this series. But yeah, Guma's Lucian there, really popping off.
Oh, and by the way, the trainer's fan sign said lose and it's leg day and win and it's upper body day. That's why you're seeing everyone with pretty small legs and big upper bodies on
just
HLE.
Winning too much.
Yeah, that's why. Maybe that's why when you see the guys at the gym and they do look a little bit misproportioned, just been winning too many league games.
Yeah.
They do call it physical when you're really good at the game.
So you need to be like an average rank. You need to be like gold if you want to have a balanced proportion.
A balanced physique. Or maybe just force a leg day. This was the crazy play from Zeus to keep them all busy. And it saved the Baron attempt. Like, honestly, DNS almost managed to just sacrifice Dudu and get out. He was like, fly, you fools. And then, unfortunately, the Balrog teleported on top of them. And I didn't see that in Lord of the Rings. But if it did happen, like, that's a deleted scene I would not want to see.
You know, I've seen the extended edition. Wasn't there either.
Yeah. But it's in the extended edition.
Like
maybe it's going to be in the next movie.
I feel like Piotric's Lee Sin has kind of drawn a lot of attention from teams, but is Neferi definitely a big pick. And this was that play around the Baron where Gumishi was playing really far up despite his short range and getting a lot of value.
Speaking of a lot of value, the Melio worth its weight in gold at this point. Like you were saying, Gumishi just sort of skating around this fight. Late game Lucian looking very powerful here in this game.
I just love how he's using the Baron as a blocker so often and just finding these angles to get damage down without being challenged.
Yep, I heard him say delicious, delicious. Man, Piotrek was a bit of a hero in this game though, I have to say. It was good to see him on the Neferi. Like you mentioned, something that he has been very good at in the past. Just wasn't quite enough to take down the best team in the LCK as Gumiushi does 50k damage on the Lucian. And the DN Supers woes continue.
Yeah. I mean, I think this was a good look for them, even if they didn't get the series win in this game too, at least. Stuff to reflect on. It was always going to be an uphill battle. This is first against last, but I think they had a good showing regardless. Big question though, who's going to be POM? Gumiushi, I think very deserved. The Lucian game popping off around that Baron fight. I imagine we'll probably get a split of votes. I think him and Zeus for capturing
I think
a lot
Zeus
of focus.
is probably where I would have gone, but Gumiushi definitely very consistent on the day, and his Caitlyn was in flying form in game number 1. I think that Caitlyn has been a bit of a trap for some of our teams, not when it's in the hands of Guma.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just that Lucian moment around the Baron pit was just, in all the chaos, just finding the lines.
And also, you kind of have to like be the guy in this composition as well, right? It's hard to team fight with the comp that they built, like the TF Nocturne's more about the smoke and mirrors, playing side lanes and things like this. And so a lot of what makes the team fights work hinges around whether Gumiushi can just glide and make things happen. He absolutely did do that, especially in the punishment around Barons. That is another conversation that we're going to have, which is the Baron for Nexus, or 2 Barons for Nexus, that the DN Supers kind of opted in for in this game.
Not the best trade deal that we've seen.
No. As Gumiushi makes his way out alongside Subin, we will hear from him very, very soon. And maybe we'll hear from the trainer as well. We'll talk about exactly what upper body workout they're going to be going for. Maybe they'll talk about which machines they're going to use and all that sort of stuff. We can get some tips.
Weights, you know?
That could be a thing too. Maybe he's not going to reveal his secrets because perhaps it's his job and he doesn't want to do it for free.
It is his job.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a shame. But now it's time to hear from Guma. Let's throw it over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Gumayushi on the side of HLE. Congratulations! Wow, the fans are going wild for you. That was your 9th win in a row and 10th win secured. How do you feel? First of all, it was another 2-0 today. It makes me very happy, and not much time left until MSI. I know that we need to keep up a great form, and I'm really relieved that we are doing a good job. You know, this is your first POM. So, how does it feel to return to the interview zone after a long time? It feels more nerve-wracking than usual, but it feels great. Well, how did you feel just watching your teammates get POM? I mean, much more than a POM, getting a win is important. You know, I think I can always get a POM, and I know I believe in my abilities, so I think it's just more important to play well in the games. And you met DN Supers yesterday for the EWC regional qualifier, so maybe you felt more confident today. So how was it? Yeah, it was kind of cool to meet them 2 days in a row. I do feel more confident playing offline matches than online, so I just wanted to come here and really just show up. That must be because of all the fans, right? Of course. And the draft actually was pretty much the same as yesterday except for the top end jungle, so how did you guys react? Since we won, I think we just prepared the way we usually did. And the enemy, of course, they came and pulled off the same strategy, so it just felt like they were just as confident. And Zeus actually hovered Vayne as the last pick, and he was just losing it, so what was so funny? You know, it's because yesterday I played because he played Vayne yesterday, and in the early he actually got a lot of bets because of that. So I think we were just discussing what happened yesterday. And in game 1, Caitlyn Bard was quickly locked, and it looked like you guys were trying to pressure bot very hard. So how did it play out against Jin and Karma? Well, given that Karma is such a strong laning champion, it wasn't that easy to play out the lane, but because of Bard, I think it was more like a handshake. It went pretty 50-50 in the end. But unlike Game 1, Game 2 had many moments of crisis, and the enemy's late game value was really starting to show. So, what was your read on this game? You know, the enemy comp had a really good brawl comp, so I think we just had to play smart. But we weren't able to execute that very well, which leaves a lot to be desired. But in the end, we were able to pull it off with a win, so I think we did a better job. So what were your thoughts on the Senna Nautilus strategy? Any game plan? Yeah, it's been a while since we saw a Senna Nautilus comp, but because we have so much experience and knowledge over bot matchups, I think we just had a good understanding of how to deal with them. And Kumayushi, there is good news upcoming. Not quite yet, but you're so close to getting 2,000 kills. And in game 1, you got 1 kill and 4 kills in game 2. Yeah, I saw that they were actually foreshadowing my 2,000 kills, and I really wanted to reach it. And it was on my mind, but it was just so hard to get those kills, so hopefully I can get there soon. And in game 1, I know that you said that it was hard to get kills, but Delight had 4 kills. The gluttony, so any word for him? You know, even in the end, I really wanted some kills, but Delight just kept taking it. So, I mean, I guess Bard is just really strong. He deals a lot of damage. And in game 2, Delight actually played his 500th LCK game, so any word for Delight? Yeah, I mean, I think Delight, he is a veteran and he's a great player, so I'm sure that we can look forward to many more great showings from him. And on Sunday, you'll be at the LCK Team Roadshow Kium DRX home front in Hanoi, Vietnam. So what are you excited for? This would be my first time visiting Vietnam, and I'm really looking forward to it. I actually am excited for all the pho and mangoes. And I know that the arena will be very big, and I know that there are a lot of Vietnamese fans that love and support us, so I'm really excited to meet them all. So any word for your Vietnamese fans? This will be my first time in Vietnam. It'll be our first meetup. And I hope that we can have a great time together. And thank you always for your support. Come on. Congratulations once again. And that's all from Guma Yushi and Back to the Space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is a 2-0 for Hanwha Life Esports and the first POM for Guma Yushi this year, which is kind of incredible to think about. I mean, it has been a lot of driving through Zeka and through Kanavi, but to have Guma Yushi there as well is just a wealth of riches here for Hanwha Life Esports. He gets the job done in this series against DNS.
I think in a lot of these games, like Guma has been put into, I think he hasn't been in the spotlight because it's been Kanavi's aggression, right? That's getting Guma the gold. It's been Zeka's flashy plays. But in a series like this one where Hanwha Life Esports were struggling a little bit, it's Guma Yushi's consistency, I think, that really shines through and makes him a very clear POM choice.
Yeah, even though it was a chaotic games, it was still 2-0. And now I wonder why we're having these like 2-0s so many times, because I think yeah, I mean, I don't see the reason why, because the game, it was fearless already, and like, why are we having those like 2-0s every
I mean, I was looking it up. I'm probably going to tweet about this later, but we have had more than double the 2-0s at this point in the year, this year, compared to last year. We're having so many one-sided series, and even in upsets, the upsets are coming out 2-0 as well.
Yeah, it's very fascinating given the fact that Fearless was here last year, but still, teams, when they get that first win, the momentum means so much. Even though DNS, they fought back here. They had multiple opportunities, multiple Baron takes. And in that last one, Guma Yushi stepped forward on the Lucian, played in the Baron pit despite losing the Baron, moved on forward, and was able to take the win and the POM. As we take a look at the votes here for our POM. Could have gone Zace as well, maybe on the top side of the map. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shouts for him. 1 for Zeka in the mid lane, but Guma Yushi picks that one up. The help from Soup.
I was super on the fence, but the Lucian game, especially those final moments, especially that final team fight on Baron, like pushed me over the edge. He was the most consistent player across both games for me.
Yeah, same. That's why.
And I was trying to like lead into it. I maybe leaned into it like way too much. But Guma Yushi is, in my mind, right now the most consistent AD carry in the LCK, and has been the most consistent AD carry in the LCK for the last 5 years since his debut. He has just always been extremely solid, and that's why you don't necessarily always pick up POM, especially in a meta like this where the jungler's leading the charge, you're playing with Kanavi. But in games like this where it's really tough to actually find that win con, Guma's just never going to mess it up. The game is never going to be lost because of him.
I mean, not only because of his consistency, also the efficiency of the resource control. Because I think Guma Yushi is one of the player that you just put a little amount of resource, and then he's going to put out the maximum outcome with it. So as the AI industry grows, securing energy has become more important than ever. So in times like this, Guma Yushi, who can create the maximum efficiency with very little energy, is the future itself. Maybe this is the lowest point for Hanwha Life.
It could be at their very lowest point. That's a good point.
Yes.
AI is...
Okay. I mean,
Guma is saving the trees.
Guma is saving the trees.
Yes, Guma is saving the trees.
In a theoretical sense.
Yes.
Metaphorical sense. In a real metaphorical
So you gotta invest?
You're trolling, man. What
do you mean? I'm not trolling. I'm actually serious.
Growing have anything to do with Guma playing?
What do you
mean? In times like this, those who can create maximum efficiency with little energy are going to be the future.
Exactly.
I think that's a true...
You know, if he went to game 3, we're gonna kill more trees because we have to use more of the energy. So he's saving the trees.
I mean, literally, how many 10 PCs running? All these lights in this studio right now.
Digon.
You think that's just for free, Digon?
Do you hate trees?
Think that doesn't cost energy?
Oh my God.
Guma Yushi is actually an environmentalist.
Yes, exactly.
Straight up.
Correct, Ulf. Thank you for helping me out. Like, he hates trees. I don't know.
Yeah, Digon is just like, I wanted a 5 gamer.
Protect the earth. Let's see what else we got here. from our commenters. Thank you, Zeus. Is the vote for Ox. It's been a gnarly day. A Cat's Eye fan. That's pretty cool. I didn't know Ox was his bag was that deep.
They put the Gnar champion portrait to make it clear that he was making a reference to the champion Gnar. They also capitalized it, if you guys didn't get the reference.
What is this, chat? Degon doesn't hate trees. I love trees. I'm the one that loves trees. Why? What? Oh.
Nice chat.
His whole bro persona, otherwise known as his brosona, is that he loves the green team. Okay, I love green, I love bro, I love trees, I'm a tree hugger, and yet
water is a great resource
for a 5 gamer.
Maybe we shouldn't use it to make a comment.
Yoshik back here.
Wow.
We can all just go home early and save energy.
Oh my god, Diga loves Dollar Tree.
I'm such a professional. I've never gotten triggered by chat before. I got triggered. All right, let's see what else we have here for our comments. Helios, same signature pose, same great form. Does go with Zeka on this one, but talking about both poses, as Zeka has recently been stealing Guma's
He did
pose.
Guma's thing the other day. Last time he got palm.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're having a really good synergy. Apparently, they're same age, so that's why they have like such a good synergy between those two players. And Coco, yeah.
And the team's rolling.
Yeah.
Palm rarely goes to the AD carry, but again, shows the performance that Guma put in here.
Maybe you can put the T in front of the rolling, because they were kind of trolling.
I mean,
the game too. What do you mean?
When a team's trolling, that's when Guma gets POM.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't troll.
Exactly. Yes.
Yep. Let's see what else we had here from our comments. Cloud Templar. You shoot so fancy.
Why?
Wee.
I mean, I can't dislike it. I think it's very on brand.
All right.
Let's see what else we had here. I'm T-Cone with the man who blind picks Caitlyn, King Mayushi.
All right. Chat. Let's go on. Attack Digon.
No, please.
Attack Digon. Yes.
Can't, man.
Digon hates.
No. I may love her.
Right.
Trees, water, and great AD carry play.
Careful if you had the camera off on the iPad. I thought you were going to show chat that he's got his like lumberjack behind the couch where he's got like an axe back there and like a bunch of flannel shirts.
But actually,
why is Jisoo telling me don't use the tablet? Use this.
Hold on.
This is a work thing.
Put me on camera real quick. Look. So I'm not touching this. By the way, I don't use this iPad as a prompter most of the time because I like to save energy myself personally.
Wow.
Egon, on the other hand, has not only chat up on this thing, but has a live stream running as well.
That's so much energy.
How much energy is he using?
Oh my god, that's so much energy. Oh my god, Digon. Oh my god. How can you do that? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, so Jisung just gave me the update that actually he's reached his energy quota for the week already on Wednesday here, so they turned his mic off to save the power bill.
That's correct. I think we need to save the energy, you know? Like, energy is so important. So, yeah. You gotta save the trees. Okay, let's do the next one. I'm the new host. Thank you. All right, let's go. Saving. All right. You're saving the energy, guys.
Oh, this is great. I'm really happy that we're forcing Digon to finally be an environmentalist. Digon, turn him back. Digon turned him back on, so I guess we'll go through the standings. We have, by the way, it's crazy. Even though we've had so many 2-0s this season, I want to point out we have polar opposites here. 10-1 first place, 1-10 10th place. And yet the series felt very winnable, right? It felt very playable for DNS in both games.
But
kind of insane how the margins are so thin here between winning and losing. Like the difference for DNS, like they have to play so much more solid. They have to hold on to the lead. Their Baron steps to you better, but they could have won this series. They could have won yesterday at EWC as well.
No, but Dolph, I gotta ask you, do you happy with it? No, I'm not happy with it.
I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, they are 1-10. In fact, yes, they played good in game. They could have a chance, but what do you mean? They're in the last place. They're not showing anything.
The difference in game score is 33 games.
We're getting to the point, though, where DNS just need wins.
Yeah.
However they can find them. And despite being in these games and having good performances, they've got to translate into some dubs into the category.
Bangers tomorrow, my God.
Yeah.
The Bros are back. KT is not. But KTD Plus has been very entertaining so far the last few times around.
Yeah, as well as Hanjin Brienne and BNK Fear X. BNK Fear X looking really good after the trade. Taeyun mixing on in, and Hanjin Brienne looking to go 3 wins in a row for the first time since the last time I researched it. I think it's probably like 5 years, maybe 6 years. I'll get that back for you and fact checked properly.
I got one request.
One request.
Tonight, when you go to bed, make sure you shut your computer down fully. Turn all the lights off. Okay, when you're brushing your teeth, don't leave the water running.
Yeah.
Take a quick 5-minute shower.
5-minute shower.
5-minute maximum, okay? These are some tips that can really help save the environment.
All right.
So,
yeah,
please work on it.
Hashtag save the trees.
I will work on it. If you guys at home have any comments you can on how I can save energy, because I love the earth and water, let me know on Twitter at Dgon. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Wadid. Thank you, everyone, for watching today's great matches of League of Legends. We'll have more tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here, there goes the lights. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Save the energy.
Save the energy. What?
있었다 보니 새로운 분위기에서 한번 해봐야겠죠. 세훈의 이 노란색도 참 잘 어울리겠네요.
He's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw. The beat he prepared earlier.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.